Section 1 of the History of Rome, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. Translation by William Masfin Roberts. Book 21, From Saguntum to the Trivia. Chapters 1 to 15. Chapter 1. Importance of the Second Punic War. I consider myself at liberty to commence what is only a section of my history, with a prefatory remark, such as most writers have placed at the very beginning of their works, namely, that the war I am about to describe is the most memorable of any that have ever been waged. I mean the war which the Carthaginians, under Hannibal's leadership, waged with Rome. No states, no nations ever met in arms greater in strength or richer in resources. These powers themselves had never before been in so high a state of efficiency or better prepared to stand the strain of a long war. They were no strangers to each other's tactics after their experience in the First Punic War, and so variable were the fortunes, and so doubtful the issue of the war, that those who were ultimately victorious were in the earlier stages brought nearest to ruin. And yet, great as was their strength, the hatred they felt towards each other was almost greater. The Romans were furious with indignation because the vanquished had dared to take the offensive against their conquerors. The Carthaginians bitterly resented what they regarded as the tyrannical and rapacious conduct of Rome. The prime author of the war was Hamilcar. There was a story widely current that when, after bringing the African war to a close, he was offering sacrifices before transporting his army to Spain, the boy Hannibal, 9 years old, was coaxing his father to take him with him, and his father led him up to the altar and made him swear with his hand laid on the victim that as soon as he possibly could, he would show himself the enemy of Rome. The loss of Sicily and Sardinia vexed the proud spirit of the man, for he felt that the cession of Sicily had been made hastily in a spirit of despair, and that Sardinia had been filched by the Romans during the troubles in Africa, who, not content with seizing it, had imposed an indemnity as well. Chapter 2. Smarting under these wrongs, he made it quite clear from his conduct of the African War, which followed immediately upon the conclusion of peace with Rome, and from the way in which he strengthened and extended the rule of Carthage during the 9 years' war with Spain, that he was meditating a far greater war than any he was actually engaged in, and that had he lived longer, it would have been under his command that the Carthaginians effected the invasion of Italy, which they actually carried out under Hannibal. Death of Hamilcar. The death of Hamilcar occurring as it did most opportunely, and the tender years of Hannibal delayed the war. Hasdrubal, coming between father and son, held the supreme power for 8 years. He is said to have become a favorite of Hamilcar's, owing to his personal beauty as a boy. Afterwards he displayed talents of a very different order, and became his son-in-law. Through this connection he was placed in power by the influence of the Barcine party, which was unduly preponderant with the soldiers and the common people, but his elevation was utterly against the wishes of the nobles. Trusting to policy rather than to arms, he did more to extend the empire of Carthage by forming connections with the petty chieftains, and winning over new tribes by making friends of their leading men, than by force of arms or by war. But peace brought him no security. A barbarian whose master he had put to death murdered him in broad daylight, and when seized by the bystanders, he looked as happy as though he had escaped. Even when put to the torture, his delight at the success of his attempt mastered his pain, and his face wore a smiling expression. Owing to the marvelous tact he had shown in winning over the tribes and incorporating them into his dominions, the Romans had renewed the treaty with Hasdrubal. Under its terms, the river Ebro was to form the boundary between the two empires, and Saguntum, occupying an intermediate position between them, was to be a free city. Chapter 3. Hannibal made commander-in-chief. There was no hesitation shown in filling his place. The soldiers led the way by bringing the young Hannibal forthwith to the palace, and proclaiming him their commander-in-chief, amidst universal applause. Their action was followed by the plebs. Whilst little more than a boy, Hasdrubal had written to invite Hannibal to come to him in Spain, and the matter had actually been discussed in the Senate. The Barcines wanted Hannibal to become familiar with military service. Hanno, the leader of the opposite party, resisted this. Hasdrubal's request, he said, appears a reasonable one, and yet I do not think we ought to grant it. This paradoxical utterance aroused the attention of the whole Senate. He continued, the youthful beauty which Hasdrubal surrendered to Hannibal's father, he considers he has a fair claim to ask for in return from the son. It ill becomes us, however, to habituate our youths to the lust of our commanders by way of military training. Are we afraid that it will be too long before Hamilcar's son surveys the extravagant power and the pageant of royalty which his father assumed, and that there will be undue delay in our becoming the slaves of the despot, to whose son-in-law our armies have been bequeathed as though they were his patrimony? I, for my part, consider that this youth ought to be kept at home and taught to live in obedience to the laws and the magistrates, on an equality with his fellow citizens. If not, this small fire will some day or other kindle a vast conflagration. Chapter 4. Hanno's proposal received but slight support, though almost all the best men in the council were with him, but as usual numbers carried the day against reason. Character of Hannibal. No sooner had Hannibal landed in Spain than he became a favorite with the whole army. The veterans thought they saw Hamilcar restored to them as he was in his youth. They saw the same determined expression, the same piercing eyes, the same cast of features. He soon showed, however, that it was not his father's memory that helped him most to win the affections of the army. Never was there a character more capable of the two tasks so opposed to each other, of commanding and obeying. You could not easily make out whether the army or its general were more attached to him. Whenever courage and resolution were needed, Hasdrubal never cared to entrust the command to anyone else, and there was no leader in whom the soldiers placed more confidence, or under whom they showed more daring. He was fearless in exposing himself to danger, and perfectly self-possessed in the presence of danger. No amount of exertion could cause him either bodily or mental fatigue. He was equally indifferent to heat and cold. His eating and drinking were measured by the needs of nature, not by appetite. His hours of sleep were not determined by day or night. Whatever time was not taken up with active duties was given to sleep and rest, but that rest was not wooed on a soft couch or in silence. Men often saw him lying on the ground amongst the sentinels and outposts, wrapped in his military cloak. His dress was in no way superior to that of his comrades. What did make him conspicuous were his arms and horses. He was by far the foremost both of the cavalry and the infantry, the first to enter the fight, and the last to leave the field. But these great merits were matched by great vices, inhuman cruelty, a perfidy worse than Punic, an utter absence of truthfulness, reverence, fear of the gods, respect for oaths, sense of religion. Such was his character, a compound of virtues and vices. For 3 years he served under Hasdrubal, and during the whole time he never lost an opportunity of gaining by practice or observation the experience necessary for one who was to be a great leader of men. Chapter 5. Preparations for attacking Saguntum. From the day when he was proclaimed commander-in-chief, he seemed to regard Italy as his assigned field of action, and war with Rome as a duty imposed upon him. Feeling that he ought not to delay operations lest some accident should overtake him, as in the case of his father, and afterwards of Hasdrubal, he decided to attack the Saguntines, as an attack on them would inevitably set the arms of Rome in motion. He began by invading the Olcades, a tribe who were within the boundaries, but not under the dominion of Carthage. He wished to make it appear that Saguntum was not his immediate object, but that he was drawn into a war with her by the force of circumstances, by the conquest, that is, of all her neighbors and the annexation of their territory. Cartalla, a wealthy city and the capital of the tribe, was taken by storm and sacked. The smaller cities, fearing a similar fate, capitulated and agreed to pay an indemnity. His victorious army, enriched with plunder, was marched into winter quarters in New Carthage. Here, by a lavish distribution of the spoils and the punctual discharge of all arrears of pay, he secured the allegiance of his own people and of the allied contingents. At the beginning of spring, he extended his operations to the Vacaei, and 2 of their cities, Arbocala and Hermandica, were taken by assault. Arbocala held out for a considerable time. Owing to the courage and numbers of its defenders, the fugitives from Hermandica joined hands with those of the Olcades, who had abandoned their country. This tribe had been subjugated the previous year, and together they stirred up the Carpetani to war. Not far from the Tagus, an attack was made upon Hannibal as he was returning from his expedition against the Vacaei, and his army, laden as it was with plunder, was thrown into some confusion. Hannibal declined battle, and fixed his camp by the side of the river. As soon as there was quiet and silence amongst the enemy, he forded the stream. His entrenchments had been carried just far enough to allow room for the enemy to cross over, and he decided to attack them during their passage of the river. He instructed his cavalry to wait until they had actually entered the water, and then to attack them. His 40 elephants he stationed on the bank. The Carpetani, together with the contingents of the Olcades and Vacaei, numbered altogether 100,000 men, an irresistible force had they been fighting on level ground. Their innate fearlessness, the confidence inspired by their numbers, their belief that the enemy's retreat was due to fear, all made them look on victory as certain, and the river as the only obstacle to it. Without any word of command having been given, they raised a universal shout and plunged, each man straight in front of him, into the river. A huge force of cavalry descended from the opposite bank, and the 2 bodies met in midstream. The struggle was anything but an equal one. The infantry, feeling their footing insecure, even where the river was fordable, could have been ridden down even by unarmed horsemen, whereas the cavalry, with their bodies and weapons free, and their horses steady even in the midst of the current, could fight at close quarters or not, as they chose. A large proportion were swept down the river. Some were carried by cross currents to the other side, where the enemy were, and were trampled to death by the elephants. Those in the rear thought it safest to return to their own side, and began to collect together as well as their fears allowed them. But before they had time to recover themselves, Hannibal entered the river with his infantry in battle order, and drove them in flight from the bank. He followed up his victory by laying waste their fields, and in a few days was able to receive the submission of the Carpetani. There was no part of the country beyond the Ebro which did not now belong to the Carthaginians, with the exception of Saguntum. Chapter 6. War had not been formally declared against this city, but there were already grounds for war. The seeds of quarrel were being sown amongst her neighbors, especially amongst the Turdetani. When the man who had sown the seed showed himself ready to aid and abet the quarrel, and his object plainly was not to refer the question to arbitration, but to appeal to force, the Saguntines sent a deputation to Rome to beg for help in a war which was inevitably approaching. The consuls for the time being were Publius Cornelius Scipio and Tiberius Sempronius Longus. After introducing the envoys, they invited the Senate to declare its opinion as to what policy should be adopted. It was decided that commissioners should be sent to Spain to investigate the circumstances, and if they considered it necessary, they were to warn Hannibal not to interfere with the Saguntines, who were allies of Rome. Then they were to cross over to Africa and lay before the Carthaginian council the complaints which they had made. But before the commission was dispatched, news came that the siege of Saguntum had, to everyone's surprise, actually commenced. The whole position of affairs required to be reconsidered by the Senate. Some were for assigning Spain and Africa as separate fields of action for the two consuls, and thought that the war ought to be prosecuted by land and sea. Others were for confining the war solely to Hannibal in Spain. Others again were of opinion that such an immense task ought not to be entered upon hastily, and that they ought to await the return of the commission from Spain. This latter view seemed the safest and was adopted, and the commissioners, Publius Valerius Flaccus and Quintus Babeus Tamphilus, were dispatched without further delay to Hannibal. If he refused to abandon hostilities, they were to proceed to Carthage, to demand the surrender of the general, to answer for his breach of treaty. Chapter 7. The Siege of Saguntum. During these proceedings in Rome, the siege of Saguntum was being pressed with the utmost vigor. That city was by far the most wealthy of all beyond the Ebro. It was situated about a mile from the sea. It is said to have been founded by settlers from the island of Zakynthus, with an admixture of Rutulians from Ardea. In a short time, however, it had attained to great prosperity, partly through its land and sea-borne commerce, partly through the rapid increase of its population, and also through the maintenance of a high standard of political integrity, which led it to act with a loyalty towards its allies that brought about its ruin. After carrying his ravages everywhere throughout the territory, Hannibal attacked the city from 3 separate points. There was an angle of the fortifications which looked down on a more open and level descent than the rest of the ground surrounding the city, and here he decided to bring up his vinae to allow the battering rams to be placed against the walls. But although the ground to a considerable distance from the walls was sufficiently level to admit of the vinae being brought up, they found when they had succeeded in doing this that they made no progress. A huge tower overlooked the place, and the wall, being here more open to attack, had been carried to a greater height than the rest of the fortifications. As the position was one of especial danger, so the resistance offered by a picked body of defenders was of the most resolute character. At first they confined themselves to keeping the enemy back by the discharge of missiles, and making it impossible for them to continue their operations in safety. As time went on, however, their weapons no longer flashed on the walls or from the tower. They ventured on a sortie and attacked the outposts and siege works of the enemy. In these irregular encounters, the Carthaginians lost nearly as many men as the Saguntines. Hannibal himself, approaching the wall somewhat incautiously, fell with a severe wound in his thigh from a javelin, and such was the confusion and dismay that ensued that the vinae and siege works were all but abandoned. Chapter 8. For a few days, until the general's wound was healed, there was a blockade rather than an active siege, and during this interval, though there was a respite from fighting, the construction of siege works and approaches went on uninterruptedly. When the fighting was resumed, it was fiercer than ever. In spite of the difficulties of the ground, the vinae were advanced and the battering rams placed against the walls. The Carthaginians had the superiority in numbers. There were said to have been 150,000 fighting men, whilst the defenders, obliged to keep watch and ward everywhere, were dissipating their strength and finding their numbers unequal to the task. The walls were now being pounded by the rams, and in many places had been shaken down. One part where a continuous fall had taken place laid the city open. 3 towers in succession, and the whole of the wall between them, fell with a tremendous crash. The Carthaginians looked upon the town as already captured after that fall, and both sides rushed through the breach as though the wall had only served to protect them from each other. There was nothing of the desultory fighting which goes on when cities are stormed, as each side gets an opportunity of attacking the other. The 2 bodies of combatants confronted one another in the space between the ruined wall and the houses of the city in as regular formation as though they had been in an open field. On the one side there was the courage of hope, on the other the courage of despair. The Carthaginians believed that with a little effort on their part the city would be theirs. The Saguntines opposed their bodies as a shield for their fatherland, now stripped of its walls. Not a man relaxed his foothold for fear of letting an enemy in through the spot which he had left open. So the hotter and closer the fighting became, the greater grew the number of wounded, for no missile fell ineffectively amongst the crowded ranks. The missile used by the Saguntines was the phalarica, a javelin with a shaft smooth and round up to the head, which, as in the pilum, was an iron point of square section. The shaft was wrapped in tow and then smeared with pitch. The iron head was 3 feet long, and capable of penetrating armor and body alike. Even if it only stuck in the shield and did not reach the body, it was a most formidable weapon, for when it was discharged with the tow set on fire, the flame was fanned to a fiercer heat by its passage through the air, and it forced the soldier to throw away his shield, and left him defenseless against the sword thrusts which followed. Chapter 9. The conflict had now gone on for a considerable time without any advantage to either side. The courage of the Saguntines was rising as they found themselves keeping up an unhoped-for resistance, whilst the Carthaginians, unable to conquer, were beginning to look upon themselves as defeated. Suddenly the defenders, raising their battle shout, forced the enemy back to the debris of the ruined wall. There, stumbling and in disorder, they were forced still further back, and finally driven in rout and flight to their camp. The envoys land in Spain. Meantime, it was announced that envoys had arrived from Rome. Hannibal sent messengers down to the harbor to meet them, and informed them that it would be unsafe for them to advance any further through so many wild tribes now in arms, and also that Hannibal, in the present critical position of affairs, had no time to receive embassies. It was quite certain that if they were not admitted, they would go to Carthage. He therefore forestalled them by sending messengers with a letter addressed to the heads of the Barcine party, to warn his supporters and prevent the other side from making any concessions to Rome. Chapter 10. Their arrival in Carthage. The result was that, beyond being received and heard by the Carthaginian Senate, the embassy found its mission a failure. Hanno alone, against the whole Senate, spoke in favor of observing the treaty, and his speech was listened to in silence out of respect to his personal authority, not because his hearers approved of his sentiments. He appealed to them in the name of the gods, who are the witnesses and arbiters of treaties, not to provoke a war with Rome, in addition to the one with Saguntum. I urged you, he said, and warned you not to send Hamilcar's son to the army. That man's spirit, that man's offspring, cannot rest. As long as any single representative of the blood and name of Barca survives, our treaty with Rome will never remain unimperiled. You have sent to the army, as though supplying fuel to the fire, a young man who is consumed with a passion for sovereign power, and who recognizes that the only way to it lies in passing his life surrounded by armed legions and perpetually stirring up fresh wars. It is you, therefore, who have fed this fire which is now scorching you. Your armies are investing Saguntum, which by the terms of the treaty they are forbidden to approach. Before long, the legions of Rome will invest Carthage, led by the same generals under the same divine guidance under which they avenged our breach of treaty obligations in the late war. Are you strangers to the enemy, to yourselves, to the fortunes of each nation? That worthy commander of yours refused to allow ambassadors who came from allies, on behalf of allies, to enter his camp, and set at naught the law of nations. Those men, repulsed from a place to which even an enemy's envoys are not refused access, have come to us. They ask for the satisfaction which the treaty prescribes. They demand the surrender of the guilty party in order that the state may clear itself from all taint of guilt. The slower they are to take action, the longer they are in commencing war. So much the more persistence and determination, I fear, will they show when war has begun. Remember the Egates and Erics, and all you had to go through for 24 years. This boy was not commanding then, but his father Hamilcar, a second Mars, as his friends would have us believe. But we broke the treaty then, as we are breaking it now. We did not keep our hands off Tarentum, or, which is the same thing, off Italy then, any more than we are keeping our hands off Saguntum now. And so gods and men combined to defeat us. and the question in dispute, namely, which nation had broken the treaty, was settled by the issue of the war, which, like an impartial judge, left the victory on the side which was in the right. It is against Carthage that Hannibal is now bringing up his Vineae and towers. It is Carthage whose walls he is shaking with his battering rams. The ruins of Saguntum, would that I might prove a false prophet, will fall on our heads, and the war which was begun with Saguntum will have to be carried on with Rome. Shall we then surrender Hannibal? Someone will say. I am quite aware that as regards him my advice will have little weight, owing to my differences with his father. But whilst I was glad to hear of Hamilcar's death, for if he were alive we should already be involved in war with Rome, I feel nothing but loathing and detestation for this youth, the mad firebrand who is kindling this war. Not only do I hold that he ought to be surrendered as an atonement for the broken treaty, but even if no demand for his surrender were made, I consider that he ought to be deported to the farthest corner of the earth, exiled to some spot from which no tidings of him, no mention of his name could reach us, and where it would be impossible for him to disturb the welfare and tranquillity of our state. This, then, is what I propose, that a commission be at once dispatched to Rome, to inform the Senate of our compliance with their demands, and a second to Hannibal, ordering him to withdraw his army from Saguntum, and then surrendering him to the Romans in accordance with the terms of the treaty. And I also propose that a third body of commissioners be sent to make reparation to the Saguntines. Chapter 11. When Hanno sat down, no one deemed it necessary to make any reply. So completely was the Senate, as a body, on the side of Hannibal. They accused Hanno of speaking in a tone of more uncompromising hostility than Flaccus Valerius, the Roman envoy, had assumed. The reply which it was decided to make to the Roman demands was that the war was started by the Saguntines, not by Hannibal, and that the Roman people would commit an act of injustice if they took the part of the Saguntines against their ancient allies, the Carthaginians. Final assault on Saguntum. Whilst the Romans were wasting time in dispatching commissioners, things were quiet round Saguntum. Hannibal's men were worn out with the fighting and the labors of the siege, and after placing detachments on guard over the Vineae and other military engines, he gave his army a few days' rest. He employed this interval in stimulating the courage of his men by exasperating them against the enemy, and firing them by the prospect of rewards. After he had given out in the presence of his assembled troops that the plunder of the city would go to them, they were all in such a state of excitement that, had the signal been given then and there, it seemed impossible for anything to withstand them. As for the Saguntines, though they had a respite from fighting for some days, neither meeting attacks nor making any, they worked at their defenses so continuously by day and night that they completed a fresh wall at the place where the fall of the former wall had laid the town open. The assault was recommenced with greater vigor than ever. In every direction confused shouts and clamor resounded, so that it was difficult to ascertain where to render assistance most promptly, or where it was most needed. Hannibal was present in person to encourage his men, who were bringing up a tower on rollers, which overtopped all the fortifications of the city. Catapults and ballistae had been put in position on each of the stories, and after it had been brought up to the walls, it swept them clear of the defenders. Seizing his opportunity, Hannibal told off about 500 African troops to undermine the wall with pickaxes, an easy task, as the stones were not fixed with cement, but with layers of mud between the courses in the ancient fashion of construction. More of it, consequently, fell than had been dug away, and through the gaping ruin the columns of armed warriors marched into the city. They seized some high ground, and after massing their catapults and ballistae there, they enclosed it with a wall, so as to have a fortified position actually within the city, which could dominate it like a citadel. The Saguntines on their side carried an inside wall round the portion of the city not yet captured. Both sides kept up their fortifying and fighting with the utmost energy. But by having to defend the interior portion of the city, the Saguntines were continually reducing its dimensions. In addition to this, there was a growing scarcity of everything as the siege was prolonged, and the anticipations of outside help were becoming fainter. The Romans, their one hope, were so far away, whilst all immediately round them was in the hands of the enemy. For a few days their drooping spirits were revived by the sudden departure of Hannibal on an expedition against the Oritani and the Carpetani. The rigorous way in which troops were being levied in these two tribes had created great excitement, and they had kept the officers who were superintending the levy practically prisoners. A general revolt was feared, but the unexpected swiftness of Hannibal's movements took them by surprise, and they abandoned their hostile attitude. Chapter 12. The attack on Saguntum was not slackened. Maharbal, the son of Himilco, whom Hannibal had left in command, carried on operations with such energy that the general's absence was not felt by either friends or foes. He fought several successful actions, and with the aid of 3 battering rams brought down a considerable portion of the wall, and on Hannibal's return showed him the place all strewn with the newly fallen wall. The army was at once led to an assault on the citadel. A desperate fight began, with heavy losses on both sides, and a part of the citadel was captured. Attempts were now made in the direction of peace, though with but faint hopes of success. 2 men undertook the task, Alco, a Saguntine, and Alorcus, a Spaniard. Alco, thinking that his prayers might have some effect, crossed over without the knowledge of the Saguntines to Hannibal at night. When he found that he gained nothing by his tears, and that the conditions offered were such as a victor exasperated by resistance would insist upon, harsh and severe, he laid aside the character of a pleader and remained with the enemy as a deserter, alleging that anyone who advocated peace on such terms would be put to death. The conditions were that restitution should be made to the Turdetani, all the gold and silver should be delivered up, and the inhabitants should depart with 1 garment each, and take up their abode wherever the Carthaginians should order them. As Alco insisted that the Saguntines would not accept peace on these terms, Alorcus, convinced, as he said, that when everything else has gone, courage also goes, undertook to mediate a peace on those conditions. At that time he was one of Hannibal's soldiers, but he was recognized as a guest friend by the city of Saguntum. He started on his mission, gave up his weapon openly to the guard, crossed the lines, and was at his request conducted to the praetor of Saguntum. A crowd, drawn from all classes of society, soon gathered, and after a way had been cleared through the press, Alorcus was admitted to an audience of the Senate. He addressed them in the following terms. Chapter 13. If your fellow townsman Alco had shown the same courage in bringing back to you the terms on which Hannibal will grant peace that he showed in going to Hannibal to beg for peace, this journey of mine would have been unnecessary. I have not come to you either as an advocate for Hannibal or as a deserter, but as he has remained with the enemy either through your fault or his own if his fears were only feigned, yours if those who report what is true have to answer for their lives. I have come to you out of regard to the old ties of hospitality, which have so long subsisted between us, that you may not be left in ignorance of the fact that there do exist terms on which you can secure peace and the safety of your lives. Now that it is for your sake alone, and not on behalf of anyone else, that I say what I am saying before you is proved by the fact that as long as you had the strength to maintain a successful resistance, and as long as you had any hopes of help from Rome, I never breathed a word about making peace. But now that you have no longer anything to hope for from Rome, now that neither your arms nor your walls suffice to protect you, I bring you a peace forced upon you by necessity rather than recommended by the fairness of its conditions. But the hopes, faint as they are, of peace rest upon your accepting as conquered men the terms which Hannibal as conqueror imposes, and not looking upon what is taken from you as a positive loss, since everything is at the victor's mercy, but regarding what is left to you as a free gift from him. The city, most of which he has laid in ruins, the whole of which he has all but captured, he takes from you. Your fields and lands he leaves you, and he will assign you a site where you can build a new town. He orders all the gold and silver, both that belonging to the state and that owned by private individuals, to be brought to him. Your persons and those of your wives and children he preserves inviolate, on condition that you consent to leave Saguntum with only 2 garments apiece and without arms. These are the demands of your victorious enemy, and heavy and bitter as they are, your miserable plight urges you to accept them. I am not without hope that when everything has passed into his power, he will relax some of these conditions. But I consider that even as they are, you ought to submit to them, rather than permit yourselves to be butchered, and your wives and children seized and carried off before your eyes. Chapter 14. A large crowd had gradually collected to listen to the speaker, and the popular assembly had become mingled with the Senate, when, without a moment's warning, the leading citizens withdrew before any reply was given. They collected all the gold and silver from public and private sources, and brought it into the forum where a fire had already been kindled, and flung it into the flames. And most of them thereupon leaped into the fire themselves. The terror and confusion which this occasioned throughout the city was heightened by the noise of a tumult in the direction of the citadel. A tower after much battering had fallen, and through the breach created by its fall, a Carthaginian cohort advanced to the attack, and signaled to their commander that the customary outposts and guards had disappeared and the city was unprotected. Hannibal thought that he ought to seize the opportunity and act promptly. Attacking it with his full strength, he took the place in a moment. Orders had been given that all the adult males were to be put to death, a cruel order, but under the circumstances inevitable. For whom would it have been possible to spare, when they either shut themselves up with their wives and children, and burnt their houses over their heads, or, if they fought, would not cease fighting till they were killed. Chapter 15. An enormous amount of booty was found in the captured city. Although most of it had been deliberately destroyed by the owners, and the enraged soldiers had observed hardly any distinctions of age in the universal slaughter, whilst all the prisoners that were taken were assigned to them, still it is certain that a considerable sum was realized by the sale of the goods that were seized, and much valuable furniture and apparel was sent to Carthage. Some writers assert that Saguntum was taken in the 8th month of the siege, and that Hannibal led his force from there to New Carthage for the winter, his arrival in Italy occurring 5 months later. In this case, it is impossible for Publius Cornelius and Tiberius Sempronius to have been the consuls to whom the Saguntine envoys were sent at the beginning of the siege, and who afterwards, while still in office, fought with Hannibal, one of them at the Ticinus, both shortly afterwards at the Trebia. Either all the incidents occurred within a much shorter period, or else it was the capture of Saguntum, not the beginning of the siege, which occurred when those two entered upon office. For the battle of the Trebia cannot have fallen so late as the year when Gnaeus Servilius and Gaius Flaminius were in office, because Gaius Flaminius entered upon his consulship at Ariminum, his election taking place under the consul Tiberius Sempronius, who came to Rome after the battle of the Trebia to hold the consular elections, and after they were over, returned to his army in winter quarters. End of Section 1. Section 2 of the History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 21, From Saguntum to the Trebia. Chapters 16 through 20. Chapter 16. Preparations in Rome for War. The commissioners who had been sent to Carthage on their return to Rome reported that everything breathed a hostile spirit. Almost on the very day they returned, the news arrived of the fall of Saguntum, and such was the distress of the Senate at the cruel fate of their allies, such was their feeling of shame at not having sent help to them, such their exasperation against the Carthaginians, and their alarm for the safety of the state, for it seemed as though the enemy were already at their gates, that they were in no mood for deliberating, shaken as they were by so many conflicting emotions. There were sufficient grounds for alarm. Never had they met a more active or a more warlike enemy, and never had the Roman Republic been so lacking in energy or so unprepared for war. The operations against the Sardinians, Corsicans, and Histrians, as well as those against the Illyrians, had been more of an annoyance than a training for the soldiers of Rome, whilst with the Gauls there had been desultory fighting rather than regular warfare. But the Carthaginians, a veteran army which for 23 years had seen hard and rough service amongst the Spanish tribes, and had always been victorious, trained under a general of exceptional ability, were now crossing the Ebro, fresh from the sack of a most wealthy city, and were bringing with them all those Spanish tribes, eager for the fray. They would rouse the various Gaulish tribes, who were always ready to take up arms. There would be the whole world to fight against. The battleground would be Italy. The struggle would take place before the walls of Rome. Chapter 17. The seat of the campaigns had already been decided. The consuls were now ordered to draw lots. Spain fell to Cornelius, Africa to Sempronius. It was resolved that 6 legions should be raised for that year. The allies were to furnish such contingents as the consuls should deem necessary, and as large a fleet as possible was to be fitted out. 24,000 Roman infantry were called up, and 1,800 cavalry. The allies contributed 40,000 infantry and 4,400 cavalry, and a fleet of 220 ships of war and 20 light galleys was launched. The question was then formally submitted to the assembly. Was it their will and pleasure that war should be declared against the people of Carthage? When this was decided, a special service of intercession was conducted. The procession marched through the streets of the city, offering prayers at the various temples that the gods would grant a happy and prosperous issue to the war, which the people of Rome had now ordered. The forces were divided between the consuls in the following way. To Sempronius 2 legions were assigned, each consisting of 4,000 infantry and 300 cavalry, and 16,000 infantry and 1,800 cavalry from the allied contingents. He was also provided with 160 warships and 12 light galleys. With this combined land and sea force, he was sent to Sicily with instructions to cross over to Africa if the other consul succeeded in preventing the Carthaginians from invading Italy. Cornelius, on the other hand, was provided with a smaller force, as Lucius Manlius, the praetor, was himself being dispatched to Gaul with a fairly strong detachment. Cornelius was weakest in his ships. He had only 60 warships, for it was never supposed that the enemy would come by sea or use his navy for offensive purposes. His land force was made up of 2 Roman legions, with their complement of cavalry, and 14,000 infantry from the allies with 1,600 cavalry. The province of Gaul was held by 2 Roman legions and 10,000 allied infantry, with 600 Roman and 1,000 allied cavalry. This force was ultimately employed in the Punic War. Chapter 18. War declared. When these preparations were completed, the formalities necessary before entering upon war required that a commission should be dispatched to Carthage. Those selected were men of age and experience: Quintus Fabius, Marcus Livius, Lucius Aemilius, Gaius Licinius, and Quintus Baebius. They were instructed to inquire whether it was with the sanction of the government that Hannibal had attacked Saguntum, and if, as seemed most probable, the Carthaginians should admit that it was so, and proceed to defend their action, then the Roman envoys were to formally declare war upon Carthage. As soon as they had arrived in Carthage, they appeared before the Senate. Quintus Fabius had, in accordance with his instructions, simply put the question as to the responsibility of the government, when one of the members present said, "The language of your previous deputation was peremptory enough when you demanded the surrender of Hannibal, on the assumption that he was attacking Saguntum on his own authority. But your language now, so far at least, is less provocative, though in effect more overbearing. For on that occasion it was Hannibal whose action you denounced, and whose surrender you demanded. Now you are seeking to extort from us a confession of guilt, and insist upon obtaining instant satisfaction, as from men who admit they are in the wrong. I do not, however, consider that the question is whether the attack on Saguntum was an act of public policy or only that of a private citizen, but whether it was justified by circumstances or not. It is for us to inquire and take proceedings against a citizen when he has done anything on his own authority. The only point for you to discuss is whether his action was compatible with the terms of the treaty. Now, as you wish us to draw a distinction between what our generals do with the sanction of the state and what they do on their own initiative, you must remember that the treaty with us was made by your consul, Gaius Lutatius, and whilst it contained provisions guarding the interests of the allies of both nations, there was no provision for the Saguntines, for they were not your allies at the time. But you will say, by the treaty concluded with Hasdrubal, the Saguntines are exempted from attack. I shall meet that with your own arguments. You told us that you refused to be bound by the treaty which your consul Gaius Lutatius concluded with us, because it did not receive the authorization of either the Senate or the Assembly. A fresh treaty was accordingly made by your government. Now, if no treaties have any binding force for you, unless they have been made with the authority of your Senate or by order of your Assembly, we, on our side, cannot possibly be bound by Hasdrubal's treaty, which he made without our knowledge. Drop all allusions to Saguntum and the Ebro, and speak out plainly what has long been secretly hatching in your minds." Then the Roman, gathering up his toga, said, "Here we bring you war and peace. Take which you please." He was met by a defiant shout, bidding him give whichever he preferred, and when, letting the folds of his toga fall, he said that he gave them war, they replied that they accepted war, and would carry it on in the same spirit in which they accepted it. Chapter 19. Its Justification. This straightforward question and threat of war seemed to be more consonant with the dignity of Rome than a wordy argument about treaties. It seemed so previous to the destruction of Saguntum, and still more so afterwards. For had it been a matter for argument, what ground was there for comparing Hasdrubal's treaty with the earlier one of Lutatius? In the latter, it was expressly stated that it would only be of force if the people approved it, whereas in Hasdrubal's treaty there was no such saving clause. Besides, his treaty had been silently observed for many years during his lifetime, and was so generally approved that, even after its author's death, none of its articles were altered. But even if they took their stand upon the earlier treaty, that of Lutatius, the Saguntines were sufficiently safeguarded by the allies of both parties being exempted from hostile treatment, for nothing was said about the allies for the time being, or anything to exclude any who should be hereafter taken into alliance. And since it was open to both parties to form fresh alliances, who would think it a fair arrangement that none should be received into alliance, whatever their merits, or that when they had been received they should not be loyally protected, on the understanding that the allies of the Carthaginians should not be induced to revolt, or if they deserted their allies on their own accord, were not to be received into alliance by the others. The Roman envoys, in accordance with their instructions, went on to Spain for the purpose of visiting the different tribes and drawing them into alliance with Rome, or at least detaching them from the Carthaginians. The first they came to were the Borgusii, who were tired of Punic domination, and gave them a favorable reception, and their success here excited a desire for change amongst many of the tribes beyond the Ebro. They came next to the Volciani, and the response they met with became widely known throughout Spain, and determined the rest of the tribes against an alliance with Rome. This answer was given by the senior member of their national council in the following terms: "Are you not ashamed, Romans, to ask us to form friendship with you in preference to the Carthaginians, seeing how those who have done so have suffered more through you, their allies, cruelly deserting them, than through any injury inflicted on them by the Carthaginians? I advise you to look for allies where the fall of Saguntum has never been heard of. The nations of Spain see in the ruins of Saguntum a sad and emphatic warning against putting any trust in alliances with Rome. They were then peremptorily ordered to quit the territory of the Volcaeni, and from that time none of the councils throughout Spain gave them a more favorable reply. After this fruitless mission in Spain, they crossed over into Gaul. Chapter 20. Here a strange and appalling sight met their eyes. The men attended the council fully armed. Such was the custom of the country. When the Romans, after extolling the renown and courage of the Roman people, and the greatness of their dominion, asked the Gauls not to allow the Carthaginian invaders a passage through their fields and cities, such interruption and laughter broke out that the younger men were with difficulty kept quiet by the magistrates and senior members of the council. They thought it a most stupid and impudent demand to make, that the Gauls, in order to prevent the war from spreading into Italy, should turn it against themselves and expose their own lands to be ravaged instead of other people's. After quiet was restored, the envoys were informed that the Romans had rendered them no service, nor had the Carthaginians done them any injury to make them take up arms, either on behalf of the Romans or against the Carthaginians. On the other hand, they heard that men of their race were being expelled from Italy, and made to pay tribute to Rome, and subjected to every other indignity. Their experience was the same in all the other councils of Gaul. Nowhere did they hear a kindly or even a tolerably peaceable word till they reached Massilia. There all the facts which their allies had carefully and honestly collected were laid before them. They were informed that the interest of the Gauls had already been secured by Hannibal, but even he would not find them very tractable, with their wild and untamable nature, unless the chiefs were also won over with gold, a thing which as a nation they were most eager to procure. After thus traversing Spain and the tribes of Gaul, the envoys returned to Rome not long after the consuls had left for their respective commands. They found the whole city in a state of excitement. Definite news had been received that the Carthaginians had crossed the Ebro, and everyone was looking forward to war. End of Section 2. Section 3 of The History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 21, From Saguntum to the Trebia, Chapters 21 to 29. Chapter 21. Hannibal prepares to invade Italy. After the capture of Saguntum, Hannibal withdrew into winter quarters at New Carthage. Information reached him there of the proceedings at Rome and Carthage, and he learnt that he was not only the general who was to conduct the war, but also the sole person who was responsible for its outbreak. As further delay would be most inexpedient, he sold and distributed the rest of the plunder, and calling together those of his soldiers who were of Spanish blood, he addressed them as follows. I think, soldiers, that you yourselves recognize that now that we have reduced all the tribes in Spain, we shall either have to bring our campaigns to an end and disband our armies, or else we must transfer our wars to other lands. If we seek to win plunder and glory from other nations, then these tribes will enjoy not only the blessings of peace, but also the fruits of victory. Since, therefore, there await us campaigns far from home, and it is uncertain when you will again see your homes and all that is dear to you, I grant a furlough to everyone who wishes to visit his friends. You must reassemble at the commencement of spring, so that we may, with the kindly help of the gods, enter upon a war which will bring us immense plunder and cover us with glory." They all welcomed the opportunity so spontaneously offered of visiting their homes after so long an absence, and in view of a still longer absence in the future. The winter's rest, coming after their past exertions, and soon to be followed by greater ones, restored their faculties of mind and body, and strengthened them for fresh trials of endurance. In the early days of spring they reassembled according to orders. After reviewing the whole of the native contingents, Hannibal left for Gades, where he discharged his vows to Hercules, and bound himself by fresh obligations to that deity, in case his enterprise should succeed. As Africa would be open to attack from the side of Sicily during his land march through Spain and the two Gauls into Italy, he decided to secure that country with a strong garrison. To supply their place, he requisitioned troops from Africa, a light-armed force consisting mainly of slingers. By thus transferring Africans to Spain and Spaniards to Africa, the soldiers of each nationality would be expected to render more efficient service, as being practically under reciprocal obligations. The force he dispatched to Africa consisted of 13,850 Spanish infantry, furnished with ox-hide bucklers, and 870 Balearic slingers, with a composite body of 1,200 cavalry drawn from numerous tribes. This force was destined partly for the defense of Carthage, partly to hold the African territory. At the same time, recruiting officers were sent to various communities. Some 4,000 men of good family were called up, who were under orders to be conveyed to Carthage to strengthen its defense, and also to serve as hostages for the loyalty of their people. Chapter 22. Spain also had to be provided for, all the more so as Hannibal was fully aware that Roman commissioners had been going all about the country to win over the leading men of the various tribes. He placed it in charge of his energetic and able brother Hasdrubal, and assigned him an army mainly composed of African troops, 11,850 native infantry, 300 Ligurians, and 500 Balearics. In addition to this body of infantry, there were 450 Libby Phoenician cavalry. These are a mixed race of Punic and aboriginal African descent, some 1,800 Numidians and Moors, dwellers on the shore of the Mediterranean, and a small mounted contingent of 300 Ilergetes raised in Spain. Finally, that his land force might be complete in all its parts, there were 21 elephants. The protection of the coast required a fleet, and as it was natural to suppose that the Romans would again make use of that arm in which they had been victorious before, Hasdrubal had assigned to him a fleet of 57 warships, including 50 quinqueremes, 2 quadriremes, and 5 triremes, but only 32 quinqueremes and the 5 triremes were ready for sea. Commences his long march. From Gades he returned to the winter quarters of his army at New Carthage, and from New Carthage he commenced his march on Italy. Passing by the city of Onusa, he marched along the coast to the Ebro. The story runs that whilst halting there, he saw in a dream a youth of godlike appearance, who said that he had been sent by Jupiter to act as guide to Hannibal on his march to Italy. He was accordingly to follow him, and not to lose sight of him, or let his eyes wander. At first, filled with awe, he followed him without glancing round him or looking back. But as instinctive curiosity impelled him to wonder what it was that he was forbidden to gaze at behind him, he could no longer command his eyes. He saw behind him a serpent of vast and marvelous bulk, and as it moved along, trees and bushes crashed down everywhere before it, whilst in its wake there rolled a thunderstorm. He asked what the monstrous portent meant, and was told that it was the devastation of Italy. He was to go forward without further question, and allow his destiny to remain hidden. Chapter 23. Gladdened by this vision, he proceeded to cross the Ebro, with his army in 3 divisions, after sending men on in advance to secure by bribes the goodwill of the Gauls dwelling about his crossing place, and also to reconnoitre the passes of the Alps. He brought 90,000 infantry and 12,000 cavalry over the Ebro. His next step was to reduce to submission the Ilergetes, the Bargusii, and the Occitani, and also the district of Lusitania, which lies at the foot of the Pyrenees. He placed Hanno in charge of the whole coastline to secure the passes which connect Spain with Gaul, and furnished him with an army of 10,000 infantry to hold the district and 1,000 cavalry. When his army commenced the passage of the Pyrenees, and the barbarians found that there was truth in the rumor that they were being led against Rome, 3,000 of the Carpetani deserted. It was understood that they were induced to desert not so much by the prospect of the war as by the length of the march, and the impossibility of crossing the Alps, as it would have been hazardous to recall them, or to attempt to detain them by force, in case the quick passions of the rest of the army should be roused. Hannibal sent back to their homes more than 7,000 men, who, he had personally discovered, were getting tired of the campaign, and at the same time he gave out that the Carpetani had also been sent back by him. Then, to prevent his men from being demoralized by further delay and inactivity, he crossed the Pyrenees with the remainder of his force, and fixed his camp at the town of Illiberri. The Gauls were told that it was against Italy that war was being made, but as they had heard that the Spaniards beyond the Pyrenees had been subjugated by force of arms, and strong garrisons placed in their towns, several tribes, fearing for their liberty, were roused to arms and mustered at Ruskino. On receiving the announcement of this movement, Hannibal, fearing delay more than hostilities, sent spokesmen to their chiefs to say that he was anxious for a conference with them, and either they might come nearer to Illiberri, or he would approach Ruskino to facilitate their meeting, for he would gladly receive them in his camp, or would himself go to them without loss of time. He had come into Gaul as a friend, not a foe, and unless the Gauls compelled him, he would not draw his sword till he reached Italy. This was the proposal made through the envoys, but when the Gauls had, without any hesitation, moved their camp up to Illiberri, they were effectually secured by bribes, and allowed the army a free and unmolested passage through their territory, under the very walls of Ruskino. Chapter 25. Trouble in Cisalpine Gaul. No intelligence, meanwhile, had reached Rome beyond the fact reported by the Massilian envoys, namely, that Hannibal had crossed the Ebro. No sooner was this known than the Boii, who had been tampering with the Insubres, rose in revolt, just as though he had already crossed the Alps, not so much in consequence of their old standing enmity against Rome, as of her recent aggressions. Bodies of colonists were being settled on Gaulish territory in the valley of the Po, at Placentia and Cremona, and intense irritation was produced. Seizing their arms, they made an attack on the land, which was being actually surveyed at the time, and created such terror and confusion that not only the agricultural population, but even the 3 Roman commissioners who were engaged in marking out the holdings fled to Mutina, not feeling themselves safe behind the walls of Placentia. The commissioners were Gaius Lutatius, Gaius Servilius, and Marcus Annius. There is no doubt as to the name Lutatius, but instead of Annius and Servilius, some annalists have Manlius Acilius and Gaius Herennius, whilst others give Publius Cornelius Asina and Gaius Papirius Maso. There is also doubt as to whether it was the envoys who had been sent to the Boii to remonstrate with them that were maltreated, or the commissioners upon whom an attack was made whilst surveying the ground. The Gauls invested Mutina, but as they were strangers to the art of conducting sieges, and far too indolent to set about the construction of military works, they contented themselves with blockading the town without inflicting any injury on the walls. At last they pretended that they were ready to discuss terms of peace, and the envoys were invited by the Gaulish chieftains to a conference. Here they were arrested, in direct violation not only of international law, but of the safe conduct which had been granted for the occasion. Having made them prisoners, the Gauls declared that they would not release them until their hostages were restored to them. When news came that the envoys were prisoners, and Mutina and its garrison in jeopardy, Lucius Manlius, the praetor, burning with anger, led his army in separate divisions to Mutina. Most of the country was uncultivated at that time, and the road went through a forest. He advanced without throwing out scouting parties, and fell into an ambush, out of which, after sustaining considerable loss, he made his way with difficulty onto more open ground. Here he entrenched himself, and as the Gauls felt it would be hopeless to attack him there, the courage of his men revived, though it was tolerably certain that as many as 500 had fallen. They recommenced their march, and as long as they were going through open country, there was no enemy in view. When they re-entered the forest, their rear was attacked, and great confusion and panic created. They lost 700 men and 6 standards. When they at last got out of the trackless and entangled forest, there was an end to the terrifying tactics of the Gauls and the wild alarm of the Romans. There was no difficulty in repelling attacks when they reached the open country and made their way to Tarentum, a place near the Po. Here they hastily entrenched themselves, and, helped by the windings of the river, and assisted by the Brixian Gauls, they held their ground against an enemy whose numbers were daily increasing. Chapter 26. When the intelligence of this sudden outbreak reached Rome, and the Senate became aware that they had a Gaulish war to face, in addition to the war with Carthage, they ordered Gaius Atilius the praetor to go to the relief of Manlius with a Roman legion and 5,000 men, who had been recently enlisted by the consul from among the allies. As the enemy, afraid to meet these reinforcements, had retired, Atilius reached Tarentum without any fighting. After raising a fresh legion in place of the one which had been sent away with the praetor, Publius Cornelius Scipio set sail with 60 warships, and coasted along by the shores of Etruria and Liguria, and from there passed the mountains of the Salles until he reached Marseilles. Here he disembarked his troops at the first mouth of the Rhone, to which he came. The river flows into the sea through several mouths, and formed his entrenched camp, hardly able yet to believe that Hannibal had surmounted the obstacle of the Pyrenees. When, however, he understood that he was already contemplating crossing the Rhone, feeling uncertain as to where he would meet him and anxious to give his men time to recover from the effects of the voyage, he sent forward a picked force of 300 cavalry, accompanied by Massilian guides and friendly Gauls, to explore the country in all directions, and if possible to discover the enemy. Hannibal crosses the Rhone. Hannibal had overcome the opposition of the native tribes by either fear or bribes, and had now reached the territory of the Volcae. They were a powerful tribe, inhabiting the country on both sides of the Rhone, but distrusting their ability to stop Hannibal on the side of the river nearest to him, they determined to make the river a barrier and transported nearly all the population to the other side, on which they prepared to offer armed resistance. The rest of the river population, and those of the Volcae even, who still remained in their homes, were induced by presents to collect boats from all sides, and to help in constructing others. And their efforts were stimulated by the desire to get rid as soon as possible of the burdensome presence of such a vast host of men. So an enormous number of boats and vessels of every kind, such as they used in their journeys up and down the river, was got together. New ones were made by the Gauls by hollowing out the trunks of trees. Then the soldiers themselves, seeing the abundance of timber and how easily they were made, took to fashioning uncouth canoes, quite content if only they would float and carry burdens and serve to transport themselves and their belongings. Everything was now ready for the crossing, but the whole of the opposite bank was held by mounted and unmounted men, prepared to dispute the passage. In order to dislodge them, Hannibal sent Hanno, the son of Bomilcar, with a division, consisting mainly of Spaniards, a day's march up the river. He was to seize the first chance of crossing without being observed, and then led his men by a circuitous route behind the enemy, and at the right moment attack them in the rear. The Gauls, who were taken as guides, informed Hanno that about 25 miles upstream, a small island divided the river in two, and the channel was of less depth in consequence. When they reached the spot, they hastily cut down the timber and constructed rafts, on which men and horses and other burdens could be ferried across. The Spaniards had no trouble. They threw their clothes onto skins, and placing their leather shields on the top, they rested on these, and so swam across. The rest of the army was ferried over on rafts, and after making a camp near the river, they took a day's rest after their labors of boat-making and the nocturnal passage, their general, in the meantime, waiting anxiously for an opportunity of putting his plan into execution. The next day they set out on their march, and lighting a fire on some rising ground, they signaled by the column of smoke that they had crossed the river, and were not very far away. As soon as Hannibal received the signal, he seized the occasion, and at once gave the order to cross the river. The infantry had prepared rafts and boats, the cavalry mostly barges on account of the horses. A line of large boats was moored across the river, a short distance upstream, to break the force of the current, and consequently the men in the smaller boats crossed over in smooth water. Most of the horses were towed astern and swam over. Others were carried in barges, ready saddled and bridled, so as to be available for the cavalry the moment they landed. The Gauls flocked together on the bank with their customary whoops and war songs, waving their shields over their heads and brandishing their javelins. They were somewhat dismayed when they saw what was going on in front of them, The enormous number of large and small boats, the roar of the river, the confused shouts of the soldiers and boatmen, some of whom were trying to force their way against the current, whilst others on the bank were cheering their comrades who were crossing. Whilst they were watching all this movement with sinking hearts, still more alarming shouts were heard behind them. Hanno had captured their camp. Soon he appeared on the scene, and they were now confronted by danger from opposite quarters. The host of armed men landing from the boats, and the sudden attack which was being made on their rear. For a time, the Gauls endeavored to maintain the conflict in both directions, but finding themselves losing ground, they forced their way through where there seemed to be least resistance, and dispersed to their various villages. Hannibal brought over the rest of his force undisturbed, and without troubling himself any further about the Gauls, formed his camp. In the transport of the elephants, I believe different plans were adopted. At all events, the accounts of what took place vary considerably. Some say that after they had all been collected on the bank, the worst-tempered beast amongst them was teased by his driver, and when he ran away from it into the water, the elephant followed him, and drew the whole herd after it, and as they got out of their depth, they were carried by the current to the opposite bank. The more general account, however, is that they were transported on rafts, as this method would have appeared the safest beforehand, so it is most probable that it was the one adopted. They pushed out into the river a raft 200 feet long and 50 feet broad, and to prevent it from being carried downstream, one end was secured by several stout hawsers to the bank. It was covered with earth like a bridge, in order that the animals, taking it for solid ground, would not be afraid to venture on it. A second raft of the same breadth, but only 100 feet long, and capable of crossing the river, was made fast to the former. The elephants, led by the females, were driven along the fixed raft, as if along a road, until they came on to the smaller one. As soon as they were safely on this, it was cast off, and towed by light boats to the other side of the river. When the first lot were landed, others were brought over in the same way. They showed no fear whilst they were being driven along the fixed raft. Their fright began when they were being carried into mid-channel on the other raft which had been cast loose. They crowded together, those on the outside backing away from the water, and showed considerable alarm, until their very fears at the sight of the water made them quiet. Some, in their excitement, fell overboard and threw their drivers, but their mere weight kept them steady, and as they felt their way into shallow water, they succeeded in getting safely to land. Chapter 29. While the elephants were being ferried across, Hannibal sent 500 Numidian horse towards the Romans to ascertain their numbers and their intentions. This troop of horse encountered the 300 Roman cavalry, who, as I have already stated, had been sent forward from the mouth of the Rhone. It was a much more severe fight than might have been expected from the number of combatants. Not only were there many wounded, but each side lost about the same number of killed, and the Romans, who were at last completely exhausted, owed their victory to a panic among the Numidians and their consequent flight. Of the victors, as many as 160 fell, not all Romans, some were Gauls, whilst the vanquished lost more than 200. This action with which the war commenced was an omen of its final result, but though it portended the final victory of Rome, it showed that the victory would not be attained without much bloodshed and repeated defeats. The forces drew off from the field and returned to their respective commanders. Scipio found himself unable to form any definite plans beyond what were suggested to him by the movements of the enemy. Hannibal was undecided whether to resume his march to Italy, or to engage the Romans, the first army to oppose him. He was dissuaded from the latter course by the arrival of envoys from the Boii and their chief Megillus. They came to assure Hannibal of their readiness to act as guides, and take their share in the dangers of the expedition, and they gave it as their opinion that he ought to reserve all his strength for the invasion of Italy, and not fritter any of it away beforehand. The bulk of his army had not forgotten the previous war, and looked forward with dismay to meeting their old enemy. But what appalled them much more was the prospect of an endless journey over the Alps, which rumor said was, to those at all events who had never tried it, a thing to be dreaded. End of Section 3. Section 4 of the History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 21, From Saguntum to Trebia, Chapters 30 to 38. Chapter 30, From the Rhone to the Alps. When Hannibal had made up his mind to go forward and lose no time in reaching Italy, his goal, he ordered a muster of his troops, and addressed them in tones of mingled rebuke and encouragement. "I am astonished," he said, "to see how hearts that have been always dauntless have now suddenly become a prey to fear. Think of the many victorious campaigns you have gone through, and remember that you did not leave Spain before you had added to the Carthaginian Empire all the tribes in the country, washed by two widely remote seas. The Roman people made a demand for all who had taken part in the siege of Saguntum to be given up to them, and you, to avenge the insult, have crossed the Ebro to wipe out the name of Rome and bring freedom to the world. When you commenced your march from the setting to the rising sun, none of you thought it too much for you. But now, when you see that by far the greater part of the way has been accomplished, the passes of the Pyrenees, which were held by most warlike tribes, surmounted, the Rhone, that mighty stream, crossed in the face of so many thousand Gauls, and the rush of its waters checked, now that you are within sight of the Alps, on the other side of which lies Italy, you have become weary, and are arresting your march in the very gates of the enemy. What do you imagine the Alps to be, other than lofty mountains? Suppose them to be higher than the peaks of the Pyrenees. Surely no region in the world can touch the sky or be impassable to man. Even the Alps are inhabited and cultivated. Animals are bred and reared there. Their gorges and ravines can be traversed by armies. Why, even the envoys whom you see here did not cross the Alps by flying through the air, nor were their ancestors native to the soil. They came into Italy as emigrants, looking for a land to settle in, and they crossed the Alps, often in immense bodies, with their wives and children, and all their belongings. What can be inaccessible or insuperable to the soldier, who carries nothing with him but his weapons of war? What toils and perils you went through for 8 months to effect the capture of Saguntum! And now that Rome, the capital of the world, is your goal, can you deem anything so difficult or so arduous that it should prevent you from reaching it? Many years ago the Gauls captured the place which Carthaginians despair of approaching. Either you must confess yourselves inferior in courage and enterprise to a people whom you have conquered again and again, or else you must look forward to finishing your march on the ground between the Tiber and the walls of Rome. Chapter 31. After this rousing appeal, he dismissed them with orders to prepare themselves by food and rest for the march. The next day they advanced up the left bank of the Rhone towards the central districts of Gaul, not because this was the most direct route to the Alps, but because he thought that there would be less likelihood of the Romans meeting him, for he had no desire to engage them before he arrived in Italy. 4 days' marching brought him to the island. Here the Isère and the Rhone, flowing down from different points in the Alps, enclose a considerable extent of land, and then unite their channels. The district thus enclosed is called the island. The adjacent country was inhabited by the Allobroges, a tribe who even in those days were second to none in Gaul in power and reputation. At the time of Hannibal's visit, a quarrel had broken out between two brothers who were each aspiring to the sovereignty. The elder brother, whose name was Brancus, had hitherto been the chief, but was now expelled by a party of the younger men, headed by his brother, who found an appeal to violence more successful than an appeal to right. Hannibal's timely appearance on the scene led to the question being referred to him. He was to decide who was the legitimate claimant to the kingship. He pronounced in favor of the elder brother, who had the support of the Senate and the leading men. In return for this service, he received assistance in provisions and supplies of all kinds, especially of clothing, a pressing necessity in view of the notorious cold of the Alps. After settling the feud amongst the Allobroges, Hannibal resumed his march. He did not take the direct course to the Alps, but turned to the left towards the Tricastini. Then, skirting the territory of the Vocantii, he marched in the direction of the Tricorii. Nowhere did he meet with any difficulty until he arrived at the Durance. This river, which also takes its rise in the Alps, is of all the rivers of Gaul the most difficult to cross. Though carrying down a great volume of water, it does not lend itself to navigation, for it is not kept in by banks, but flows in many separate channels. As it is constantly shifting its bottom and the direction of its currents, the task of fording it is a most hazardous one, whilst the shingle and boulders carried down make the foothold insecure and treacherous. It happened to be swollen by rain at the time, and the men were thrown into much disorder whilst crossing it, whilst their fears and confused shouting added considerably to their difficulties. Chapter 32. 3 days after Hannibal had left the banks of the Rhone, Publius Cornelius Scipio arrived at the deserted camp with his army in battle order, ready to engage at once. When, however, he saw the abandoned lines and realized that it would be no easy matter to overtake his opponent after he had got such a long start, he returned to his ships. He considered that the easier and safer course would be to meet Hannibal as he came down from the Alps. Spain was the province allotted to him, and to prevent its being entirely denuded of Roman troops, he sent his brother Cneius Scipio with the greater part of his army to act against Hasdrubal, not only to keep the old allies and win new ones, but to drive Hasdrubal out of Spain. He himself sailed for Genoa with a very small force, intending to defend Italy with the army lying in the valley of the Po. The passage of the Alps. From the Durance, Hannibal's route lay mostly through open level country, and he reached the Alps without meeting with any opposition from the Gauls who inhabited the district. But the sight of the Alps revived the terrors in the minds of his men. Although rumor, which generally magnifies untried dangers, had filled them with gloomy forebodings, the nearer view proved much more fearful. The the height of the mountains now so close, the snow which was almost lost in the sky, the wretched huts perched on the rocks, the flocks and herds shriveled and stunted with the cold, the men wild and unkempt, everything animate and inanimate stiff with frost, together with other sights dreadful beyond description, all helped to increase their alarm. As the head of the column began to climb the nearest slopes, the natives appeared on the heights above. Had they concealed themselves in the ravines and then rushed down, they would have caused frightful panic and bloodshed. Hannibal called a halt and sent on some Gauls to examine the ground, and when he learnt that advance was impossible in that direction, he formed his camp in the widest part of the valley that he could find. Everywhere around the ground was broken and precipitous. The Gauls who had been sent to reconnoiter got into conversation with the natives, as there was little difference between their speech or their manners, and they brought back word to Hannibal that the pass was only occupied in the daytime. At nightfall the natives all dispersed to their homes. Accordingly, at early dawn, he began the ascent, as though determined to force the pass in broad daylight, and spent the day in movements designed to conceal his real intentions, and in fortifying the camp on the spot where they had halted. As soon as he observed that the natives had left the heights and were no longer watching his movements, he gave orders, with the view of deceiving the enemy, for a large number of fires to be lighted, larger in fact than would be required by those remaining in camp. Then, leaving the baggage with the cavalry and the greater part of the infantry in camp, he himself, with a specially selected body of troops, in light marching order, rapidly moved out of the defile, and occupied the heights which the enemy had held. Chapter 33. The following day, the rest of the army broke camp in the grey dawn, and commenced its march. The natives were beginning to assemble at their customary post of observation, when they suddenly became aware that some of the enemy were in possession of their stronghold right over their heads, whilst others were advancing on the path beneath. The double impression made on their eyes and imagination kept them for a few moments motionless, but when they saw the column falling into disorder, mainly through the horses becoming frightened, they thought that if they increased the confusion and panic, it would be sufficient to destroy it. So they charged down from rock to rock, careless as to whether there were paths or not, for they were familiar with the ground. The Carthaginians had to meet this attack at the same time that they were struggling with the difficulties of the way, and as each man was doing his best for himself to get out of the reach of danger, they were fighting more amongst themselves than against the natives. The horses did the most mischief. They were terrified at the wild shouts, which the echoing woods and valleys made all the louder, and when they happened to be struck or wounded, they created terrible havoc amongst the men and the different baggage animals. The road was flanked by sheer precipices on each side, and in the crowding together, many were pushed over the edge, and fell an immense depth. Amongst these were some of the soldiers. The heavily laden baggage animals rolled over like falling houses. Horrible as the sight was, Hannibal remained quiet and kept his men back for some time, for fear of increasing the alarm and confusion. But when he saw that the column was broken, and that the army was in danger of losing all its baggage, in which case he would have brought them safely through to no purpose, he ran down from his higher ground and at once scattered the enemy. At the same time, however, he threw his own men into still greater disorder for the moment, but it was very quickly allayed now that the passage was cleared by the flight of the natives. In a short time, the whole army had traversed the pass, not only without any further disturbance, but almost in silence. He then seized a fortified village, the head place of the district, together with some adjacent hamlets, and from the food and cattle thus secured, he provided his army with rations for 3 days. As the natives, after their first defeat, no longer impeded their march, whilst the road presented little difficulty, they made considerable progress during those 3 days. Chapter 34. They now came to another canton, which, considering that it was a mountain district, had a considerable population. Here he narrowly escaped destruction, not in fair and open fighting, but by the practices which he himself employed, falsehood and treachery. The head men from the fortified villages, men of advanced age, came as a deputation to the Carthaginian, and told him that they had been taught by the salutary example of other people's misfortunes to seek the friendship of the Carthaginians rather than to feel their strength. They were accordingly prepared to carry out his orders. He would receive provisions and guides, and hostages as a guarantee of good faith. Hannibal felt that he ought not to trust them blindly, nor to meet their offer with a flat refusal in case they should become hostile. So he replied in friendly terms, accepted the hostages whom they placed in his hands, made use of the provisions with which they supplied him on the march, but followed their guides with his army prepared for action, not at all as though he were going through a peaceable or friendly country. The elephants and cavalry were in front. He himself followed with the main body of the infantry, keeping a sharp and anxious lookout in all directions. Just as they reached a part of the pass where it narrowed and was overhung on one side by a wall of rock, the barbarians sprang up from ambush on all sides and assailed the column in front and rear at close quarters, and at a distance by rolling huge stones down on it. The heaviest attack was made in the rear, and as the infantry faced round to meet it, it became quite obvious that if the rear of the column had not been made exceptionally strong, a terrible disaster must have occurred in that pass. As it was, they were in the greatest danger, and within an ace of total destruction. For whilst Hannibal was hesitating whether to send his infantry on into the narrow part of the pass, for whilst protecting the rear of the cavalry, they had no reserves to protect their own rear, the mountaineers, making a flank charge, burst through the middle of the column and held the pass, so that Hannibal had to spend that one night without his cavalry or his baggage. Chapter 35. The next day, as the savages attacked with less vigor, the column closed up, and the pass was surmounted, not without loss, more, however, of baggage animals than of men. From that time the natives made their appearance in smaller numbers, and behaved more like banditti than regular soldiers. They attacked either front or rear, just as the ground gave them opportunity, or as the advance or halt of the column presented a chance of surprise. The elephants caused considerable delay, owing to the difficulty of getting them through narrow or precipitous places. On the other hand, they rendered that part of the column safe from attack where they were, for the natives were unaccustomed to the sight of them, and had a great dread of going too near them. 9 days from their commencing the ascent, they arrived at the highest point of the Alps, after traversing a region mostly without roads, and frequently losing their way, either through the treachery of their guides, or through their own mistakes in trying to find the way for themselves. For 2 days they remained in camp on the summit. whilst the troops enjoyed a respite from fatigue and fighting. Some of the baggage animals which had fallen amongst the rocks, and had afterwards followed the track of the column, came into camp. To add to the misfortunes of the worn-out troops, there was a heavy fall of snow. The Pleiades were near their setting, and this new experience created considerable alarm. In the early morning of the third day, the army recommenced its heavy march over ground everywhere deep in snow. Hannibal saw in all faces an expression of listlessness and despondency. He rode on in front to a height from which there was a wide and extensive view, and halting his men, he pointed out to them the land of Italy, and the rich valley of the Po lying at the foot of the Alps. "You are now," he said, "crossing the barriers not only of Italy but of Rome itself. Henceforth all will be smooth and easy for you. In one, or at the most 2 battles, you will be masters of the capital and stronghold of Italy." Then the army resumed its advance, with no annoyance from the enemy beyond occasional attempts at plunder. The remainder of the march, however, was attended with much greater difficulty than they had experienced in the ascent, for the distance to the plains on the Italian side is shorter, and therefore the descent is necessarily steeper. Almost the whole of the way was precipitous, narrow, and slippery, so that they were unable to keep their footing, and if they slipped, they could not recover themselves. They kept falling over each other, and the baggage animals rolled over on their drivers. Chapter 36. At length they came to a much narrower pass, which descended over such sheer cliffs that a light-armed soldier could hardly get down it, even by hanging on to projecting roots and branches. The place had always been precipitous, and a landslip had recently carried away the road for 1,000 feet. The cavalry came to a halt here, as though they had arrived at their journey's end, and whilst Hannibal was wondering what could be causing the delay, he was informed that there was no passage. Then he went forward to examine the place, and saw that there was nothing for it but to lead the army by a long circuitous route over pathless and untrodden snow. But this too soon proved to be impracticable. The old snow had been covered to a moderate depth by a fresh fall, and the first comers planted their feet firmly on the new snow. But when it had become melted under the tread of so many men and beasts, there was nothing to walk on but ice covered with slush. Their progress now became one incessant and miserable struggle. The smooth ice allowed no foothold, and as they were going down a steep incline, they were still less able to keep on their legs, whilst, once down, they tried in vain to rise, as their hands and knees were continually slipping. There were no stumps or roots about for them to get hold of and support themselves by, so they rolled about helplessly on the glassy ice and slushy snow. The baggage animals, as they toiled along, cut through occasionally into the lowest layer of snow, and when they stumbled, they struck out their hooves in their struggles to recover themselves, and broke through into the hard and congealed ice below, where most of them stuck as though caught in a gin. Chapter 37. At last, when men and beasts alike were worn out by their fruitless exertions, a camp was formed on the summit, after the place had been cleared with immense difficulty, owing to the quantity of snow that had to be removed. The next thing was to level the rock, through which alone a road was practicable. The soldiers were told off to cut through it. They built up against it an enormous pile of tall trees, which they had felled and lopped, and when the wind was strong enough to blow up the fire, they set light to the pile. When the rock was red hot, they poured vinegar upon it to disintegrate it. After thus treating it by fire, they opened a way through it with their tools, and eased the steep slope by winding tracks of moderate gradient, so that not only the baggage animals, but even the elephants could be led down. 4 days were spent over the rock, and the animals were almost starved to death, for the heights are mostly bare of vegetation, and what herbage there is buried beneath the snow. In the lower levels there were sunny valleys and streams flowing through woods, and spots more deserving of human inhabitants. Here the beasts were turned loose to graze, and the troops, worn out with their engineering, were allowed to rest. In 3 days more they reached the open plains, and found a pleasanter country and pleasanter people living in it. Chapter 38. Such, in the main, was the way in which they reached Italy, 5 months, according to some authorities, after leaving New Carthage, 15 days of which were spent in overcoming the difficulties of the Alps. The authorities are hopelessly at variance as to the number of the troops with which Hannibal entered Italy. The highest estimate assigns him 100,000 infantry and 20,000 cavalry. The lowest puts his strength at 20,000 infantry and 6,000 cavalry. Lucius Cincius Alimentus tells us that he was taken prisoner by Hannibal, and I should be most inclined to accept his authority if he had not confused the numbers by adding in the Gauls and Ligurians. If these are included, there were 80,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry. It is, however, more probable that these joined Hannibal in Italy, and some authorities actually assert this. Cincius also states that he had heard Hannibal say that subsequently to his passage of the Rhone he lost 36,000 men, besides an immense number of horses and other animals. Hannibal in Italy. The first people he came to were the Taurini, a semi-Gallic tribe. As tradition is unanimous on this point, I am the more surprised that a question should be raised as to what route Hannibal took over the Alps, and that it should be generally supposed that he crossed over the Pannonian range, which is said to have derived its name from that circumstance. Coelius asserts that he crossed by the Cremonian range. These 2 passes, however, would not have brought him to the Taurini, but through the Salassi, a mountain tribe, to the Libuan Gauls. It is highly improbable that those routes to Gaul were available at that time, and in any case the Pannonian route would have been closed by the semi-German tribes who inhabited the district. And it is perfectly certain, if we accept their authority, that the Sidoni and Verigri, who inhabit that range, say that the name of Pannonian was not given to it from any passage of the Carthaginians over it, but from the deity Pannoninus, whose shrine stands on the highest point of the range. End of section 4. Section 5 of The History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 21, From Saguntum to the Trebia, Chapters 39 to 47. Chapter 39. It was a very fortunate circumstance for Hannibal at the outset of his campaign that the Taurini, the first people he came to, were at war with the Insubres. But he was unable to bring his army into the field to assist either side, for it was whilst they were recovering from the ills and misfortunes which had gathered upon them that they felt them most. Rest and idleness instead of toil, plenty following upon starvation, cleanliness and comfort after squalor and emaciation, affected their filthy and well-nigh bestialized bodies in various ways. It was this state of things which induced Publius Cornelius Scipio, the consul, after he had arrived with his ships at Pisa, and taken over from Manlius and Attilius an army of raw levies disheartened by their recent humiliating defeats, to push on with all speed to the Po, that he might engage the enemy before he had recovered his strength. But when he reached Placentia, Hannibal had already left his encampment, and taken by storm one of the cities of the Taurini, their capital in fact, because they would not voluntarily maintain friendly relations with him. He would have secured the adhesion of the Gauls in the valley of the Po, not by fear, but by their own choice, if the sudden arrival of the consul had not taken them by surprise, whilst they were waiting for a favorable moment to revolt. Just at the time of Scipio's arrival, Hannibal moved out of the country of the Taurini, for, seeing how undecided the Gauls were as to whose side they should take, he thought that if he were on the spot they would follow him. The skirmish at the Ticinus. The two armies were now almost within sight of one another, and the commanders who were confronting each other, though not sufficiently acquainted with each other's military skill, were even then imbued with mutual respect and admiration. Even before the fall of Saguntum, the name of Hannibal was on all men's lips in Rome, and in Scipio Hannibal recognized a great leader, seeing that he had been chosen beyond all others to oppose him. This mutual esteem was enhanced by their recent achievements. Scipio, after Hannibal had left him in Gaul, was in time to meet him on his descent from the Alps. Hannibal had not only dared to attempt, but had actually accomplished the passage of the Alps. Scipio, however, made the first move by crossing the Po and shifting his camp to the Ticinus. Before leading his men into battle, he addressed them in a speech full of encouragement, in the following terms. Chapter 40. If, soldiers, I were leading into battle the army which I had with me in Gaul, there would have been no need for me to address you. For what encouragement would those cavalry need, who had won such a brilliant victory over the enemy's cavalry at the Rhone, or those legions of infantry with whom I pursued this same enemy, who by his running away and shirking an engagement acknowledged that I was his conqueror? That army, raised for service in Spain, is campaigning under my brother, Gnaeus Scipio, who is acting as my deputy in the country which the Senate and people of Rome have assigned to it. In order, therefore, that you might have a consul to lead you against Hannibal and the Carthaginians, I have volunteered to command in this battle, and as I am new to you, and you to me, I must say a few words to you. Now, as to the character of the enemy and the kind of warfare which awaits you. You have to fight, soldiers, with the men whom you defeated in the former war by land and sea, from whom you have exacted a war indemnity for the last 20 years, and from whom you wrested Sicily and Sardinia as the prizes of war. You therefore will go into this battle with the exultation of victors, they with the despondency of the vanquished. They are not going to fight now because they are impelled by courage, but through sheer necessity. Unless indeed you suppose that, after shirking a contest when their army was at its full strength, they have gained more confidence now that they have lost 2/3 of their infantry and cavalry in their passage over the Alps. now that those who survive are fewer than those who have perished. Yes, it may be said they are few in number, but they are strong in courage and physique, and possess a power of endurance and vigor in attack which very few can withstand. No, they are only semblances, or rather ghosts of men, worn out with starvation, cold, filth, and squalor, bruised and enfeebled amongst the rocks and precipices. And what is more, their limbs are frost-bitten, their thews and sinews cramped with cold, their frames shrunk and shriveled with frost, their weapons battered and shivered, their horses lame and out of condition. This is the cavalry, this the infantry, with whom you are going to fight. You will not have an enemy, but only the last vestiges of an enemy to meet. My only fear is that when you have fought, it will appear to be the Alps that have conquered Hannibal. But perhaps it was right that it should be so, and that the gods, without any human aid, should begin and all but finish this war with a people and their general who have broken treaties, and that to us, who next to the gods have been sinned against, it should be left to complete what they began. Chapter 41. I am not afraid of anyone thinking that I am saying this in a spirit of bravado, for the sake of putting you in good heart, whilst my real feelings and convictions are far otherwise. I was at perfect liberty to go with my army to Spain, for which country I had actually started, and which was my assigned province. There I should have had my brother to share my plans and dangers. I should have had Hasdrubal rather than Hannibal as my foe, and undoubtedly a less serious war on my hands. But as I was sailing along the coast of Gaul, I heard tidings of this enemy, and at once landed, and after sending on cavalry in advance, moved up to the Rhone. A cavalry action was fought. That was the only arm I had the opportunity of employing, and I defeated the enemy. His infantry were hurrying away like an army in flight, and as I could not come up with them overland, I returned to my ships with all possible speed, and after making a wide circuit by sea and land, have met this dreaded foe almost at the foot of the Alps. Does it seem to you that I have unexpectedly fallen in with him whilst I was anxious to decline a contest, and not rather that I am meeting him actually on his track, and challenging and dragging him into action? I shall be glad to learn whether the earth has suddenly within the last 20 years produced a different breed of Carthaginians, or whether they are the same as those who fought at the Agates, and whom you allowed to depart from Eryx on payment of 18 denarii a head, and whether this Hannibal is, as he gives out, the rival of Hercules in his journeys, or whether he has been left by his father to pay tax and tribute, and to be the slave of the Roman people. If his crime at Saguntum were not driving him on, he would surely have some regard, if not for his conquered country, at all events for his house and his father, and the treaties signed by that Hamilcar, who, at the order of our consul, withdrew his garrison from Eryx, who, with sighs and groans, accepted the hard conditions imposed on the conquered Carthaginians, and who agreed to evacuate Sicily and pay a war indemnity to Rome. And so I would have you, soldiers, fight not merely in the spirit which you are wont to show against other foes, but with feelings of indignant anger, as though you saw your own slaves bearing arms against you. When they were shut up in Eryx, we might have inflicted the most terrible of human punishments, and starved them to death. We might have taken our victorious fleet across to Africa, and in a few days destroyed Carthage without a battle. We granted pardon to their prayers. We allowed them to escape from the blockade. We agreed to terms of peace with those whom we had conquered. And afterwards, when they were in dire straits through the African war, we took them under our protection. To requite us for these acts of kindness, they are following the lead of a young madman, and coming to attack our fatherland. I only wish this struggle were for honor alone, and not for safety. It is not about the possession of Sicily and Sardinia, the old subjects of dispute, but for Italy that you have to fight. There is no second army at our back to oppose the enemy if we fail to win. There are no more Alps to delay his advance, while a fresh army can be raised for defense. Here it is, soldiers, that we have to resist, just as though we were fighting before the walls of Rome. Every one of you must remember that he is using his arms to protect not himself only, but also his wife and little children. Nor must his anxiety be confined to his home. He must realize, too, that the Senate and people of Rome are watching our exploits today. What our strength and courage are now here, such will be the fortune of our city yonder, and of the empire of Rome. Chapter 42. Such was the language which the consul used towards the Romans. Hannibal thought that the courage of his men ought to be roused by deeds first, rather than by words. After forming his army into a circle to view the spectacle, he placed in the center some Alpine prisoners in chains, and when some Gaulish arms had been thrown down at their feet, he ordered an interpreter to ask if any one of them was willing to fight, if he were freed from his chains, and received arms and a horse as the reward of victory. All to a man demanded arms and battle, and when the lot was cast to decide who should fight, each wished that he might be the one whom fortune should select for the combat. As each man's lot fell, he hastily seized his arms full of eagerness and exultant delight, amidst the congratulations of his comrades, and danced after the custom of his country. But when they began to fight, such was the state of feeling, not only amongst the men who had accepted this condition, but amongst the spectators generally, that the good fortune of those who died bravely was lauded quite as much as that of those who were victorious. Chapter 43. After his men had been impressed by watching several pairs of combatants, Hannibal dismissed them, and afterwards summoned them round him, when he is reported to have made the following speech. Soldiers, you have seen in the fate of others an example how to conquer or to die. If the feelings with which you watch them lead you to form a similar estimate of your own fortunes, we are victors. That was no idle spectacle, but a picture, as it were, of your own condition. Fortune, I am inclined to think, has bound you in heavier chains, and imposed upon you a sterner necessity than on your captives. You are shut in on the right hand and on the left by 2 seas, and you have not a single ship in which to make your escape. Around you flows the Po, a greater river than the Rhone, and a more rapid one. The barrier of the Alps frowns upon you behind, those Alps which you could hardly cross when your strength and vigor were unimpaired. Here, soldiers, on this spot where you have for the first time encountered the enemy, you must either conquer or die. The same fortune which has imposed upon you the necessity of fighting also holds out rewards of victory, rewards as great as any which men are wont to solicit from the immortal gods. Even if we were only going to recover Sicily and Sardinia, possessions which were wrested from our fathers, They would be prizes ample enough to satisfy us. Everything that the Romans now possess, which they have won through so many triumphs, all that they have amassed will become yours, together with those who own it. Come, then, seize your arms, and with the help of heaven win this splendid reward. You have spent time enough in hunting cattle on the barren mountains of Lusitania and Celtiberia, and finding no recompense for all your toils and dangers. Now the hour has come for you to enter upon rich and lucrative campaigns, and to earn rewards which are worth the earning, after your long march over all those mountains and rivers, and through all those nations in arms. Here fortune has vouchsafed an end to your toils. Here she will vouchsafe a reward worthy of all your past services. Do not think, because the war, being against Rome, bears a great name, that therefore victory will be correspondingly difficult. Many a despised enemy has fought a long and costly fight. Nations and kings of high renown have been beaten with a very slight effort. For setting aside the glory which surrounds the name of Rome, what point is there in which they can be compared to you? To say nothing of your 20 years' campaigning, carried on with all your courage, all your good fortune, from the pillars of Hercules, from the shores of the ocean, from the furthest corners of the earth, through the midst of all the most warlike peoples of Spain and Gaul, you have arrived here as victors. The army with which you will fight is made up of raw levies who were beaten, conquered, and hemmed in by the Gauls this very summer, who are strangers to their general, and he a stranger to them. I, reared as I was, almost born, in the headquarters tent of my father, a most distinguished general, I who have subjugated Spain and Gaul, who have conquered not only the Alpine tribes, but what is a much greater task, the Alps themselves. Am I to compare myself with this 6 months' general, who has deserted his own army, who, if anyone were to point out to him the Romans and the Carthaginians after their standards were removed, would, I am quite certain, not know which army he was in command of as consul? I do not count it a small matter, soldiers, that there is not a man amongst you before whose eyes I have not done many a soldierly deed, or to whom I, who have witnessed and attested his courage, could not recount his own gallant exploits, and the time and place where they were performed. I was your pupil before I was your commander, and I shall go into battle surrounded by men whom I have commended and rewarded thousands of times against those who know nothing of each other, who are mutual strangers. Chapter 44. Whenever I turn my eyes, I see nothing but courage and strength, a veteran infantry, a cavalry, regular and irregular alike, drawn from the noblest tribes. You, our most faithful and brave allies, you Carthaginians, who are going to fight for your country, inspired by a most righteous indignation. We are taking the aggressive, we are descending in hostile array into Italy, prepared to fight more bravely and more fearlessly than our foe, because he who attacks is animated by stronger hopes and greater courage than he who meets the attack. Besides, we are smarting from a sense of injustice and humiliation. First they demanded me, your general, as their victim. Then they insisted that all of you who had taken part in the siege of Saguntum should be surrendered. Had you been given up, they would have inflicted upon you the most exquisite tortures. That outrageously cruel and tyrannical nation claims everything for itself, makes everything dependent on its will and pleasure. They think it right to dictate with whom we are to make war or peace. They confine and enclose us within mountains and rivers and boundaries, but they do not observe the limits which they themselves have fixed. Do not cross the Ebro. See that you have nothing to do with the Saguntines. But Saguntum is not on the Ebro. You must not move a step anywhere. Is it a small matter, your taking from me my oldest provinces, Sicily and Sardinia? Will you cross over into Spain as well? And if I withdraw from there, will you cross over into Africa? Do I say, will cross over? You have crossed over. They have sent the 2 consuls for this year, one to Africa, the other to Spain. There is nothing left to us anywhere except what we claim by force of arms. Those may be allowed to be cowards and dastards who have something to fall back upon, whom their own land, their own territory will receive as they flee through its safe and peaceful roads. You must of necessity be brave men. Every alternative between victory and death has been broken off by the resolve of despair, and you are compelled either to conquer, or, if fortune wavers, to meet death in battle rather than in flight. If you have all made up your minds to this, I say again, you are victors. No keener weapon has been put into men's hands by the immortal gods than a contempt for death. Chapter 45. After the fighting spirit of both armies had been roused by these harangues, the Romans threw a bridge over the Ticinus and constructed a blockhouse for its defense. Whilst they were thus occupied, the Carthaginian sent Hannibal with a troop of 500 Numidian horse to ravage the lands of the allies of Rome, but with orders to spare those of the Gauls as far as possible, and to win over their chiefs to his side. When the bridge was completed, the Roman army crossed over in the territory of the Insubrae, and took up a position 5 miles from Ictumuli, where Hannibal had his camp. As soon as he saw that a battle was imminent, he hastily recalled Hannibal and his troopers. Feeling that he could never say enough by way of admonition and encouragement to his soldiers, he ordered an assembly, and before the whole army offered definite rewards in the hope of which they were to fight. He said that he would give them land wherever they wished, in Italy, Africa, or Spain, which would be free from all taxation for the recipient and for his children. If any preferred money to land, he would satisfy his desires. If any of the allies wished to become Carthaginian citizens, he would give them the opportunity. If any preferred to return to their homes, he would take care that their circumstances should be such that they would never wish to exchange them with any of their countrymen. He even promised freedom to the slaves who followed their masters, and to the masters, for every slave freed, 2 more as compensation. To convince them of his determination to carry out these promises, he held a lamb with his left hand and a flint knife in his right, and prayed to Jupiter and the other gods that if he broke his word and forswore himself, they would slay him as he had slain the lamb. He then crushed the animal's head with the flint. They all felt then that the gods themselves would guarantee the fulfillment of their hopes, and looked upon the delay in bringing on an action as delay in gaining their desires. With one mind and one voice, they clamored to be led into battle. Chapter 46. The Romans were far from showing this alacrity. Amongst other causes of alarm, they had been unnerved by some portents which had happened lately. A wolf had entered the camp, and after worrying all it met, had got away unhurt. A swarm of bees, too, had settled on a tree which overhung the headquarters tent. After the necessary propitiation had been made, Scipio moved out with a force of cavalry and light-armed javelin men towards the enemy's camp, to get a nearer view, and to ascertain the number and nature of his force. He fell in with Hannibal, who was also advancing with his cavalry to explore the neighborhood. Neither body at first saw the other. The first indication of a hostile approach was given by the unusually dense cloud of dust which was raised by the tramp of so many men and horses. Each party halted and made ready for battle. Scipio placed the javelin men and the Gaulish cavalry in the front, the Roman horse and the heavy cavalry of the allies as reserves. Hannibal formed his center with his regular cavalry, and posted the Numidians on the flanks. Scarcely had the battle shout been raised before the javelin men retired to the second line amongst the reserves. For some time the cavalry kept up an equal fight, but as the foot soldiers became mixed up with the mounted men, they made their horses unmanageable. Many were thrown or else dismounted where they saw their comrades in difficulty, until the battle was mainly fought on foot. Then the Numidians on the flanks wheeled round and appeared on the rear of the Romans, creating dismay and panic amongst them. To make matters worse, the consul was wounded and in danger. He was rescued by the intervention of his son, who was just approaching manhood. This was the youth who afterwards won the glory of bringing this war to a close, and gained the sobriquet of Africanus for his splendid victory over Hannibal and the Carthaginians. The javelin men were the first to be attacked by the Numidians, and they fled in disorder. The rest of the force, the cavalry, closed round the consul, shielding him as much by their persons as by their arms, and returned to camp in orderly retirement. Salius assigns the honor of saving the consul to a Ligurian slave, but I would rather believe that it was his son. The majority of authors assert this, and the tradition is generally accepted. Chapter 47. This was the first battle with Hannibal, and the result made it quite clear that the Carthaginian was superior in his cavalry, and consequently that the open plains which stretch from the Po to the Alps were not a suitable battlefield for the Romans. The next night, accordingly, the soldiers were ordered to collect their baggage in silence. The army moved away from the Ticinus and marched rapidly to the Po, which they crossed by the pontoon bridge, which was still intact, in perfect order and without any molestation by the enemy. They reached Placentia before Hannibal knew for certain that they had left the Ticinus. However, he succeeded in capturing some 600 who were loitering on his side of the Po, and were slowly unfastening the end of the bridge. He was unable to use the bridge for crossing, as the ends had been unfastened, and the hull was floating downstream. According to Salius, Mago with the cavalry and Spanish infantry at once swam across, whilst Hannibal himself took his army across higher up the river, where it was fordable, the elephants being stationed in a row from bank to bank to break the force of the current. Those who know the river will hardly believe this, for it is highly improbable that the cavalry could have stood against so violent a river without damage to their horses and arms. Even supposing that the Spaniards had been carried across by their inflated skins, and it would have required a march of many days to find a ford in the Po where an army loaded with baggage could be taken across. I attach greater weight to those authorities who state that it took them at least 2 days to find a spot where they could throw a bridge over the river, and that it was there that Mago's cavalry and the Spanish light infantry crossed. Whilst Hannibal was waiting near the river to give audience to deputations from the Gauls, he sent his heavy infantry across, and during this interval Mago and his cavalry advanced a day's march from the river, in the direction of the enemy at Placentia. A few days later Hannibal entrenched himself in a position 6 miles from Placentia, and the next day he drew out his army in battle order, in full view of the enemy, and gave him the opportunity of fighting. End of section 5. Section 6 of the History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 21, From Saguntum to the Trebia, Chapters 48 to 56. Chapter 48. The Romans withdraw to the Trebia. The following night, a murderous outbreak took place amongst the Gaulish auxiliaries in the Roman camp. There was, however, more excitement and confusion than actual loss of life. About 2,000 infantry and 200 horsemen massacred the sentinels and deserted to Hannibal. The Carthaginian gave them a kind reception and sent them to their homes with the promise of great rewards if they would enlist the sympathies of their countrymen on his behalf. Scipio saw in this outrage a signal of revolt for all the Gauls, who, infected by the madness of this crime, would at once fly to arms, and though still suffering severely from his wound, he left his position in the 4th watch of the following night, his army marching in perfect silence, and shifted his camp close to the Trebia on to higher ground, where the hills were impracticable for cavalry. He was less successful in escaping the notice of the enemy than he had been at the Ticinus. Hannibal sent first the Numidians, then afterwards the whole of his cavalry in pursuit, and would have inflicted disaster upon the rear of the column at all events, had not the Numidians been tempted by their desire for plunder to turn aside to the deserted Roman camp. Whilst they were wasting their time in prying into every corner of the camp, without finding anything worth waiting for, the enemy slipped out of their hands, and when they caught sight of the Romans, they had already crossed the Trebia, and were measuring out the site for their camp. A few stragglers whom they caught on their side of the river were killed. Unable any longer to endure the irritation of his wound, which had been aggravated during the march, and also thinking that he ought to wait for his colleague, he had already heard that he had been recalled from Sicily, Scipio selected what seemed the safest position near the river, and formed a standing camp, which was strongly entrenched. Hannibal had encamped not far from there, and in spite of his elation at his successful cavalry action, he felt considerable anxiety at the shortness of supplies, which, owing to his marching through hostile territory, where no stores were provided, became more serious day by day. He sent a detachment to the town of Clastidium, where the Romans had accumulated large quantities of corn. Whilst they were preparing to attack the place, they were led to hope that it would be betrayed to them. Dacius, a Brundisian, was commandant of the garrison, and he was induced by a moderate bribe of 400 gold pieces to betray Clastidium to Hannibal. The place was the granary of the Carthaginians while they were at the Trebia. No cruelty was practiced on the garrison, as Hannibal was anxious to win a reputation for clemency at the outset. Chapter 49. Operations in Sicily. The war on the Trebia had for the time being come to a standstill, but military and naval actions were taking place around Sicily and the islands fringing Italy, both under the conduct of Sempronius, and also before his arrival. 20 quinqueremes with 1,000 soldiers on board had been dispatched by the Carthaginians to Italy, 9 of them to Lipare, 8 to the island of Vulcanus, and 3 had been carried by the currents into the Straits of Messana. These were sighted from Messana, and Hiero, the king of Syracuse, who happened to be there at the time waiting for the consul, dispatched 12 ships against them, and they were taken without any opposition and brought into the harbor of Messana. It was ascertained from the prisoners that besides the fleet of 20 ships to which they belonged, which had sailed for Italy, 35 quinqueremes were also on the way to Sicily with the object of stirring up the old allies of Carthage. Their main anxiety was to secure Lilybaeum, and the prisoners were of opinion that the storm which had separated them from the rest had also driven that fleet up to the Aegates. The king communicated this information just as he had received it to Marcus Aemilius, the praetor, whose province Sicily was, and advised him to throw a strong garrison into Lilybaeum. The praetor at once sent envoys and military tribunes to the neighboring states to urge them to take measures for self-defense. Lilybaeum especially was engrossed in preparations for war. Orders were issued for the seamen to carry 10 days' rations on board, that there might be no delay in setting sail when the signal was given. And men were dispatched along the coast to look out for the approach of the hostile fleet. So it came to pass that although the Carthaginians had purposely lessened the speed of their vessels so that they might approach Lilybaeum before daylight, they were descried in the offing owing to there being a moon all night, and also because they were coming with their sails set. Instantly the signal was given by the lookout men. In the town there was the cry, "To arms!" and the ships were manned. Some of the soldiers were on the walls and guarding the gates, others were on board the ships. As the Carthaginians saw that they would have to deal with people who were anything but unprepared, they stood out from the harbor till daylight, and spent the time in lowering their masts and preparing for action. When it grew light, they put out to sea, that they might have sufficient room for fighting, and that the enemy's ships might be free to issue from the harbor. The Romans did not decline battle, encouraged as they were by the recollection of their former conflicts in this very place, and full of confidence in the numbers and courage of their men. Chapter 50. When they had sailed out to sea, the Romans were eager to come to close quarters and make a hand-to-hand fight of it. The Carthaginians, on the other hand, sought to avoid this, and to succeed by maneuvering and not by direct attack. They preferred to make it a battle of ships rather than of soldiers, for their fleet was amply provided with seamen, but only scantily manned by soldiers. And whenever a ship was laid alongside one of the enemies, they were very unequally matched in fighting men. When this became generally known, the spirits of the Romans rose, as they realized how many of their military were on board, whilst the Carthaginians lost heart when they remembered how few they had. 7 of their ships were captured in a very short time. The rest took to flight. In the 7 ships there were 1,700 soldiers and sailors, amongst them 3 members of the Carthaginian nobility. The Roman fleet returned undamaged into port, with the exception of one which had been rammed, but even that was brought in. Immediately after this battle, Tiberius Sempronius, the consul, arrived at Messana before those in the town had heard of it. King Hiero went to meet him at the entrance of the straits, with his fleet fully equipped and manned, and went on board the consul's vessel to congratulate him on having safely arrived with his fleet and his army, and to wish him a prosperous and successful passage to Sicily. He then described the condition of the island and the movements of the Carthaginians, and promised to assist the Romans now in his old age with the same readiness which he had shown as a young man in the former war. He should supply the seamen and soldiers with corn and clothing gratis. He also told the consul that Lilybaeum and the cities on the coast were in great danger. Some were anxious to effect a revolution. The consul saw that there must be no delay in his sailing for Lilybaeum. He started at once, and the king accompanied him with his fleet. Chapter 51. At Lilybaeum, Hiero and his fleet bade him farewell, and the consul, after leaving the praetor to see to the defense of the coast of Sicily, crossed over to Malta, which was held by the Carthaginians. Hamilcar, the son of Gisco, who was in command of the garrison, surrendered the island and his men, a little under 2,000 in number. A few days later he returned to Lilybaeum, and the prisoners, with the exception of the 3 nobles, were sold by auction. After satisfying himself as to the security of that part of Sicily, the consul sailed to the Insulae Vulcani, as he heard that the Carthaginian fleet was anchored there. No enemy, however, was found in the neighborhood, for they had left for Italy to ravage the coastal districts, and after laying waste the territory of Vibo, they were threatening the city. Whilst he was returning to Sicily, the news of these depredations reached the consul, and at the same time a dispatch was handed to him from the Senate, informing him of Hannibal's presence in Italy, and ordering him to come to his colleague's assistance as soon as possible. With all these causes for anxiety weighing upon him, the consul at once embarked his army, and dispatched it up the Adriatic to Ariminum. He furnished Sextus Pomponius, his legate, with 25 ships of war, and entrusted to him the protection of the Italian coast and the territory of Vibo, and made up the fleet of Marcus Aemilius the praetor to 50 vessels. After making these arrangements for Sicily, he started for Italy with 10 ships, and cruising along the coast reached Ariminum. From there he marched to the Trebia, and effected a junction with his colleague. Chapter 52. The Battle of the Trebia. The fact that both consuls and all the available strength that Rome possessed were now brought up to oppose Hannibal was a pretty clear proof that either that force was adequate for the defense of Rome, or that all hope of its defense must be abandoned. Nevertheless, one consul, depressed after his cavalry defeat, and also by his wound, would rather that battle should be deferred. The other, whose courage had suffered no check, and was therefore all the more eager to fight, was impatient of any delay. The country between the Trebia and the Po was inhabited by Gauls, who in this struggle between 2 mighty peoples showed impartial goodwill to either side, with the view, undoubtedly, of winning the victor's gratitude. The Romans were quite satisfied with this neutrality, if only it was maintained and the Gauls kept quiet. But Hannibal was extremely indignant, as he was constantly giving out that he had been invited by the Gauls to win their freedom. Feelings of resentment, and at the same time a desire to enrich his soldiers with plunder, prompted him to send 2,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry, made up of Gauls and Numidians, mostly the latter, with orders to ravage the whole country, district after district, right up to the banks of the Po. Though the Gauls had hitherto maintained an impartial attitude, they were compelled in their need of help to turn from those who had inflicted these outrages to those who they hoped would avenge them. They sent envoys to the consuls to beg the Romans to come to the rescue of a land which was suffering because its people had been too loyal to Rome. Cornelius Scipio did not consider that either the grounds alleged or the circumstances justified his taking action. He regarded that nation with suspicion on account of their many acts of treachery, and even if their past faithlessness could have been forgotten through lapse of time, he could not forget the recent treachery of the Boii. Sempronius, on the other hand, was of opinion that the most effective means of preserving the fidelity of their allies was to defend those who first asked for their help. As his colleagues still hesitated, he sent his own cavalry, supported by about 1,000 javelin men, to protect the territory of the Gauls on the other side of the Trebia. They attacked the enemy suddenly whilst they were scattered and in disorder, most of them loaded with plunder, and after creating a great panic amongst them, and inflicting severe losses upon them, they drove them in flight to their camp. The fugitives were driven back by their comrades, who poured in great numbers out of the camp, and thus reinforced, they renewed the fighting. The battle wavered as each side retired or pursued, and up to the last the action was undecided. The enemy lost more men. The Romans claimed the victory. Chapter 53. To no one in the whole army did the victory appear more important or more decisive than to the consul himself. What gave him especial pleasure was that he had proved superior in that arm in which his colleague had been worsted. He saw that the spirits of his men were restored, and that there was no one but his colleague who wished to delay battle. He believed that Scipio was more sick in mind than in body, and that the thought of his wound made him shrink from the dangers of the battlefield. But we must not be infected by a sick man's lethargy. What will be gained by further delay, or rather by wasting time? Whom are we expecting as our third consul? What fresh army are we looking for? The camp of the Carthaginians is in Italy, almost in sight of the city. They are not aiming at Sicily and Sardinia, which they lost after their defeats, nor the Spain which lies on this side the Ebro. Their sole object is to drive the Romans away from their ancestral soil, from the land on which they were born. What groans our fathers would utter, accustomed as they were to warring round the walls of Carthage, if they could see us, their descendants, with 2 consuls and 2 consular armies, cowering in our camp in the very heart of Italy, whilst the Carthaginian is annexing to his empire all between the Alps and the Apennines. This was the way he spoke when sitting by his incapacitated colleague. This the language he used before his soldiers, as though he were haranguing the assembly. He was urged on, too, by the near approach of the time for the elections, and the fear that the war, if delayed, might pass into the hands of the new consuls, as well as by the chance he had of monopolizing all the glory of it, while his colleague was on the sick list. In spite, therefore, of the opposition of Cornelius, he ordered the soldiers to get ready for the coming battle. Hannibal saw clearly what was the best course for the enemy to adopt, and had very little hope that the consuls would do anything rash or ill-advised. When, however, he found that what he had previously learnt by hearsay was actually the case, namely, that one of the consuls was a man of impetuous and headstrong character, and that he had become still more so since the recent cavalry action, he had very little doubt in his own mind that he would have a favorable opportunity of giving battle. He was anxious not to lose a moment, in order that he might fight whilst the hostile army was still raw, and the better of the two generals was incapacitated by his wound, and also whilst the Gauls were still in a warlike mood, for he knew that most of them would follow him with less alacrity the further they were dragged from their homes. These and similar considerations led him to hope that a battle was imminent, and made him desirous of forcing an engagement if there was any holding back on the other side. He sent out some Gauls to reconnoiter. As Gauls were serving in both armies, they could be most safely trusted to find out what he wanted, and when they reported that the Romans had prepared for battle, the Carthaginian began to look out for ground which would admit of an ambuscade. Chapter 54. Between the two armies there was a stream with very high banks, which were overgrown with marshy grass and the brambles and brushwood, which are generally found on waste ground. After riding round the place, and satisfying himself from personal observation that it was capable of concealing even cavalry, Hannibal, turning to his brother Mago, said, "This will be the place for you to occupy. Pick out of our whole force of cavalry and infantry 100 men from each arm, and bring them to me at the first watch. Now it is time for food and rest." He then dismissed his staff. Presently Mago appeared with his 200 picked men. "I see here," said Hannibal, "the very flower of my army. But you must be strong in numbers as well as in courage. Each of you, therefore, go and choose 9 others like himself from the squadrons and the maniples. Mago will show you the place where you are to lie in ambuscade. You have an enemy who are blindly ignorant of these practices in war." After sending Mago with his 1,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry to take up his position, Hannibal gave orders for the Numidian cavalry to cross the Trebia in the early dawn, and ride up to the gates of the Roman camp. Then they were to discharge their missiles on the outposts, and so goad the enemy on to battle. When the fighting had once started, they were gradually to give ground and draw their pursuers to their own side of the river. These were the instructions to the Numidians. The other commanders, both infantry and cavalry, were ordered to see that all their men had breakfast, after which they were to wait for the signal, the men fully armed, the horses saddled and ready. Eager for battle, and having already made up his mind to fight, Sempronius led out the whole of his cavalry to meet the Numidian attack, for it was in his cavalry that he placed most confidence. These were followed by 6,000 infantry, and at last the whole of his force marched on to the field. It happened to be the season of winter. A snowstorm was raging, and the district, situated between the Alps and the Apennines, was rendered especially cold by the vicinity of rivers and marshes. To make matters worse, men and horses alike had been hurriedly sent forward without any food, without any protection against the cold, so they had no heat in them, and the chilling blasts from the river made the cold still more severe as they approached it in their pursuit of the Numidians. But when they entered the water which had been swollen by the night's rain, and was then breast high, their limbs became stiff with cold, and when they emerged on the other side, they had hardly strength to hold their weapons. They began to grow faint from fatigue, and as the day wore on, from hunger. Chapter 55. Hannibal's men, meanwhile, had made fires in front of their tents. Oil had been distributed amongst the maniples for them to make their joints and limbs supple, and they had time for an ample repast. When it was announced that the enemy had crossed the river, they took their arms, feeling alert and active in mind and body, and marched to battle. The Balearic and light-armed infantry were posted in front of the standards. They numbered about 8,000. Behind them, the heavy-armed infantry, the mainstay and backbone of the army. On the flanks, Hannibal distributed the cavalry, and outside them again the elephants. When the consul saw his cavalry, who had lost their order in the pursuit, suddenly meeting with an unsuspected resistance from the Numidians, he recalled them by signal and received them within his infantry. There were 18,000 Romans, 20,000 Latin allies, and an auxiliary force of Cenomani, the only Gallic tribe which had remained faithful. These were the forces engaged. The Balearics and light infantry opened the battle, but on being met by the heavier legions, they were rapidly withdrawn to the wings, an evolution which at once threw the Roman horse into difficulties, for the 4,000 weary troopers had been unable to offer an effective resistance to 10,000 who were fresh and vigorous. And now, in addition, they were overwhelmed by what seemed a cloud of missiles from the light infantry. Moreover, the elephants, towering aloft at the ends of the line, terrified the horses not only by their appearance, but by their unaccustomed smell, and created widespread panic. The infantry battle, as far as the Romans were concerned, was maintained more by courage than by physical strength, for the Carthaginians, who had shortly before been getting themselves into trim, brought their powers fresh and unimpaired into action, whilst the Romans were fatigued and hungry and stiff with cold. Still, their courage would have kept them up had it been only infantry that they were fighting against. But the light infantry, after repulsing the cavalry, were hurling their missiles on the flanks of the legions. The elephants had now come up against the center of the Roman line, and Mago and his Numidians, as soon as it had passed their ambuscade, rose up in the rear and created a terrible disorder and panic. Yet, in spite of all the dangers which surrounded them, the ranks stood firm and immovable for some time, even, contrary to all expectation, against the elephants. Some skirmishers who had been placed where they could attack these animals flung darts at them and drove them off, and rushed after them, stabbing them under their tails, where the skin is soft and easily penetrated. Chapter 56. Maddened with pain and terror, they were beginning to rush wildly on their own men, when Hannibal ordered them to be driven away to the left wing against the auxiliary Gauls on the Roman right. There they instantly produced unmistakable panic and flight, and the Romans had fresh cause for alarm when they saw their auxiliaries routed. They now stood fighting in a square, and about 10,000 of them, unable to escape in any other direction, forced their way through the center of the African troops and the auxiliary Gauls, who supported them and inflicted an immense loss on the enemy. They were prevented by the river from returning to their camp, and the rain made it impossible for them to judge where they could best go to the assistance of their comrades, so they marched away straight to Placentia. Then desperate attempts to escape were made on all sides. Some who made for the river were swept away by the current, or caught by the enemy while hesitating to cross. Others, scattered over the fields in flight, followed the track of the main retreat and sought Placentia. Others, fearing the enemy more than the river, crossed it and reached their camp. The driving sleet and the intolerable cold caused the death of many men and baggage animals, and nearly all the elephants perished. The Carthaginians stopped their pursuit at the banks of the Trebia, and returned to their camp so benumbed with cold that they hardly felt any joy in their victory. In the night, the men who had guarded the camp and the rest of the soldiers, mostly wounded, crossed the Trebia on rafts without any interference from the Carthaginians, either because the roaring of the storm prevented them from hearing, or because they were unable to move through weariness and wounds, and pretended that they heard nothing. Whilst the Carthaginians were keeping quiet, Scipio led his army to Placentia, and thence across the Po to Cremona, in order that one colony might not be burdened with providing winter quarters for the two armies. End of section 6. Section 7 of the History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 21, From Saguntum to the Trebia, Chapters 57 to 63. Chapter 57, Hannibal's Winter Operations. This defeat so unnerved people in Rome that they believed the enemy was already advancing to attack the city, and that there was no help to be looked for, no hope of repelling him from their walls and gates. After one consul had been beaten at the Ticinus, the other was recalled from Sicily, and now both consuls and both consular armies had been worsted. What fresh generals, men asked, what fresh legions could be brought to the rescue? Amidst this universal panic, Sempronius arrived. He had slipped through the enemy's cavalry at immense risk, while they were dispersed in quest of plunder, and owed his escape rather to sheer audacity than to cleverness, for he had little hope of eluding them, or of successful resistance if he failed to do so. After conducting the elections, which was the pressing need for the moment, he returned to winter quarters. The consuls elected were Gnaeus Servilius and Gaius Flaminius. Even in their winter quarters, the Romans were not allowed much quiet. The Numidian horse were roaming in all directions, or where the ground was too rough for them, the Celtiberians and Lusitanians. They were therefore cut off from supplies on every side, except what was brought in ships on the Po. Near Placentia there was a place called Emporium, which had been carefully fortified and occupied by a strong garrison. In the hope of capturing the place, Hannibal approached with cavalry and light-armed troops, and as he trusted mainly to secrecy for success, he marched thither by night. But he did not escape the observation of the sentinels, and such a shouting suddenly arose that it was actually heard at Placentia. By daybreak the consul was on the spot with his cavalry, having given orders for the legions of infantry to follow in battle formation. A cavalry action followed in which Hannibal was wounded, and his retirement from the field discomfited the enemy. The position was admirably defended. After taking only a few days' rest before his wound was thoroughly healed, Hannibal proceeded to attack Victumviae. During the Gaulish War, this place had served as an emporium for the Romans. Subsequently, as it was a fortified place, a mixed population from the surrounding country had settled there in considerable numbers, and now the terror created by the constant depredations had driven most of the people from the fields into the town. This motley population, excited by the news of the energetic defense of Placentia, flew to arms and went out to meet Hannibal. More like a crowd than an army, they met him on his march, and as on the one side there was nothing but an undisciplined mob, and on the other a general and soldiers who had perfect confidence in each other, a small body routed as many as 35,000 men. The next day they surrendered and admitted a Carthaginian garrison within their walls. They had just completed the surrender of their arms in obedience to orders, when instructions were suddenly given to the victors to treat the city as though it had been carried by storm, and no deed of blood, which on such occasions historians are wont to mention, was left undone. So awful was the example set of every form of licentiousness and cruelty and brutal tyranny towards the wretched inhabitants. Such were the winter operations of Hannibal. Chapter 58. Unsuccessful attempt to cross the Apennines. The soldiers rested whilst the intolerable cold lasted. It did not, however, last long, and at the first doubtful indications of spring, Hannibal left his winter quarters for Etruria, with the intention of inducing that nation to join forces with him, either voluntarily or under compulsion. During his passage of the Apennines, he was overtaken by a storm of such severity as almost to surpass the horrors of the Alps. The rain was driven by the wind straight into the men's faces, and either they had to drop their weapons, or if they tried to struggle against the hurricane, it caught them and dashed them to the ground, so they came to a halt. Then they found that it was stopping their respiration so that they could not breathe, and they sat down for a short time with their backs to the wind. The heavens began to reverberate with terrific roar, and amidst the awful din, lightning flashed and quivered. Sight and sound alike paralyzed them with terror. At last, as the force of the gale increased, owing to the rain having ceased, they saw that there was nothing for it but to pitch their camp on the ground where they had been caught by the storm. Now all their labor had to begin over again, for they could neither unroll anything nor fix anything. Whatever was fixed did not stand. The wind tore everything into shreds and carried it off. Soon the moisture in the upper air above the cold mountain peaks froze and discharged such a shower of snow and hail that the men, giving up all further attempts, lay down as best they could, buried beneath their coverings rather than protected by them. This was followed by such intense cold that when anyone attempted to rise out of that pitiable crowd of prostrate men and beasts, it was a long time before he could get up, for his muscles being cramped and stiff with cold, he could hardly bend his limbs. At length, by exercising their arms and legs, they were able to move about, and began to recover their spirits. Here and there fires were lighted, and those who were most helpless turned to their colleagues for help. They remained on that spot for 2 days like a force blockaded. Many men and animals perished. Of the elephants which survived the Battle of the Trebia, they lost 7. Chapter 59. After descending from the Apennines, Hannibal advanced towards Placentia, and after a 10 miles' march, formed camp. The following day he marched against the enemy with 12,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry. Sempronius had by this time returned from Rome, and he did not decline battle. That day the 2 camps were 3 miles distant from each other. The following day they fought, and both sides exhibited the most determined courage, but the action was indecisive. At the first encounter, the Romans were so far superior that they not only conquered in the field, but followed the routed enemy to his camp and soon made an attack upon it. Hannibal stationed a few men to defend the rampart and the gates. The rest he massed in the middle of the camp, and ordered them to be on the alert, and wait for the signal to make a sortie. It was now about 3 o'clock. The Romans were worn out with their fruitless efforts, as there was no hope of carrying the camp, and the consul gave the signal to retire. As soon as Hannibal heard it and saw that the fighting had slackened and that the enemy were retiring from the camp, he immediately launched his cavalry against them right and left, and sallied in person with the main strength of his infantry from the middle of the camp. Seldom has there been a more equal fight, and few would have been rendered more memorable by the mutual destruction of both armies, had the daylight allowed it to be sufficiently prolonged. As it was, night put an end to a conflict which had been maintained with such determined courage. There was greater fury than bloodshed, and as the fighting had been almost equal on both sides, they separated with equal loss. Not more than 600 infantry and half that number of cavalry fell on either side, but the Roman loss was out of proportion to their numbers. Several members of the equestrian order and 5 military tribunes, as well as 3 prefects of the allies, were killed. Immediately after the battle, Hannibal withdrew into Liguria, and Sempronius to Lucca. Whilst Hannibal was entering Liguria, 2 Roman quaestors who had been ambushed and captured, Gaius Fulvius and Lucius Lucretius, together with 3 military tribunes and 5 members of the equestrian order, most of them sons of senators, were given up to him by the Gauls in order that he might feel more confidence in their maintenance of peaceful relations, and their determination to give him active support. Chapter 60. Gnaeus Scipio's campaign in Spain. While these events were in progress in Italy, Gnaeus Cornelius Scipio, who had been sent with a fleet and an army to Spain, commenced operations in that country. Starting from the mouth of the Rhone, he sailed round the eastward end of the Pyrenees, and brought up at Emporiae. Here he disembarked his army, and beginning with the Latini, he brought the whole of the maritime populations as far as the Ebro, within the sphere of Roman influence, by renewing old alliances and forming new ones. He gained in this way a reputation for clemency, which extended not only to the maritime populations, but to the more warlike tribes in the interior and the mountain districts. He established peaceable relations with these, and more than that, he secured their support in arms, and several strong cohorts were enrolled from amongst them. The country on this side the Ebro was Hanno's province. Hannibal had left him to hold it for Carthage. Considering that he ought to oppose Scipio's further progress before the whole province was under Roman sway, he fixed his camp in full view of the enemy and offered battle. The Roman general, too, thought that battle ought not to be delayed. He knew he would have to fight both Hanno and Hasdrubal, and preferred dealing with each singly rather than meeting them both at once. The battle was not a hard-fought one. The enemy lost 6,000. 2,000, including those who were guarding the camp, were made prisoners. The camp itself was carried, and the general with some of his chiefs was taken. Sissus, a town near the camp, was successfully attacked. The plunder, however, as it was a small place, was of little value, consisting mainly of the barbarians' household goods and some worthless slaves. The camp, however, enriched the soldiers with the property belonging not only to the army they had defeated, but also to the one serving with Hannibal in Italy. They had left almost all their valuable possessions on the other side of the Pyrenees, that they might not have heavy loads to carry. Chapter 61. Before he had received definite tidings of this defeat, Hasdrubal had crossed the Ebro with 8,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry, hoping to encounter the Romans as soon as they landed. But after hearing of the disaster at Sissus and the capture of the camp, he turned his route to the sea. Not far from Tarracona, he found our marines and seamen wandering at will through the fields, success as usual producing carelessness. Sending his cavalry in all directions amongst them, he made a great slaughter and drove them pell-mell to their ships. Afraid to remain any longer in the neighborhood, lest he should be surprised by Scipio, he retreated across the Ebro. On hearing of this fresh enemy, Scipio came down by forced marches, and after dealing summary punishment to some of the naval captains, returned by sea to Emporiae, leaving a small garrison in Tarracona. He had scarcely left when Hasdrubal appeared on the scene, and instigated the Ilergetes, who had given hostages to Scipio, to revolt, and in conjunction with the warriors of that tribe, ravaged the territories of those tribes who remained loyal to Rome. This roused Scipio from his winter quarters, on which Hasdrubal again disappeared beyond the Ebro, and Scipio invaded in force the territory of the Ilergetes, after the author of the revolt had left them to their fate. He drove them all into Antenagrum, their capital, which he proceeded to invest, and a few days later he received them into the protection and jurisdiction of Rome, after demanding an increase in the number of hostages and inflicting a heavy fine upon them. From there he advanced against the Occitani, who lived near the Ebro and were also in alliance with the Carthaginians, and invested their city. The Laetani, whilst bringing assistance to their neighbors by night, were ambushed not far from the city which they intended to enter. As many as 12,000 were killed. Almost all the survivors threw away their arms and fled to their homes in scattered groups all over the country. The only thing which saved the invested city from assault and storm was the severity of the weather. For the 30 days during which the siege lasted, the snow was seldom less than 4 feet deep, and it covered up the mantlets and vineae so completely that it even served as a sufficient protection against the firebrands which the enemy discharged from time to time. At last, after their chief, Amusicus had escaped to Hasdrubal's quarters, they surrendered and agreed to pay an indemnity of 20 talents. The army returned to its winter quarters at Tarracona. Chapter 62. Religious Excitement in Rome. During this winter, many portents occurred in Rome and the neighborhood, or at all events, many were reported and easily gained credence. For when once men's minds have been excited by superstitious fears, they easily believe these things. A 6-month-old child of freeborn parents is said to have shouted, "Io triomphe," in the vegetable market, whilst in the Forum Boarium an ox is reported to have climbed up of its own accord to the 3rd story of a house, and then, frightened by the noisy crowd which gathered, it threw itself down. A phantom navy was seen shining in the sky. The Temple of Hope in the vegetable market was struck by lightning. At Lanuvium, Juno's spear had moved of itself, and a crow had flown down to her temple and settled upon her couch. In the territory of Amiternum, beings in human shape and clothed in white were seen at a distance, but no one came close to them. In the neighborhood of Picenum there was a shower of stones. At Caere the oracular tablets had shrunk in size. In Gaul a wolf had snatched a sentinel's sword from its scabbard and run off with it. With regard to the other portents, the decemvirs were ordered to consult the sacred books, but in the case of the shower of stones at Picenum, a 9 days' sacred feast was proclaimed, at the close of which almost the whole community busied itself with the expiation of the others. First of all, the city was purified, and full-grown victims were sacrificed to the deities named in the sacred books. An offering of 40 pounds weight of gold was conveyed to Juno at Lanuvium, and the matrons dedicated a bronze statue of that goddess on the Aventine. At Caere, where the tablets had shrunk, a lectisternium was enjoined, and a service of intercession was to be rendered to Fortuna on Algidus. In Rome also a lectisternium was ordered for Juventus, and a special service of intercession at the Temple of Hercules, and afterwards one in which the whole population were to take part at all the shrines. 5 full-grown victims were sacrificed to the genius of Rome, and Gaius Attilius Serranus, the praetor, received instructions to undertake certain vows, which were to be discharged should the commonwealth remain in the same condition for 10 years. These ceremonial observances and vows, ordered in obedience to the sacred books, did much to allay the religious fears of the people. Chapter 63. Gaius Flaminius and the Senate. One of the consuls elect was Gaius Flaminius, and to him was assigned by lot the command of the legions at Placentia. He wrote to the consul giving orders for the army to be in camp at Ariminum by the 15th of March. The reason was that he might enter upon his office there, for he had not forgotten his old quarrels with the Senate, first as tribune of the people, then afterwards about his consulship, the election to which had been declared illegal, and finally about his triumph. He further embittered the Senate against him by his support of Gaius Claudius. He alone of all the members was in favor of the measure which that tribune introduced. Under its provisions, no senator, no one whose father had been a senator, was allowed to possess a vessel of more than 300 amphorae burden. This was considered quite large enough for the conveyance of produce from their estates. All profit made by trading was regarded as dishonorable for the patricians. The question excited the keenest opposition, and brought Flaminius into the worst possible odium with the nobility through his support of it, but, on the other hand, made him a popular favorite, and procured for him his second consulship. Suspecting, therefore, that they would endeavor to detain him in the city by various devices, such as falsifying the auspices, or the delay necessitated by the Latin festival, or other hindrances to which as consul he was liable, he gave out that he had to take a journey, and then left the city secretly as a private individual, and so reached his province. When this got abroad, there was a fresh outburst of indignation on the part of the incensed Senate. They declared that he was carrying on war not only with the Senate, but even with the immortal gods. On the former occasion, they said, when he was elected consul against the auspices, and we recalled him from the very field of battle, he was disobedient to gods and men. Now he is conscious that he has despised them, and has fled from the capital and the customary recital of solemn vows. He refuses to approach the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the day of his entrance upon office, to see and consult the Senate, to whom he is so odious, and whom he alone of all men detests, to proclaim the Latin festival, and offer sacrifice to Jupiter Latiaris on the Alban Mount, to proceed to the Capitol, and after duly taking the auspices, recite the prescribed vows, and from thence, vested in the paludamentum, and escorted by lictors, go in state to his province. He has stolen away furtively, without his insignia of office, without his lictors, just as though he were some menial employed in the camp, and had quitted his native soil to go into exile. He thinks it, forsooth, more consonant with the greatness of his office to enter upon it at Ariminum rather than in Rome, and to put on his official dress in some wayside inn rather than at his own hearth and in the presence of his own household gods. It was unanimously decided that he should be recalled, brought back if need be by force, and compelled to discharge on the spot all the duties he owed to God and man before he went to the army and to his province. Quintus Terentius and Marcus Antistius were delegated for this task, but they had no more influence with him than the dispatch of the Senate in his former consulship. A few days afterwards he entered upon office, and whilst offering his sacrifice, the calf, after it was struck, bounded away out of the hands of the sacrificing priests, and bespattered many of the bystanders with its blood. Amongst those at a distance from the altar, who did not know what the commotion was about, there was great excitement. Most people regarded it as a most alarming omen. Flaminius took over the 2 legions from Sempronius, the late consul, and the 2 from Gaius Attilius, the praetor, and commenced his march to Etruria through the passes of the Apennines. End of section 7. Section 8 of The History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 22, The Disaster of Cannae, Chapters 1 through 7. Chapter 1. Spring was now coming on. Hannibal accordingly moved out of his winter quarters. His previous attempt to cross the Apennines had been frustrated by the insupportable cold. To remain where he was would have been to court danger. The Gauls had rallied to him through the prospect of booty and spoil, but when they found that instead of plundering other people's territory, their own had become the seat of war, and had to bear the burden of furnishing winter quarters for both sides, they diverted their hatred from the Romans to Hannibal. Plots against his life were frequently hatched by their chiefs, and he owed his safety to their mutual faithlessness, for they betrayed the plots to him in the same spirit of fickleness in which they had formed them. He guarded himself from their attempts by assuming different disguises, at one time wearing a different dress, at another putting on false hair. But these constant alarms were an additional motive for his early departure from his winter quarters. About the same time, Gnaeus Servilius entered upon his consulship at Rome on the 15th of March. When he had laid before the Senate the policy which he proposed to carry out, the indignation against Gaius Flaminius broke out afresh. 2 consuls had been elected, but as a matter of fact they only had one. What legitimate authority did this man possess? What religious sanctions? Magistrates only take these sanctions with them from home, from the altars of the state, and from their private altars at home after they have celebrated the Latin festival, offered the sacrifice on the Alban Mount, and duly recited the vows in the Capitol. These sanctions do not follow a private citizen, nor, if he has departed without them, can he obtain them afresh in all their fullness on a foreign soil. Various portents. To add to the general feeling of apprehension, information was received of portents having occurred simultaneously in several places. In Sicily, several of the soldiers' darts were covered with flames. In Sardinia, the same thing happened to the staff in the hand of an officer who was going his rounds to inspect the sentinels on the wall. The shores had been lit up by numerous fires. A couple of shields had sweated blood. Some soldiers had been struck by lightning. An eclipse of the sun had been observed. At Praeneste there had been a shower of red-hot stones. At Arpi, shields had been seen in the sky, and the sun had appeared to be fighting with the moon. At Capena, 2 moons were visible in the daytime. At Caere, the waters ran mingled with blood, and even the spring of Hercules had bubbled up with drops of blood on the water. At Antium, the ears of corn which fell into the reaper's basket were blood-stained. At Falerii, the sky seemed to be cleft asunder, as with an enormous rift, and all over the opening there was a blazing light. The oracular tablets shrank and shriveled without being touched, and one had fallen out with this inscription, "Mars is shaking his spear." And at the same time the statue of Mars on the Appian Way, and the images of the wolves sweated blood. Finally, at Capua, the sight was seen of the sky on fire, and the moon falling in the midst of a shower of rain. Then credence was given to comparatively trifling portents, such as that certain people's goats were suddenly clothed with wool, a hen turned into a cock, and a cock into a hen. After giving the details exactly as they were reported to him, and bringing his informants before the Senate, the consul consulted the House as to what religious observances ought to be proclaimed. A decree was passed that, to avert the evils which these portents foreboded, sacrifices should be offered, the victims to be both full-grown animals and sucklings. and also that special intercessions should be made at all the shrines for 3 days. What other ceremonial was necessary was to be carried out in accordance with the instructions of the Decemvirs, after they had inspected the sacred books and ascertained the will of the gods. On their advice, it was decreed that the first votive offering should be made to Jupiter in the shape of a golden thunderbolt weighing 50 pounds, gifts of silver to Juno and Minerva, and sacrifices of full-grown victims to Queen Juno on the Aventine and Juno Sospita at Lanuvium, whilst the matrons were to contribute according to their means, and bear their gift to Queen Juno on the Aventine. Electisternium was to be held, and even the freed women were to contribute what they could for a gift to the temple of Feronia. When these instructions had been carried out, the Decemvirs sacrificed full-grown victims in the forum at Ardea, and finally, in the middle of December, there was a sacrifice at the temple of Saturn. Electisternium was ordered, the senators prepared the couch, and a public banquet. For a day and a night the cry of the Saturnalia resounded through the city, and the people were ordered to make that day a festival and observe it as such forever. Chapter 2. Hannibal's Advance into Etruria. While the consul was occupied in these propitiatory ceremonies, and also in the enrollment of troops, information reached Hannibal that Flaminius had arrived at Arretium, and he at once broke up his winter quarters. There were 2 routes into Etruria, both of which were pointed out to Hannibal. One was considerably longer than the other, but a much better road. The shorter route, which he decided to take, passed through the marshes of the Arno, which was at the time in higher flood than usual. He ordered the Spaniards and Africans, the main strength of his veteran army, to lead, and they were to take their own baggage with them, so that, in case of a halt, they might have the necessary supplies. The Gauls were to follow so as to form the center of the column. The cavalry were to march last, and Mago and his Numidian light horse were to close up the column, mainly to keep the Gauls up to the mark, in case they fell out or came to a halt through the fatigue and exertion of so long a march. For as a nation they were unable to stand that kind of thing. Those in front followed wherever the guides led the way, through the deep and almost bottomless pools of water, and though almost sucked in by the mud, through which they were half wading, half swimming, still kept their ranks. The Gauls could neither recover themselves when they slipped, nor when once down had they the strength to struggle out of the pools. Depressed and hopeless, they had no spirits left to keep up their bodily powers. Some dragged their worn-out limbs painfully along. Others gave up the struggle and lay dying amongst the baggage animals, which were lying about in all directions. What distressed them most of all was want of sleep, from which they had been suffering for 4 days and 3 nights. As everything was covered with water, and they had not a dry spot on which to lay their wearied bodies, they piled up the baggage in the water and lay on the top, whilst some snatched a few minutes' needful rest by making couches of the heaps of baggage animals which were everywhere standing out of the water. Hannibal himself, whose eyes were affected by the changeable and inclement spring weather, rode upon the only surviving elephant, so that he might be a little higher above the water. Owing, however, to want of sleep, and the night mists, and the malaria from the marshes, his head became affected, and as neither place nor time admitted of any proper treatment, he completely lost the sight of one eye. Chapter 3. After losing many men and beasts under these frightful circumstances, he at last got clear of the marshes, and as soon as he could find some dry ground, he pitched his camp. The scouting parties he had sent out reported that the Roman army was lying in the neighborhood of Arretium. His next step was to investigate, as carefully as he possibly could, all that it was material for him to know: what mood the consul was in, what designs he was forming, what the character of the country and the kind of roads it possessed, and what resources it offered for the obtaining of supplies. The district was amongst the most fertile in Italy. The plains of Etruria, which extend from Faesulae to Arretium, are rich in corn and livestock and every kind of produce. The consul's overbearing temper, which had grown steadily worse since his last consulship, made him lose all proper respect and reverence, even for the gods, to say nothing of the majesty of the Senate and the laws. And this self-willed and obstinate side of his character had been aggravated by the successes he had achieved, both at home and in the field. It was perfectly obvious that he would not seek counsel from either God or man, and whatever he did would be done in an impetuous and headstrong manner. By way of making him show these faults of character still more flagrantly, the Carthaginian prepared to irritate and annoy him. He left the Roman camp on his left, and marched in the direction of Faesulae, to plunder the central districts of Etruria. Within actual view of the consul, he created as widespread a devastation as he possibly could, and from the Roman camp they saw in the distance an extensive scene of fire and massacre. Flaminius had no intention of keeping quiet, even if the enemy had done so. But now that he saw the possessions of the allies of Rome plundered and pillaged almost before his very eyes, he felt it to be a personal disgrace that an enemy should be roaming at will through Italy, and advancing to attack Rome with none to hinder him. All the other members of the Council of War were in favor of a policy of safety rather than of display. They urged him to wait for his colleague, that they might unite their forces and act with one mind on a common plan, and pending his arrival they should check the wild excesses of the plunder by a rush of fugitives. At last, when ineffective charges had been made in every direction, and they found themselves completely hemmed in by the lake and the hills on either side, and by the enemy in front and rear, it became clear to every man that his only hope of safety lay in his own right hand and his sword. Then each began to depend upon himself for guidance and encouragement, and the fighting began afresh. Not the orderly battle with its 3 divisions of Principe, Hastati, and Triarii, where the fighting line is in front of the standards and the rest of the army behind, and where each soldier is in his own legion and cohort and maniple. Chance massed them together. Each man took his place in front or rear, as his courage prompted him, and such was the ardor of the combatants, so intent were they on the battle, that not a single man on the field was aware of the earthquake which leveled large portions of many towns in Italy, altered the course of swift streams, brought the sea up into the rivers, and occasioned enormous landslips amongst the mountains. Chapter 6. For almost 3 hours the fighting went on. Everywhere a desperate struggle was kept up, but it raged with greater fierceness round the consul. He was followed by the pick of his army, and wherever he saw his men hard pressed and in difficulties, he at once went to their help. Distinguished by his armor, he was the object of the enemy's fiercest attacks, which his comrades did their utmost to repel. until an Insubrian horseman, who knew the consul by sight, his name was Ducarius, cried out to his countrymen, "Here is the man who slew our legions and laid waste our city and our lands. I will offer him in sacrifice to the shades of my foully murdered countrymen." Digging spurs into his horse, he charged into the dense masses of the enemy, and slew an armor-bearer who threw himself in the way as he galloped up, lance in rest, and then plunged his lance into the consul. But the Triarii protected the body with their shields and prevented him from despoiling it. Then began a general flight. Neither lake nor mountain stopped the panic-stricken fugitives. They rushed like blind men over cliff and defile. Men and arms tumbled pell-mell on one another. A large number, finding no avenue of escape, went into the water up to their shoulders. Some, in their wild terror, even attempted to escape by swimming, an endless and hopeless task in that lake. Either their spirits gave way and they were drowned, or else, finding their efforts fruitless, they regained with great difficulty the shallow water at the edge of the lake, and were butchered in all directions by the enemy's cavalry who had ridden into the water. About 6,000 men who had formed the head of the line of march cut their way through the enemy and cleared the defile, quite unconscious of all that had been going on behind them. They halted on some rising ground and listened to the shouting below and the clash of arms, but were unable, owing to the fog, to see or find out what the fortunes of the fight were. At last, when the battle was over and the sun's heat had dispelled the fog, mountain and plain revealed in the clear light the disastrous overthrow of the Roman army, and showed only too plainly that all was lost. Fearing lest they should be seen in the distance, and cavalry be sent against them, they hurriedly took up their standards and disappeared with all possible speed. Hannibal pursued them through the night with the whole of his mounted force, and on the morrow, as starvation, in addition to all their other miseries, was threatening them, they surrendered to Hannibal, on condition of being allowed to depart with one garment apiece. This promise was kept with Punic faith by Hannibal, and he threw them all into chains. Chapter 7. Reception of the news in Rome. This was the famous battle at Trasumenus, and a disaster for Rome, memorable as few others have been. 15,000 Romans were killed in action. 1,000 fugitives were scattered all over Etruria, and reached the city by diverse routes. 2,500 of the enemy perished on the field, many in both armies afterwards of their wounds. Other authors give the loss on each side as many times greater, but I refuse to indulge in the idle exaggerations to which writers are far too much given. And what is more, I am supported by the authority of Fabius, who was living during the war. Hannibal dismissed without ransom those prisoners who belonged to the allies, and threw the Romans into chains. He then gave orders for the bodies of his own men to be picked out from the heaps of slain and buried. Careful search was also made for the body of Flaminius, that it might receive honorable interment, but it was not found. As soon as the news of this disaster reached Rome, the people flocked into the Forum in a great state of panic and confusion. Matrons were wandering about the streets and asking those they met what recent disaster had been reported, or what news was there of the army. The throng in the Forum, as numerous as a crowded assembly, flocked towards the Comitium and the Senate House, and called for the magistrates. At last, shortly before sunset, Marcus Pomponius, the praetor, announced, "We have been defeated in a great battle." Though nothing more definite was heard from him, the people, full of the reports which they had heard from one another, carried back to their homes the information that the consul had been killed with the greater part of his army. Only a few survived, and these were either dispersed in flight throughout Etruria, or had been made prisoners by the enemy. The misfortunes which had befallen the defeated army were not more numerous than the anxieties of those whose relatives had served under Gaius Flaminius, ignorant as they were of the fate of each of their friends, and not in the least knowing what to hope for or what to fear. The next day, and several days afterwards, a large crowd, containing more women than men, stood at the gates waiting for some one of their friends, or for news about them, and they crowded round those they met with eager and anxious inquiries. Nor was it possible to get them away, especially from those they knew, until they had got all the details from first to last. Then, as they came away from their informants, you might see the different expressions on their faces, according as each had received good or bad news, and friends congratulating or consoling them as they wended their way homewards. The women were especially demonstrative in their joy and in their grief. They say that one who suddenly met her son at the gate, safe and sound, expired in his arms, whilst another, who had received false tidings of her son's death, and was sitting as a sorrowful mourner in her house, no sooner saw him returning than she died from too great happiness. For several days the praetors kept the Senate in session from sunrise to sunset, deliberating under what general or with what forces they could offer effectual resistance to the victorious Carthaginian. End of section 8. Section 9 of The History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 22, The Disaster of Cannae, Chapters 8 through 15. Chapter 8. Quintus Fabius Maximus nominated dictator. Before they had formed any definite plans, a fresh disaster was announced. 4,000 cavalry, under the command of Gaius Centenius, the propraetor, had been sent by the consul Servilius to the assistance of his colleague. When they heard of the battle at Trasumenus, they marched into Umbria, and here they were surrounded and captured by Hannibal. The news of this occurrence affected men in very different ways. Some, whose thoughts were preoccupied with more serious troubles, looked upon this loss of cavalry as a light matter in comparison with the previous losses. Others estimated the importance of the incident not by the magnitude of the loss, but by its moral effect. Just as where the constitution is impaired, any malady, however slight, is felt more than it would be in a strong, robust person, so any misfortune which befell the state, in its present sick and disordered condition, must be measured not by its actual importance, but by its effect on a state already exhausted and unable to bear anything which would aggravate its condition. Accordingly, the citizens took refuge in a remedy which for a long time had not been made use of or required, namely, the appointment of a dictator. As the consul, by whom alone one could be nominated, was absent, and it was not easy for a messenger or dispatch to be sent through Italy, overrun as it was by the arms of Carthage, and as it would have been contrary to all precedent for the people to appoint a dictator, the assembly invested Quintus Fabius Maximus with dictatorial powers and appointed Marcus Minucius Rufus to act as his master of the horse. They were commissioned by the Senate to strengthen the walls and towers of the city, and place garrisons in whatever positions they thought best, and cut down the bridges over the various rivers, for now it was a fight for their city and their homes, since they were no longer able to defend Italy. Chapter 9. Hannibal's advance to Apulia. Hannibal marched in a straight course through Umbria as far as Spoletum, and after laying the country round utterly waste, he commenced an attack upon the city, which was repulsed with heavy loss. As a single colony was strong enough to defeat his unfortunate attempt, he was able to form some conjecture as to the difficulties attending the capture of Rome, and consequently diverted his march into the territory of Picenum, a district which not only abounded in every kind of produce, but was richly stored with property, which the greedy and needy soldiers seized and plundered without restraint. He remained in camp there for several days, during which his soldiers recruited their strength after their winter campaigns and their journey across the marshes, and a battle which, though ultimately successful, was neither without heavy loss nor easily won. When sufficient time for rest had been allowed to men who delighted much more in plundering and destroying than in ease and idleness, Hannibal resumed his march and devastated the districts of Praetusia and Hadria. Then he treated in the same way the country of the Marsi, the Marrucini, and the Peligni, and the part of Apulia which was nearest to him, including the cities of Arpi and Luceria. Gnaeus Servilius had fought some insignificant actions with the Gauls, and taken one small town, but when he heard of his colleague's death and the destruction of his army, he was alarmed for the walls of his native city, and marched straight for Rome, that he might not be absent at this most critical juncture. The appeal to religion in Rome. Quintus Fabius Maximus was now dictator for the second time. On the very day of his entrance upon office, he summoned a meeting of the Senate, and commenced by discussing matters of religion. He made it quite clear to the senators that Gaius Flaminius's fault lay much more in his neglect of the auspices and of his religious duties than in bad generalship and foolhardiness. The gods themselves, he maintained, must be consulted as to the necessary measures to avert their displeasure, and he succeeded in getting a decree passed that the Decemvirs should be ordered to consult the Sibylline books, a course which is only adopted when the most alarming portents have been reported. After inspecting the books of fate, they informed the Senate that the vow which had been made to Mars in view of that war had not been duly discharged, and that it must be discharged afresh and on a much greater scale. The great games must be vowed to Jupiter, a temple to Venus Erycina, and one to Mens. A lectisternium must be held, and solemn intercessions made. A sacred spring must also be vowed. All these things must be done if the war was to be a successful one, and the Republic remain in the same position in which it was at the beginning of the war. As Fabius would be wholly occupied with the necessary arrangements for the war, the Senate, with the full approval of the Pontifical College, ordered the praetor Marcus Aemilius to take care that all these orders were carried out in good time. Chapter 10. After these resolutions had been passed in the Senate, the praetor consulted the pontifical college as to the proper means of giving effect to them, and Lucius Cornelius Lentulus, the Pontifex Maximus, decided that the very first step to take was to refer to the people the question of a sacred spring, as this particular form of vow could not be undertaken without the order of the people. The form of procedure was as follows. "Is it," the praetor asked the assembly, "your will and pleasure that all be done and performed in manner following? That is to say, if the commonwealth of the Romans and the Curites be preserved, as I pray it may be, safe and sound through these present wars, to wit, the war between Rome and Carthage, and the wars with the Gauls, now dwelling on the hither side of the Alps, then shall the Romans and Curites present as an offering whatever the spring shall produce from their flocks and herds, whether it be from swine or sheep or goats or cattle, and all that is not already devoted to any other deity shall be consecrated to Jupiter from such time as the Senate and people shall order. Whosoever shall make an offering, let him do it at whatsoever time and in whatsoever manner he will, and howsoever he offers it, it shall be accounted to be duly offered. If the animal which should have been sacrificed die, it shall be as though unconsecrated, there shall be no sin. If any man shall hurt or slay a consecrated thing unwittingly, he shall not be held guilty. If a man shall have stolen any such animal, the people shall not bear the guilt, nor he from whom it was stolen. If a man offer his sacrifice unwittingly on a forbidden day, it shall be accounted to be duly offered. Whether he do so by night or day, whether he be slave or freeman, it shall be accounted to be duly offered. If any sacrifice be offered before the Senate, and people have ordered that it shall be done, the people shall be free and absolved from all guilt therefrom. To the same end, the great games were vowed at a cost of 333,333 1/3 asses, and in addition 300 oxen to Jupiter, and white oxen and the other customary victims to a number of deities. When the vows had been duly pronounced, a litany of intercession was ordered, and not only the population of the city, but the people from the country districts, whose private interests were being affected by the public distress, went in procession with their wives and children. Then a lectisternium was held for 3 days under the supervision of the 10 keepers of the sacred books. 6 couches were publicly exhibited, one for Jupiter and Juno, another for Neptune and Minerva, a third for Mars and Venus, a fourth for Apollo and Diana, a fifth for Vulcan and Vesta, and the 6th for Mercury and Ceres. This was followed by the vowing of temples. Quintus Fabius Maximus, as dictator, vowed the temple to Venus Erycina, because it was laid down in the books of fate that this vow should be made by the man who possessed the supreme authority in the state. Titus Autosilius, the praetor, vowed the temple to Mens. Chapter 11. Military measures. After the various obligations towards the gods had thus been discharged, the dictator referred to the Senate the question of the policy to be adopted with regard to the war, with what legions and how many the senators thought he ought to meet their victorious enemy. They decreed that he should take over the army from Gnaeus Servilius, and further that he should enroll from amongst the citizens and the allies as many cavalry and infantry as he considered requisite. All else was left to his discretion to take such steps as he thought desirable in the interests of the Republic. Fabius said that he would add 2 legions to the army, which Servilius commanded. These were raised by the master of the horse, and he fixed a day for their assembling at Tibur. A proclamation was also issued that those who were living in towns and strongholds that were not sufficiently fortified should remove into places of safety, and that all the population settled in the districts through which Hannibal was likely to march should abandon their farms, after first burning their houses and destroying their produce, so that he might not have any supplies to fall back on. He then marched along the Flaminian road to meet the consul. As soon as he caught sight of the army in the neighborhood of Acriculum near the Tiber, and the consul riding forward with some cavalry to meet him, he sent an officer to tell him that he was to come to the dictator without his lictors. He did so, and the way they met produced a profound sense of the majesty of the dictatorship amongst both citizens and allies, who had almost by this time forgotten that greatest of all offices. Shortly afterwards, a dispatch was handed in from the city, stating that some transports which were carrying supplies for the army in Spain had been captured by the Carthaginian fleet near the port of Cosa. The consul was thereupon ordered to man the ships which were lying off Rome or at Ostia with full complements of seamen and soldiers, and sail in pursuit of the hostile fleet and protect the coast of Italy. A large force was raised in Rome. Even freedmen who had children and were of the military age had been sworn in. Out of these city troops, all under 35 years of age were placed on board the ships. The rest were left to garrison the city. Chapter 12. Fabius declines Hannibal's offer of battle. The dictator took over the consul's army from Fulvius Flaccus, the second in command, and marched through Sabine territory to Tibur, where he had ordered the newly raised force to assemble by the appointed day. From there he advanced to Praeneste, and taking a cross-country route, came out on the Latin road. From this point he proceeded towards the enemy, showing the utmost care in reconnoitering all the various routes, and determined not to take any risks anywhere, except so far as necessity should compel him. The first day he pitched his camp in view of the enemy, not far from Arpi. The Carthaginian lost no time in marching out his men in battle order, to give him the chance of fighting. But when he saw that the enemy kept perfectly quiet, and that there were no signs of excitement in their camp, he tauntingly remarked that the spirits of the Romans, those sons of Mars, were broken at last, the war was at an end, and they had openly foregone all claim to valor and renown. He then returned into camp. But he was really in a very anxious state of mind, for he saw that he would have to do with a very different type of commander from Flaminius or Sempronius. The Romans had been taught by their defeats, and had at last found a general who was a match for him. It was the wariness, not the impetuosity of the dictator, that was the immediate cause of his alarm. He had not yet tested his inflexible resolution. He began to harass and provoke him by frequently shifting his camp and ravaging the fields of the allies of Rome before his very eyes. Sometimes he would march rapidly out of sight, and then in some turn of the road take up a concealed position in the hope of entrapping him should he come down to level ground. Fabius kept on high ground at a moderate distance from the enemy, so that he never lost sight of him and never closed with him. Unless they were employed on necessary duty, the soldiers were confined to camp. When they went in quest of wood or forage, they went in large bodies and only within prescribed limits. A force of cavalry and light infantry, told off in readiness against sudden alarms, made everything safe for his own soldiers and dangerous for the scattered foragers of the enemy. He refused to stake everything on a general engagement, whilst slight encounters, fought on safe ground with a retreat close at hand, encouraged his men, who had been demoralized by their previous defeats, and made them less dissatisfied with their own courage and fortunes. But his sound and common-sense tactics were not more distasteful to Hannibal than they were to his own master of the horse. Headstrong and impetuous in council, and with an ungovernable tongue, the only thing that prevented Minucius from making shipwreck of the state was the fact that he was in a subordinate command. At first to a few listeners, afterwards openly amongst the rank and file, he abused Fabius, calling his deliberation indolence and his caution cowardice, attributing to him faults akin to his real virtues, and by disparaging his superior, a vile practice which, through its often proving successful, is steadily on the increase, he tried to exalt himself. Chapter 13. Hannibal in Samnium and Campania. From the Herpini, Hannibal went across into Samnium. He ravaged the territory of Beneventum and captured the city of Telesia. He did his best to exasperate the Roman commander, hoping that he would be so incensed by the insults and sufferings inflicted on his allies that he would be able to draw him into an engagement on level ground. Amongst the thousands of allies of Italian nationality who had been taken prisoners by Hannibal at Trasumenus and dismissed to their homes were 3 Campanian knights who had been allured by bribes and promises to win over the affections of their countrymen. They sent a message to Hannibal to the effect that if he would bring his army up to Campania, there would be a good chance of his obtaining possession of Capua. Hannibal was undecided whether to trust them or not, for the enterprise was greater than the authority of those who advised it. However, they at last persuaded him to leave Samnium for Campania. He warned them that they must make their repeated promises good by their acts, and after bidding them return to him with more of their countrymen, including some of their chief men, he dismissed them. Some who were familiar with the country told him that if he marched into the neighborhood of Cassinum and occupied the pass, he would prevent the Romans from rendering assistance to their allies. He accordingly ordered a guide to conduct him there. But the difficulty which the Carthaginians found in pronouncing Latin names led to the guide understanding Casilinum instead of Cassinum. Quitting his intended route, he came down through the districts of Aliphae, Caliphae, and Calis on to the plains of Stella. When he looked round and saw the country shut in by mountains and rivers, he called the guide and asked him where on earth he was. When he was told that he would that day have his quarters at Casilinum, he saw the mistake, and knew that Cassinum was far away in quite another country. The guide was scourged and crucified in order to strike terror into the others. After entrenching his camp, he sent Maharbal with his cavalry to harry the Falernian land. The work of destruction extended to the baths of Sinuessa. The Numidians inflicted enormous losses, but the panic and terror which they created spread even further. And yet, though everything was wrapped in the flames of war, the Allies did not allow their terrors to warp them from their loyalty, simply because they were under a just and equable rule, and rendered a willing obedience to their superiors, the only true bond of allegiance. Chapter 14. Minucius attacks the dictator's authority. When Hannibal had encamped at the Vulturnus, and the loveliest part of Italy was being reduced to ashes, and the smoke was rising everywhere from the burning farms, Fabius continued his march along the Massic range of hills. For a few days the mutinous discontent amongst the troops had subsided, because they inferred from the unusually rapid marching that Fabius was hastening to save Campania from being ravaged and plundered. But when they reached the western extremity of the range and saw the enemy burning the farmsteads of the colonists of Sinuessa and those in the Falernian district, while nothing was said about giving battle, the feeling of exasperation was again roused, and studiously fanned by Minucius. "Are we come here," he would ask, "to enjoy the sight of our murdered allies and the smoking ruins of their homes? Surely, if nothing else appeals to us, ought we not to feel ashamed of ourselves as we see the sufferings of those whom our fathers sent as colonists to Sinuessa, that this frontier might be protected from the Samnite foe, whose homes are being burnt, not by our neighbors the Samnites, but by a Carthaginian stranger from the ends of the earth, who has been allowed to come thus far, simply through our dilatoriness and supineness? Have we, alas, so far degenerated from our fathers, that we calmly look on, while the very country, past which they considered it an affront for a Carthaginian fleet to cruise, has now been filled with Numidian and Moorish invaders? We, who only the other day, in our indignation at the attack on Saguntum, appealed not to men alone, but to treaties and to gods, now quietly watch Hannibal scaling the walls of a Roman colony. The smoke from the burning farms and fields is blown into our faces. Our ears are assailed by the cries of our despairing allies, who appeal to us for help more than they do to the gods. And here are we marching an army like a herd of cattle through summer pastures and mountain paths hidden from view by woods and clouds. If Marcus Furius Camillus had chosen this method of wandering over mountain heights and passes to rescue the city from the Gauls, which has been adopted by this new Camillus, this peerless dictator who has been found for us in our troubles, to recover Italy from Hannibal, Rome would still be in the hands of the Gauls. And I very much fear that if we go on dawdling in this way, the city which our ancestors have so often saved will only have been saved for Hannibal and the Carthaginians." But on the day that the message came to Veii that Camillus had been nominated dictator by Senate and people, though the Janiculum was quite high enough for him to sit there and watch the enemy, like the man and true Roman that he was, he came down into the plain, and in the very heart of the city, where the Busta Gallica are now, he cut to pieces the legions of the Gauls, and the next day he did the same beyond Gabii. Why, when years and years ago we were sent under the yoke by the Samnites at the Caudine Forks, was it, pray, by exploring the heights of Samnium, or by assailing and besieging Luceria, and challenging our victorious foe, that Lucius Papirius Cursor took the yoke off Roman necks and placed it on the haughty Samnite? What else but rapidity of action gave Gaius Lutatius the victory? The day after he first saw the enemy, he surprised their fleet, laden with supplies and hampered by its cargo of stores and equipment. It is mere folly to fancy that the war can be brought to an end by sitting still or making vows to heaven. Your duty is to take your arms and go down and meet the enemy man to man. It is by doing and daring that Rome has increased her dominion, not by these counsels of sloth, which cowards call caution. Minucius said all this before a host of Roman tribunes and knights, as if he were addressing the assembly, and his daring words even reached the ears of the soldiery. If they could have voted on the question, there is no doubt that they would have superseded Fabius for Minucius. Chapter 15. Fabius kept an equally careful watch upon both sides, upon his own men no less than upon the enemy, and he showed that his resolution was quite unshaken. He was quite aware that his inactivity was making him unpopular, not only in his own camp, but even in Rome. Nevertheless, his determination remained unchanged, and he persisted in the same tactics for the rest of the summer. And Hannibal abandoned all hopes of the battle which he had so anxiously sought for. It became necessary for him to look round for a suitable place to winter in, as the country in which he was, a land of orchards and vineyards, was entirely planted with the luxuries rather than the necessaries of life, and furnished supplies only for a few months, not for the whole year. Hannibal's movements were reported to Fabius by his scouts. As he felt quite certain that he would return by the same pass through which he had entered the district of Falernum, he posted a fairly strong detachment on Mount Caligula and another to garrison Casilinum. The Vulturnus runs through the middle of this town and forms the boundary between the districts of Falernum and Campania. He led his army back over the same heights, having previously sent Lucius Hostilius Mancinus forward with 400 cavalry to reconnoiter. This man was amongst the throng of young officers who had frequently listened to the fierce harangues of the master of the horse. At first he advanced cautiously, as a scouting party should do, to get a good view of the enemy from a safe position. But when he saw the Numidians roaming in all directions through the villages, and had even surprised and killed some of them, he thought of nothing but fighting, and completely forgot the dictator's instructions, which were to go forward as far as he could safely, and to retire before the enemy observed him. The Numidians, attacking and retreating in small bodies, drew him gradually almost up to their camp, his men and horses by this time thoroughly tired. Thereupon Garthalo, the general in command of the cavalry, charged at full speed, and before they came within range of their javelins, put the enemy to flight, and pursued them without slackening rein for nearly 5 miles. When Mancinus saw that there was no chance of the enemy giving up the pursuit, or of his escaping them, he rallied his men and faced the Numidians, though completely outnumbered and outmatched. He himself, with the best of his riders, was cut off. The rest resumed their wild flight, and reached Callus, and ultimately, by different bypaths, returned to the dictator. It so happened that Minucius had rejoined Fabius on this day. He had been sent to strengthen the force holding the defile, which contracts into a narrow pass just above Terracina, close to the sea. This was to prevent the Carthaginian from utilizing the Appian road for a descent upon the territory of Rome when he left Sinuessa. The dictator and the master of the horse, with their joint armies, moved their camp on to the route which Hannibal was expected to take. He was encamped 2 miles distant. End of Section 9. Section 10 of the History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 22, The Disaster of Cannae, Chapters 16 through 24. Chapter 16, Hannibal Foils the Dictator. The next day, the Carthaginian army began its march, and filled the whole of the road between the two camps. The Romans had taken up a position immediately below their entrenchments, on unquestionably more advantageous ground. Yet the Carthaginian came up with his cavalry and light infantry to challenge his enemy. They made repeated attacks and retirements, but the Roman line kept its ground. The fighting was slack and more satisfactory to the dictator than to Hannibal. 200 Romans fell, and 800 of the enemy. It now seemed as if Hannibal must be hemmed in. Capua and Samnium, and all the rich land of Latium behind them, were furnishing the Romans with supplies, while the Carthaginian would have to winter amongst the rocks of Formiae, and the sands and marshes of Liternum, and in gloomy forests. Hannibal did not fail to observe that his own tactics were being employed against him. As he could not get out through Casilinum, and would have to make for the mountains and cross the ridge of Caligula, he would be liable to be attacked by the Romans whilst he was shut up in the valleys. To guard against this, he decided upon a stratagem which, deceiving the eyes of the enemy by its alarming appearance, would enable him to scale the mountains in a night march, without fear of interruption. The following was the ruse which he adopted. Torchwood gathered from all the country round, and faggots of dry brushwood were tied on the horns of the oxen, which he was driving in vast numbers, both broken and unbroken to the plough, amongst the rest of the plunder from the fields. About 2,000 oxen were collected for the purpose. To Hasdrubal was assigned the task of setting fire to the bundles on the horns of this herd as soon as darkness set in, then driving them up the mountains, and if possible mostly above the passes which were guarded by the Romans. Chapter 17. As soon as it was dark, the camp silently broke up. The oxen were driven some distance in front of the column. When they had reached the foot of the mountains, where the roads began to narrow, the signal was given, and the herds with their flaming horns were driven up the mountain's side. The terrifying glare of the flames shooting from their heads, and the heat which penetrated to the root of their horns, made the oxen rush about as though they were mad. At this sudden scampering about, it seemed as though the woods and mountains were on fire, and all the brushwood round became alight, and the incessant but useless shaking of their heads made the flames shoot out all the more, and gave the appearance of men running about in all directions. When the men who were guarding the pass saw fires moving above them high up on the mountains, they thought that their position was turned, and they hastily quitted it. Making their way up to the highest points, they took the direction where there appeared to be the fewest flames, thinking this to be the safest road. Even so, they came across stray oxen separated from the herd, and at first sight they stood still in astonishment at what seemed a preternatural sight of beings breathing fire. When it turned out to be simply a human device, they were still more alarmed at what they suspected was an ambuscade, and they took to flight. Now they fell in with some of Hannibal's light infantry, but both sides shrank from a fight in the darkness and remained inactive till daylight. In the meantime, Hannibal had marched the whole of his army through the pass, and after surprising and scattering some Roman troops in the pass itself, fixed his camp in the district of Aliphae. Chapter 18. Hannibal's continued march. Minucius in command. Fabius watched all this confusion and excitement, but as he took it to be an ambuscade, and in any case shrank from a battle in the night, he kept his men within their lines. As soon as it was light, there was a battle just under the ridge of the mountain, where the Carthaginian light infantry were cut off from their main body, and would easily have been crushed by the Romans, who had considerably the advantage in numbers, had not a cohort of Spaniards come up, who had been sent back by Hannibal to their assistance. These men were more accustomed to the mountains and in better training for running amongst rocks and precipices, and being both more lightly made and more lightly armed, they could easily, by their method of fighting, baffle an enemy drawn from the lowlands, heavily armed and accustomed to stationary tactics. At last they drew off from the contest, which was anything but an equal one. The Spaniards being almost untouched, the Romans having sustained a heavy loss, each retired to their respective camps. Fabius followed on Hannibal's track through the pass, and encamped above Aliphae in an elevated position and one of great natural strength. Hannibal retraced his steps as far as the Peligni, ravaging the country as he went, as though his intention was to march through Samnium upon Rome. Fabius continued to move along the heights, keeping between the enemy and the city, neither avoiding nor attacking him. The Carthaginian left the Peligni, and marching back into Apulia, reached Geronium. This city had been abandoned by its inhabitants because a portion of the walls had fallen into ruin. The dictator formed an entrenched camp near Larinum. From there he was recalled to Rome on business connected with religion. Before his departure, he impressed upon the master of the horse, not only as commander-in-chief, but as a friend giving good advice, and even using entreaties, the necessity of trusting more to prudence than to luck, and following his own example rather than copying Sempronius and Flaminius. He was not to suppose that nothing had been gained, now that the summer had been spent in baffling the enemy. Even physicians often gained more by not disturbing their patients than by subjecting them to movement and exercises. It was no small advantage to have avoided defeat at the hands of a foe who had been so often victorious, and to have obtained a breathing space after such a series of disasters. With these unheeded warnings to the master of the horse, he started for Rome. Chapter 19. Events in Spain. At the commencement of this summer, war began in Spain, both by land and sea. Hasdrubal added 10 ships to those which he had received from his brother, equipped and ready for action, and gave Himilco a fleet of 40 vessels. He then sailed from New Carthage, keeping near land, and with his army moving parallel along the coast, ready to engage the enemy whether by sea or land. When Gnaeus Scipio learnt that his enemy had left his winter quarters, he at first adopted the same tactics, but on further consideration he would not venture on a contest by land, owing to the immense reputation of the new auxiliaries. After embarking the pick of his army, he proceeded with a fleet of 35 ships to meet the enemy. The day after leaving Tarico, he came to anchor at a spot 10 miles distant from the mouth of the Ebro. 2 dispatch boats belonging to Massilia had been sent to reconnoiter, and they brought back word that the Carthaginian fleet was riding at anchor in the mouth of the river, and their camp was on the bank. Scipio at once weighed anchor and sailed towards the enemy, intending to strike a sudden panic amongst them by surprising them whilst off their guard and unsuspicious of danger. There are in Spain many towers situated on high ground, which are used both as lookouts and places of defense against pirates. It was from there that the hostile ships were first sighted, and the signal given to Hasdrubal. Excitement and confusion prevailed in the camp on shore before it reached the ships at sea, as the splash of the oars and other sounds of advancing ships were not yet heard, and the projecting headlands hid the Roman fleet from view. Suddenly one mounted vidette after another from Hasdrubal galloped up with orders to those who were strolling about on the shore, or resting in their tents, and expecting anything rather than the approach of an enemy or battle that day, to embark with all speed and take their arms, for the Roman fleet was now not far from the harbor. This order the mounted men were giving in all directions, and before long Hasdrubal himself appeared with the whole of his army. Everywhere there was noise and confusion. The rowers and the soldiers scrambled on board, more like men flying from the shore than men going into action. Hardly were all on board when some unfastened the mooring ropes and drifted towards their anchors. Others cut their cables. Everything was done in too much haste and hurry. The work of the seamen was hampered by the preparations which the soldiers were making, and the soldiers were prevented from putting themselves in fighting trim, owing to the confusion and panic which prevailed amongst the seamen. By this time the Romans were not only near at hand, they had actually lined up their ships for the attack. The Carthaginians were paralyzed quite as much by their own disorder as by the approach of the enemy, and they brought their ships round for flight, after abandoning a struggle which it would be more true to say was attempted rather than begun. But it was impossible for their widely extended line to enter the mouth of the river all at once, and the ships were run ashore in all directions. Some of those on board got out through the shallow water. Others jumped onto the beach, with arms or without, and made good their escape to the army, which was drawn up ready for action along the shore. 2 Carthaginian ships, however, were captured to begin with, and 4 sunk. Chapter 20. Though the Romans saw that the enemy were in force on land, and that their army was extended along the shore, they showed no hesitation in following up the enemy's panic-stricken fleet. They secured all the ships which had not staved their prows in on the beach, or grounded with their keels in the mud, by fastening hawsers to their sterns, and dragging them into deep water. Out of 40 vessels, 25 were captured in this way. This was not, however, the best part of the victory. Its main importance lay in the fact that this one insignificant encounter gave the mastery of the whole of the adjacent sea. The fleet accordingly sailed to Onusa, and there the soldiers disembarked, captured and plundered the place, and then marched towards New Carthage. They ravaged the entire country round, and ended by setting fire to the houses which adjoined the walls and gates. Re-embarking, laden with plunder, they sailed to Longantica, where they found a great quantity of esparto grass, which Hasdrubal had collected for the use of the navy, and after taking what they could use, they burnt the rest. They did not confine themselves to cruising along the coast, but crossed over to the island of Ebusas, where they made a determined but unsuccessful attack upon the capital during the whole of 2 days. As they found that they were only wasting time on a hopeless enterprise, they took to plundering the country and sacked and burnt several villages. Here they secured more booty than on the mainland, and after placing it on board, as they were on the point of sailing away, some envoys came to Scipio from the Balearic Isles to sue for peace. From this point the fleet sailed back to the eastern side of the province, where envoys were assembled from all the tribes in the district of the Ebro, and many even from the remotest parts of Spain. The tribes which actually acknowledged the supremacy of Rome and gave hostages amounted to more than 120. The Romans felt now as much confidence in their army as in their navy, and marched as far as the pass of Castulo. Hasdrubal retired to Lusitania, where he was nearer to the Atlantic. Chapter 21. It now seemed as though the remainder of the summer would be undisturbed, and it would have been so as far as the Carthaginians were concerned. But the Spanish temperament is restless and fond of change, and after the Romans had left the pass and retired to the coast, Mandonius and Indibilis, who had previously been chief of the Ibergetes, roused their fellow tribesmen, and proceeded to harry the lands of those who were in peace and alliance with Rome. Scipio dispatched a military tribune with some light-armed auxiliaries to disperse them, and after a trifling engagement, for they were undisciplined and without organization, they were all put to rout, some being killed or taken prisoners, and a large proportion deprived of their arms. This disturbance, however, brought Hasdrubal, who was marching westwards, back to the defense of his allies on the south side of the Ebro. The Carthaginians were in camp amongst the Elergavonians. The Roman camp was at Nova, when unexpected intelligence turned the tide of war in another direction. The Celtiberi, who had sent their chief men as envoys to Scipio and had given hostages, were induced by his representations to take up arms and invade the province of New Carthage with a powerful army. They took 3 fortified towns by storm, and fought 2 most successful actions with Hasdrubal himself, killing 15,000 of the enemy, and taking 4,000 prisoners with numerous standards. Chapter 22. Publius Scipio dispatched with reinforcements to Spain. This was the position of affairs when Publius Scipio, whose command had been extended after he ceased to be consul, came to the province which had been assigned to him by the Senate. He brought a reinforcement of 30 ships of war and 8,000 troops, also a large convoy of supplies. This fleet, with its enormous column of transports, excited the liveliest delight among the townsmen and their allies when it was seen in the distance and finally reached the port of Tarracona. There the soldiers were landed, and Scipio marched up country to meet his brother. Thenceforward they carried on the campaign with their united forces, and with one heart and purpose. As the Carthaginians were preoccupied with the Celtiberian war, the Scipios had no hesitation in crossing the Ebro, and as no enemy appeared, marching straight to Saguntum, where they had been informed that the hostages who had been surrendered to Hannibal from all parts of Spain were detained in the citadel under a somewhat weak guard. The fact that they had given these pledges was the only thing that prevented all the tribes of Spain from openly manifesting their leanings towards alliance with Rome. They dreaded lest the price of their defection from Carthage should be the blood of their own children. From this bond, Spain was released by the clever but treacherous scheme of one individual. Abelux was a Spaniard of high birth living at Saguntum, who had at one time been loyal to Carthage, but afterwards, with the usual fickleness of barbarians, as the fortunes of Carthage changed, so he changed his allegiance. He considered that anyone going over to the enemy without having something valuable to betray was simply a worthless and disreputable individual, and so he made it his one aim to be of the greatest service he could to his new allies. After making a survey of everything which fortune could possibly put within his reach, he made up his mind to effect the delivery of the hostages. That one thing he thought would do more than anything else to win the friendship of the Spanish chieftains for the Romans. He was quite aware, however, that the guardians of the hostages would take no step without the orders of Bostar, their commanding officer, and so he employed his arts against Bostar himself. Bostar had fixed his camp outside the city, quite on the shore, that he might bar the approach of the Romans on that side. After obtaining a secret interview with him, he warned him, as though he were unaware of it, as to the actual state of affairs. Up to this time, he said, fear alone has kept the Spaniards loyal, because the Romans were far away. Now the Roman camp is on our side the Ebro, a secure stronghold and refuge for all who want to change their allegiance. Those, therefore, who are no longer restrained by fear, must be bound to us by kindness and feelings of gratitude. Bostar was greatly surprised, and asked him what boon could suddenly effect such great results. Send the hostages, was the reply, back to their homes. That will evoke gratitude from their parents, who are very influential people in their own country, and also from their fellow countrymen generally. Everyone likes to feel that he is trusted. The confidence you place in others generally strengthens their confidence in you. The service of restoring the hostages to their respective homes I claim for myself, that I may contribute to the success of my plan by my own personal efforts, and win for an act gracious in itself still more gratitude. He succeeded in persuading Bostar, whose intelligence was not on a par with the acuteness which the other Carthaginians showed. After this interview, he went secretly to the enemy's outposts, and meeting with some Spanish auxiliaries, he was conducted by them into the presence of Scipio, to whom he explained what he proposed to do. Pledges of good faith were mutually exchanged, and the place and time for handing over the hostages fixed, after which he returned to Saguntum. The following day he spent in receiving Bostar's instructions for the execution of the project. It was agreed between them that he should go at night, in order, as he pretended, to escape the observation of the Roman outposts. He had already arranged with these as to the hour at which he would come, and after awakening those who were in guard of the boys, he conducted the hostages, without appearing to be aware of the fact, into the trap which he had himself prepared. The outposts conducted them into the Roman camp. All the remaining details connected with their restoration to their homes were carried out as he had arranged with Bostar, precisely as if the business were being transacted in the name of Carthage. Yet, though the service rendered was the same, the gratitude felt towards the Romans was considerably greater than would have been earned by the Carthaginians, who had shown themselves oppressive and tyrannical in the time of their prosperity. And now that they experienced a change of fortune, their act might have appeared to be dictated by fear. The Romans, on the other hand, hitherto perfect strangers, had no sooner come into the country than they began with an act of clemency and generosity, and Abelux was considered to have shown his prudence in changing his allies to such good purpose. All now began with surprising unanimity to meditate revolt, and an armed movement would have begun at once had not the winter set in, which compelled the Romans as well as the Carthaginians to retire to their quarters. Chapter 23. Fabius's growing unpopularity. These were the main incidents of the campaign in Spain during the second summer of the Punic War. In Italy, the masterly inaction of Fabius had for a short time stemmed the tide of Roman disasters. It was a cause of grave anxiety to Hannibal, for he fully realized that the Romans had chosen for their commander-in-chief a man who conducted war on rational principles, and not by trusting to chance. But amongst his own people, soldiers and civilians alike, his tactics were viewed with contempt, especially after a battle had been brought about owing to the rashness of the master of the horse in the dictator's absence, which would be more correctly described as fortunate rather than as successful. Two incidents occurred which made the dictator still more unpopular. One was due to the crafty policy of Hannibal. Some deserters had pointed out to him the dictator's landed property, and after all the surrounding buildings had been leveled to the ground, he gave orders for that property to be spared from fire and sword, and all hostile treatment whatever, in order that it might be thought that there was some secret bargain between them. The second cause of the dictator's growing unpopularity was something which he himself did, and which at first bore an equivocal aspect, because he had acted without the authority of the Senate. But ultimately it was universally recognized as redounding very greatly to his credit. In carrying out the exchange of prisoners, it had been agreed between the Roman and the Carthaginian commanders, following the precedent of the First Punic War, that whichever side received back more prisoners than they gave should strike a balance by paying 2½ pounds of silver for each soldier they received in excess of those they gave. The Roman prisoners restored were 247 more than the Carthaginians. The question of this payment had been frequently discussed in the Senate, but as Fabius had not consulted that body before making the agreement, there was some delay in voting the money. The matter was settled by Fabius sending his son Quintus to Rome to sell the land which had been untouched by the enemy. He thus discharged the obligation of the state at his own private expense. When Hannibal burnt Geronium after its capture, he left a few houses standing to serve as granaries, and now he was occupying a standing camp before its walls. He was in the habit of sending out 2 divisions to collect corn. He remained in camp with the 3rd, ready to move in any direction where he saw that his foragers were being attacked. Chapter 24. The Roman army was at the time in the neighborhood of Larinum, with Minucius in command, owing, as stated above, to the dictator having left for the city. The camp had been situated in a lofty and secure position. It was now transferred to the plain, and more energetic measures, more in harmony with the general's temperament, were being discussed. Suggestions were made for an attack either on the dispersed parties of foragers or on the camp, now that it was left with a weak guard. Hannibal soon found out that the tactics of his enemies had changed with the change of generals, and that they would act with more spirit than prudence, and incredible as it may sound, though his enemy was in closer proximity to him, he sent out a whole division of his army to collect corn, keeping the other 2 in camp. The next thing he did was to move his camp still nearer the enemy, about 2 miles from Geronium, on rising ground within view of the Romans, so that they might know that he was determined to protect his foragers in case of attack. From this position he was able to see another elevated position still closer to the Roman camp, in fact, looking down on it. There was no doubt that if he were to attempt to seize it in broad daylight, the enemy, having less distance to go, would be there before him. So he sent a force of Numidians, who occupied it during the night. The next day the Romans, seeing how small a number were holding the position, made short work of them, and drove them off, and then transferred their own camp there. By this time there was but a very small distance between rampart and rampart, and even that was almost entirely filled with Roman troops, who were demonstrating in force to conceal the movements of cavalry and light infantry who had been sent through the camp gate farthest from the enemy to attack his foragers, upon whom they inflicted severe losses. Hannibal did not venture upon a regular battle, because his camp was so weakly guarded that it could not have repelled an assault. Borrowing the tactics of Fabius, he began to carry on the campaign by remaining in almost complete inaction, and withdrew his camp to its former position before the walls of Geronium. According to some authors, a pitched battle was fought with both armies in regular formation. The Carthaginians were routed at the first onset and driven to their camp. From there a sudden sortie was made, and it was the Romans' turn to flee. And the battle was once more restored by the sudden appearance of Numerius Decimus, the Samnite general. Decimus was, as far as wealth and lineage go, the foremost man, not only in Bovianum, his native place, but in the whole of Samnium. In obedience to the dictator's orders, he was bringing into camp a force of 8,000 foot and 500 horse, and when he appeared in Hannibal's rear, both sides thought that it was a reinforcement coming from Rome under Quintus Fabius. Hannibal, it is further stated, ordered his men to retire. The Romans followed them up, and with the aid of the Samnites captured 2 of their fortified positions the same day. 6,000 of the enemy were killed, and about 5,000 of the Romans. Yet, though the losses were so evenly balanced, an idle and foolish report of a splendid victory reached Rome, together with a dispatch from the master of the horse, which was still more foolish. End of section 10. Section 11 of the History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 22, The Disaster of Cannae, Chapters 25 to 33. Chapter 25, Proposal to divide the dictator's authority. This state of affairs led to constant discussions in the Senate and the Assembly. Amidst the universal rejoicing, the dictator stood alone. He declared that he did not place the slightest credence in either the report or the dispatch, and even if everything was as it was represented, he dreaded success more than failure. On this, Marcus Metilius, tribune of the plebs, said it was really becoming intolerable that the dictator, not content with standing in the way of any success being achieved when he was on the spot, should now be equally opposed to it, after it had been achieved in his absence. He was deliberately wasting time in his conduct of the war in order to remain longer in office as sole magistrate and retain his supreme command. One consul has fallen in battle, the other has been banished far from Italy, under pretext of chasing the Carthaginian fleet. 2 praetors have their hands full with Sicily and Sardinia, neither of which provinces needs a praetor at all at this time. Marcus Minucius, master of the horse, has been almost kept under guard to prevent him from seeing the enemy or doing anything which savored of war. And so, good heavens, not only Samnium, where we retreated before the Carthaginians as though it were some territory beyond the Ebro, but even the country of Falernum have been utterly laid waste, while the dictator was sitting idly at Casilinum, using the legions of Rome to protect his own property. The master of the horse and the army, who were burning to fight, were kept back and almost imprisoned within their lines. They were deprived of their arms as though they were prisoners of war. At length, no sooner had the dictator departed than, like men delivered from a blockade, they left their entrenchments and routed the enemy and put him to flight. Under these circumstances I was prepared, if the Roman plebes still possessed the spirit they showed in old days, to take the bold step of bringing in a measure to relieve Quintus Fabius of his command. As it is, I shall propose a resolution, couched in very moderate terms, that the authority of the master of the horse be made equal to that of the dictator. But even if this resolution is carried, Quintus Fabius must not be allowed to rejoin the army before he has appointed a consul in place of Gaius Flaminius. As the line which the dictator was taking was in the highest degree unpopular, he kept away from the assembly. Even in the Senate he produced an unfavorable impression when he spoke in laudatory terms of the enemy, and put down the disasters of the past 2 years to rashness and lack of generalship on the part of the commanders. The master of the horse, he said, must be called to account for having fought against his orders. If, he went on to say, the supreme command and direction of the war remained in his hands, he would soon let men know that in the case of a good general, fortune plays a small part. Intelligence and military skill are the main factors. To have preserved the army in circumstances of extreme danger without any humiliating defeat was in his opinion a more glorious thing than the slaughter of many thousands of the enemy. But he failed to convince his audience, and after appointing Marcus Attilius Regulus as consul, he set off by night to rejoin his army. He was anxious to avoid a personal altercation on the question of his authority, and left Rome the day before the proposal was voted upon. At daybreak, a meeting of the plebes was held to consider the proposal. Though the general feeling was one of hostility to the dictator and goodwill towards the master of the horse, few were found bold enough to give this feeling utterance, and recommend a proposal which after all was acceptable to the plebes as a body, and so, notwithstanding the fact that the great majority were in favor of it, it lacked the support of men of weight and influence. One man was found who came forward to advocate the proposal, Gaius Terentius Varro, who had been praetor the year before, a man of humble and even mean origin. The tradition is that his father was a butcher, who hawked his meat about and employed his son in the menial drudgery of his trade. Chapter 26. Terentius Varro. The money made in this business was left to his son, who hoped that his fortune might help him to a more respectable position in society. He decided to become an advocate, and his appearances in the forum, where he defended men of the lowest class by noisy and scurrilous attacks upon the property and character of respectable citizens, brought him into notoriety and ultimately into office. After discharging the various duties of the quaestorship, the 2 aedileships, plebeian and curule, and lastly those of the praetor, he now aspired to the consulship. With this view, he cleverly took advantage of the feeling against the dictator to court the gale of popular favor, and gained for himself the whole credit of carrying the resolution. Everybody, whether in Rome or in the army, whether friend or foe, with the sole exception of the dictator himself, looked upon this proposal as intended to cast a slur on him. But he met the injustice done to him by the people, embittered as they were against him, with the same dignified composure with which he had previously treated the charges which his opponents had brought against him before the populace. While still on his way, he received a dispatch containing the senatorial decree for dividing his command. But as he knew perfectly well that an equal share of military command by no means implied an equal share of military skill, he returned to his army with a spirit undismayed by either his fellow citizens or the enemy. Chapter 27. Minucius's failure. Owing to his success and popularity, Minucius had been almost unbearable before, but now that he had won as great a victory over Fabius as over Hannibal, his boastful arrogance knew no bounds. "The man," he exclaimed, "who was selected as the only general who would be a match for Hannibal has now, by an order of the people, been put on a level with his second in command. The dictator has to share his powers with the master of the horse. There is no precedent for this in our annals, and it has been done in that very state in which masters of the horse have been wont to look with dread upon the rods and axes of dictators. So brilliant have been my good fortune and my merits. If the dictator persists in that dilatoriness and inaction which have been condemned by the judgment of gods and men, I shall follow my good fortune wherever it may lead me." Accordingly, on his first meeting with Quintus Fabius, he told him that the very first thing that had to be settled was the method in which they should exercise their divided authority. The best plan, he thought, would be for them each to take supreme command on alternate days, or, if he preferred it, at longer intervals. This would enable whichever general was in command to meet Hannibal with tactics and strength equal to his own, should an opportunity arise of striking a blow. Quintus Fabius met this proposal with a decided negative. Everything, he argued, which his colleague's rashness might prompt, would be at the mercy of fortune. Though his command was shared with another, he was not wholly deprived of it. He would never, therefore, voluntarily give up what power he still possessed of conducting operations with common sense and prudence. And though he refused to agree to a division of days or periods of command, he was prepared to divide the army with him, and use his best foresight and judgment to preserve what he could, as he could not save all. So it was arranged that they should adopt the plan of the consuls and share the legions between them. The first and fourth went to Minucius. Fabius retained the second and third. The cavalry and the contingents supplied by the Latins and the allies were also divided equally between them. The master of the horse even insisted upon separate camps. Chapter 28. Nothing that was going on amongst his enemies escaped the observation of Hannibal, for ample information was supplied to him by deserters as well as by his scouts. He was doubly delighted, for he felt sure of entrapping, by his own peculiar methods, the wild rashness of Minucius, and he saw that Fabius's skillful tactics had lost half their strength. Between Minucius's camp and Hannibal's there was some rising ground, and whichever side seized it would undoubtedly be able to render their adversary's position less secure. Hannibal determined to secure it, and though it would have been worth while doing so without a fight, he preferred to bring on a battle with Minucius, who, he felt quite sure, would hurry up to stop him. The entire intervening country seemed, at a first glance, totally unsuited for surprise tactics, for there were no woods anywhere, no spots covered with brushwood and scrub. But in reality it naturally lent itself to such a purpose, and all the more so because in so bare a valley no stratagem of the kind could be suspected. In its windings there were caverns, some so large as to be capable of concealing 200 men. Each of these hiding places was filled with troops, and altogether 5,000 horse and foot were placed in concealment. In case, however, the stratagem might be detected by some soldier's thoughtless movements, or the glint of arms in so open a valley, Hannibal sent a small detachment to seize the rising ground already described, in order to divert the attention of the enemy. As soon as they were sighted, their small number excited ridicule, and every man begged that he might have the task of dislodging them. Conspicuous amongst his senseless and hot-headed soldiers, the general sounded a general call to arms, and poured idle abuse and threats on the enemy. He sent the light infantry first in open skirmishing order. These were followed by the cavalry in close formation, and at last, when he saw that reinforcements were being brought up to the enemy, he advanced with the legions in line. Hannibal on his side sent supports, both horse and foot, to his men wherever they were hard pressed, and the numbers engaged steadily grew until he had formed his entire army into order of battle, and both sides were in full strength. The Roman light infantry, moving up the hill from lower ground, were the first to be repulsed and forced back to the cavalry, who were coming up behind them. They sought refuge behind the front ranks of the legions, who alone, amidst the general panic, preserved their coolness and presence of mind. Had it been a straightforward fight, man to man, they would, to all appearance, have been quite a match for their foes. So much had their success, a few days previously, restored their courage. But the sudden appearance of the concealed troops, and their combined attack on both flanks, and on the rear of the Roman legions, created such confusion and alarm that not a man had any spirit left to fight, or any hope of escaping by flight. Chapter 29. Fabius comes to the rescue. Fabius's attention was first drawn to the cries of alarm. Then he observed in the distance the disordered and broken ranks. "Just so," he exclaimed, "fortune has overtaken his rashness, but not more quickly than I feared. Minucius is his equal in command, but he has found out that Hannibal is his superior both in ability and in success. However, this is not the time for censure or rebuke. Advance into the field, let us wrest victory from the foe, and a confession of error from our fellow citizens." By this time the rout had spread over a large part of the field. Some were killed, others looking round for the means of escape, when suddenly the army of Fabius appeared, as though sent down from heaven to their rescue. Before they came within range of their missiles, before they could exchange blows, they checked their comrades in their wild flight, and the enemy in their fierce attack. Those who had been scattered hither and thither after their ranks were broken, closed in from all sides and reformed their line. Those who had kept together in their retreat wheeled round to face the enemy, and forming square, at one moment slowly retired, and at another, shoulder to shoulder, stood their ground. The defeated troops and those who were fresh on the field had now practically become one line, and they were commencing an advance on the enemy when the Carthaginian sounded the retreat, showing clearly that whilst Minucius had been defeated by him, he was himself vanquished by Fabius. The greater part of the day had been spent in these varying fortunes of the field. On their return to camp, Minucius called his men together and addressed them thus: "Soldiers, I have often heard it said that the best man is he who himself advises what is the right thing to do. Next to him comes the man who follows good advice. But the man who neither himself knows what counsel to give, nor obeys the wise counsels of another, is of the very lowest order of intelligence. Since the first order of intelligence and capacity has been denied to us, let us cling to the second and intermediate one, and whilst we are learning to command, let us make up our minds to obey him who is wise and far-sighted. Let us join camp with Fabius. When we have carried the standards to his tent, where I shall salute him as Father, a title which the service he has done us and the greatness of his office alike deserve, you soldiers will salute as patrons those whose arms and right hands protected you a little while ago. If this day has done nothing else for us, it has at all events conferred on us the glory of having grateful hearts." Chapter 30. Fabius, a popular hero. The signal was given, and the word passed to collect the baggage. They then proceeded in marching order to the dictator's camp, much to his surprise, and to the surprise of all who were round him. When the standards had been stationed in front of his tribunal, the master of the horse stepped forward and addressed him as Father, and the whole of his troops saluted those who were crowding round them as patrons. He then proceeded: "I have put you on a level, dictator, with my parents as far as I can do so in words, but to them I only owe my life. To you I owe my preservation and the safety of all these men. The decree of the plebs, which I feel to be onerous rather than an honor, I am the first to repeal and annul, and with a prayer that it may turn out well for you, for me, and for these armies of yours, for preserved and preserver alike, I place myself again under your auspicious authority, and restore to you these legions with their standards. I ask you, as an act of grace, to order me to retain my office, and these, each man of them, his place in the ranks." Then each man grasped his neighbor's hand, and the soldiers were dismissed to quarters, where they were generously and hospitably entertained by acquaintances and strangers alike. And the day, which had a short time ago been dark and gloomy, and almost marked by disaster and ruin, became a day of joy and gladness. When the report of this action reached Rome, and was confirmed by dispatches from both commanders, and by letters from the rank and file of both armies, every man did his best to extol Maximus to the skies. His reputation was quite as great with Hannibal and the Carthaginians. Now at last they felt that they were warring with Romans, and on Italian soil. For the last 2 years they had felt such contempt for Roman generals and Roman troops that they could hardly believe that they were at war with that nation of whom they had heard such a terrible report from their fathers. Hannibal, on his return from the field, is reported to have said, "The cloud which has so long settled on the mountain heights has at last burst upon us in rain and storm." Chapter 31. While these events were occurring in Italy, the consul Gnaeus Servilius Geminus, with a fleet of 120 vessels, visited Sardinia and Corsica, and received hostages from both islands. From there he sailed to Africa. Before landing on the mainland, he laid waste the island of Menix, and allowed the inhabitants of Cercina to save their island from a similar visitation by paying an indemnity of 10 talents of silver. After this, he disembarked his forces on the African coast, and sent them, both soldiers and seamen, to ravage the country. They dispersed far and wide, just as though they were plundering uninhabited islands, and consequently their recklessness led them into an ambuscade. Straggling in small parties, they were surrounded by large numbers of the enemy, who knew the country, whilst they were strangers to it, with the result that they were driven in wild flight, and with heavy loss back to their ships. After losing as many as 1,000 men, amongst them the quaestor Sempronius Blassus, the fleet hastily put to sea from shores lined with the enemy, and held its course to Sicily. Here it was handed over to Titus Otacilius, in order that his second in command, Publius Sura, might take it back to Rome. Servilius himself proceeded overland through Sicily, and crossed the strait into Italy, in consequence of a dispatch from Quintus Fabius, recalling him and his colleague Marcus Attilius to take over the armies, as his 6 months' tenure of office had almost expired. All the annalists, with 1 or 2 exceptions, state that Fabius acted against Hannibal as dictator. Salius adds that he was the first dictator who was appointed by the people. But Salius and the rest have forgotten that the right of nominating a dictator lay with the consul alone, and Servilius, who was the only consul at the time, was in Gaul. The citizens, appalled by 3 successive defeats, could not endure the thought of delay, and recourse was had to the appointment by the people of a man to act in place of a dictator, pro dictatore. His subsequent achievements, his brilliant reputation as a commander, and the exaggerations which his descendants introduced into the inscription on his bust, easily explain the belief, which ultimately gained ground, that Fabius, who had only been pro-dictator, was actually dictator. Chapter 32. Fabius's army was transferred to Attilius. Servilius Geminus took over the one which Minucius had commanded. They lost no time in fortifying their winter quarters, and during the remainder of the autumn conducted their joint operations in the most perfect harmony on the line which Fabius had laid down. When Hannibal left his camp to collect supplies, they were conveniently posted at different spots to harass his main body and cut off stragglers. But they refused to risk a general engagement, though the enemy employed every artifice to bring one on. Hannibal was reduced to such extremities that he would have marched back into Gaul, had not his departure looked like flight. No chance whatever would have been left to him of feeding his army in that part of Italy, if the succeeding consuls had persevered in the same tactics. Neapolis offers pecuniary assistance. When the winter had brought the war to a standstill at Geranium, envoys from Neapolis arrived in Rome. They brought with them into the Senate house 40 very heavy golden bowls, and addressed the assembled senators in the following terms: We know that the Roman treasury is being drained by the war, and since this war is being carried on for the towns and fields of the Allies, quite as much as for the head and stronghold of Italy, the city of Rome and its empire, we Neapolitans have thought it but right to assist the Roman people with the gold which has been left by our ancestors for the enriching of our temples and for a reserve in time of need. If we thought that our personal services would have been of any use, we would just as gladly have offered them. The senators and people of Rome will confer a great pleasure upon us, if they look upon everything that belongs to the Neapolitans as their own, and deign to accept from us a gift, the value and importance of which lie rather in the cordial goodwill of those who gladly give it, than in any intrinsic worth which it may itself possess. A vote of thanks was passed to the envoys for their munificence and their care for the interests of Rome, and one bull, the smallest, was accepted. Chapter 33. About the same time, a Carthaginian spy, who for 2 years had escaped detection, was caught in Rome, and after both his hands were cut off, he was sent away. 25 slaves who had formed a conspiracy in the Campus Martius were crucified. The informer had his liberty given to him, and 20,000 bronze aces. Ambassadors were sent to Philip, king of Macedon, to demand the surrender of Demetrius of Pharos, who had taken refuge with him after his defeat, and another embassy was dispatched to the Ligurians to make a formal complaint as to the assistance they had given the Carthaginian in men and money, and at the same time to get a nearer view of what was going on amongst the Boii and the Insubrae. Officials were also sent to Pineus, king of Illyria, to demand payment of the tribute which was now in arrears, or, if he wished for an extension of time, to accept personal securities for its payment. So, though they had an immense war on their shoulders, nothing escaped the attention of the Romans in any part of the world, however distant. A religious difficulty arose about an unfulfilled vow. On the occasion of the mutiny amongst the troops in Gaul 2 years before, the praetor Lucius Manlius had vowed a temple to Concord, but up to that time no contract had been made for its construction. 2 commissioners were appointed for the purpose by Marcus Aemilius, the city praetor, namely Gaius Pupius and Caeso Quinctius Flaminius, and they entered into a contract for the building of the temple within the precinct of the citadel. The Senate passed a resolution that Aemilius should also write to the consuls, asking one of them, if they approved, to come to Rome to hold the consular elections, and he would give notice of the elections for whatever day they fixed upon. The consuls replied that they could not leave the army in the presence of the enemy without danger to the Republic. It would be therefore better for the elections to be held by an interrex than that a consul should be recalled from the front. The Senate thought it better for a dictator to be nominated by the consul for the purpose of holding the elections. Lucius Veturius Philo was nominated. He appointed Manlius Pomponius Matho his master of the horse. Their election was found to be invalid, and they were ordered to resign office after holding it for 4 days. Matters reverted to an interregnum. End of section 11. Section 12 of the History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 22, The Disaster of Cannae, Chapters 34 through 40. Chapter 34. Stormy election, Gaius Terentius Varro, consul, BC 216. Servilius and Regulus had their commands extended for another year. The interroges appointed by the Senate were Gaius Claudius Cento, son of Appius, and Publius Cornelius Asina. The latter conducted the elections amidst a bitter struggle between the patricians and the plebes. Gaius Terentius Varro, a member of their own order, had ingratiated himself with the plebes by his attacks upon the leading men in the state, and by all the tricks known to the demagogue. His success in shaking the influence of Fabius and weakening the authority of the dictator had invested him with a certain glory in the eyes of the mob, which was heightened by the other's unpopularity, and they did their utmost to raise him to the consulship. The patricians opposed him with their utmost strength, dreading lest it should become a common practice for men to attack them as a means of rising to an equality with them. Quintus Baebius Herennius, a relation of Varro's, accused not only the Senate, but even the augurs, because they had prevented the dictator from carrying the elections through, and by thus embittering public opinion against them, he strengthened the feeling in favor of his own candidate. It was by the nobility, he declared, who had for many years been trying to get up a war, that Hannibal was brought into Italy, and when the war might have been brought to a close, it was they who were unscrupulously protracting it. The advantage which Marcus Minucius gained in the absence of Fabius made it abundantly clear that with 4 legions combined, a successful fight could be maintained. But afterwards 2 legions had been exposed to slaughter at the hands of the enemy, and then rescued at the very last moment in order that he might be called father and patron, because he would not allow the Romans to conquer before they had been defeated. Then, as to the consuls, though they had it in their power to finish the war, they had adopted Fabius's policy and protracted it. This is the secret understanding that has been come to by all the nobles, and we shall never see the end of the war till we have elected as our consul a man who is really a plebeian, that is, one from the ranks. The plebeian nobility have all been initiated into the same mysteries, when they are no longer looked down upon by the patricians. They at once begin to look down upon the plebes. Who does not see that their one aim and object was to bring about an interregnum, in order that the elections might be controlled by the patricians? That was the object of the consuls in both staying with the army. Then, afterwards, because they had to nominate a dictator against their will to conduct the elections, they had carried their point by force, and the dictator's appointment was declared invalid by the augurs. Well, they have got their interregnum. One consulship at all events belongs to the Roman plebes. The people will freely dispose of it, and give it to the man who prefers an early victory to prolonged command. Chapter 35. Harangues like these kindled intense excitement among the plebes. There were 3 patrician candidates in the field, Publius Cornelius Merenda, Lucius Manlius Vulso, and Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. 2 plebeians who were now ennobled, Gaius Attilius Serranus and Quintus Aelius Paetus, one of whom was a pontiff, the other an augur. But the only one elected was Gaius Terentius Varro, so that the elections for appointing his colleague were in his hands. The nobility saw that his rivals were not strong enough, and they compelled Lucius Aemilius Paulus to come forward. He had come off with a blasted reputation from the trial in which his colleague had been found guilty, and he narrowly escaped. and for a long time stoutly resisted the proposal to become a candidate, owing to his intense dislike of the plebes. On the next election day, after all Varro's opponents had retired, he was given to him not so much to be his colleague as to oppose him on equal terms. The elections of praetors followed. Those elected were Manlius Pomponius Matho and Publius Furius Philus. To Philus was assigned the jurisdiction over Roman citizens, to Pomponius the decision of suits between citizens and foreigners. 2 additional praetors were appointed, Marcus Claudius Marcellus for Sicily, and Lucius Postumius Albinus to act in Gaul. These were all elected in their absence, and none of them, with the exception of Varro, were new to office. Several strong and capable men were passed over, for at such a time it seemed undesirable that a magistracy should be entrusted to new and untried men. Chapter 36. Preparations for the campaign. The armies were increased, but as to what additions were made to the infantry and cavalry, the authorities vary so much, both as to the numbers and nature of the forces, that I should hardly venture to assert anything as positively certain. Some say that 10,000 recruits were called out to make up the losses. Others, that 4 new legions were enrolled, so that they might carry on the war with 8 legions. Some authorities record that both horse and foot in the legions were made stronger by the addition of 1,000 infantry and 100 cavalry to each, so that they contained 5,000 infantry and 300 cavalry, whilst the allies furnished double the number of cavalry and an equal number of infantry. Thus, according to these writers, there were 87,200 men in the Roman camp when the Battle of Cannae was fought. One thing is quite certain: the struggle was resumed with greater vigor and energy than in former years, because the dictator had given them reason to hope that the enemy might be conquered. But before the newly raised legions left the city, the decemvirs were ordered to consult the sacred books, owing to the general alarm which had been created by fresh portents. It was reported that showers of stones had fallen simultaneously on the Aventine in Rome and at Aricia, that the statues of the gods amongst the Sabines had sweated blood, and cold water had flowed from the hot springs. This latter portent created more terror because it had happened several times. In the colonnade near the campus, several men had been killed by lightning. The proper expiation of these portents was ascertained from the sacred books. Some envoys from Paestum brought golden bowls to Rome. Thanks were voted to them, as in the case of the Neapolitans, but the gold was not accepted. Chapter 37. Assistance from Hiero. About the same time, a fleet which had been dispatched by Hiero arrived at Ostia with a large quantity of supplies. When his officers were introduced into the Senate, they spoke in the following terms. The news of the death of the consul Gaius Flaminius and the destruction of his army caused so much distress and grief to King Hiero that he could not have been more deeply moved by any disaster which could happen either to himself personally or to his kingdom. Although he well knows that the greatness of Rome is almost more to be admired in adversity than in prosperity, still, notwithstanding that, he has sent everything with which good and faithful allies can assist their friends in time of war, and he earnestly entreats the Senate not to reject his offer. To begin with, we are bringing, as an omen of good fortune, a golden statue of Victory weighing 220 pounds. We ask you to accept it and keep it as your own forever. We have also brought 300,000 pecks of wheat and 200,000 of barley, that you may not want provisions. and we are prepared to transport as much more as you require, to any place that you may decide upon. The king is quite aware that Rome does not employ any legionary soldiers or cavalry, except Romans and those belonging to the Latin nation. But he has seen foreigners serving as light infantry in the Roman camp. He has accordingly sent 1,000 archers and slingers, capable of acting against the Balearics and Moors, and other tribes who fight with missile weapons. They supplemented these gifts by suggesting that the praetor to whom Sicily had been assigned should take the fleet over to Africa, so that the country of the enemy, too, might be visited by war, and less facilities afforded him for sending reinforcements to Hannibal. The Senate requested the officers to take back the following reply to the king. Hiero was a man of honor and an exemplary ally. He had been consistently loyal all through, and had on every occasion rendered most generous help to Rome, and for that Rome was duly grateful. The gold which had been offered by 1 or 2 cities had not been accepted, though the Roman people were very grateful for the offer. They would, however, accept the Statue of Victory as an omen for the future, and would give and consecrate a place for her in the Capitol in the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus. Enshrined in that stronghold, she will be gracious and propitious, constant and steadfast to Rome. The archers and slingers and the corn were handed over to the consuls. The fleet which Titus Audacilius had with him in Sicily was strengthened by the addition of 25 canqueremes, and permission was given him to cross over to Africa if he thought it would be in the interest of the Republic. Chapter 38. Troops enrolled. Preparations for departure. After completing the enrollment, the consuls waited a few days for the contingents furnished by the Latins and the allies to come in. Then a new departure was made. The soldiers were sworn in by the military tribunes. Up to that day there had only been the military oath binding the men to assemble at the bidding of the consuls, and not to disband until they received orders to do so. It had also been the custom among the soldiers, when the infantry were formed into companies of 100, and the cavalry into troops of 10, for all the men in each company or troop to take a voluntary oath to each other, that they would not leave their comrades for fear or for flight, and that they would not quit the ranks, save to fetch or pick up a weapon, to strike an enemy, or to save a comrade. This voluntary covenant was now changed into a formal oath taken before the tribunes. Before they marched out of the city, Varro delivered several violent harangues, in which he declared that the war had been brought into Italy by the nobles, and would continue to feed on the vitals of the Republic if there were more generals like Fabius. He, Varro, would finish off the war the very day he caught sight of the enemy. His colleague Paulus made only one speech, in which there was much more truth than the people cared to hear. He passed no strictures on Varro, but he did express surprise that any general, while still in the city, before he had taken up his command, or become acquainted with either his own army or that of the enemy, or gained any information as to the lie of the country and the nature of the ground, should know in what way he should conduct the campaign, and be able to foretell the day on which he would fight a decisive battle with the enemy. As for himself, Paulus said that he would not anticipate events by disclosing his measures, for, after all, circumstances determined measures for men, much more than men made circumstances subservient to measures. He hoped and prayed that such measures as were taken with due caution and foresight might turn out successful. So far, rashness, besides being foolish, had proved disastrous. He made it quite clear that he would prefer safe to hasty counsels. And in order to strengthen him in this resolve, Fabius is said to have addressed him on his departure in the following terms. Chapter 39. Fabius gives advice. Lucius Aemilius, if you were like your colleague, or if you had a colleague like yourself, and I would that it were so, my address would be simply a waste of words. For if you were both good consuls, you would, without any suggestions from me, do everything that the interests of the state or your own sense of honor demanded. If you were both alike bad, you would neither listen to anything I had to say, nor take any advice which I might offer. As it is, when I look at your colleague and consider what sort of a man you are, I shall address my remarks to you. I can see that your merits as a man and a citizen will effect nothing if one half of the commonwealth is crippled, and evil counsels possess the same force and authority as good ones. You are mistaken, Lucius Paulus, if you imagine that you will have less difficulty with Gaius Terentius than with Hannibal. I rather think the former will prove a more dangerous enemy than the latter. With the one, you will only have to contend in the field. The opposition of the other you will have to meet everywhere and always. Against Hannibal and his legions, you will have your cavalry and infantry. When Varro is in command, he will use your own men against you. I do not want to bring ill luck on you by mentioning the ill-starred Flaminius, but this I must say, that it was only after he was consul and had entered upon his province and taken up his command that he began to play the madman. But this man was insane before he stood for the consulship, and afterwards while canvassing for it. And now that he is consul, before he has seen the camp or the enemy, he is madder than ever. If he raises such storms amongst peaceful civilians as he did just now by bragging about battles and battlefields, what will he do, think you, when he is talking to armed men, and those young men where words at once lead to action? And yet, if he carries out his threat and brings on an action at once, either I am utterly ignorant of military science, of the nature of this war, of the enemy with whom we are dealing, or else some place or other will be rendered more notorious by our defeat than even Trasumenus. As we are alone, this is hardly a time for boasting, and I would rather be thought to have gone too far in despising glory than in seeking it. But, as a matter of fact, the only rational method of carrying on war against Hannibal is the one which I have followed. This is not only taught us by experience the teacher of fools, but by reasoning which has been and will continue to be unchanged as long as the conditions remain the same. We are carrying on war in Italy, in our own country, on our own soil. Everywhere round us are citizens and allies. They are helping us with men, horses, supplies, and they will continue to do so, for they have proved their loyalty thus far to us in our adversity. And time and circumstance are making us more efficient, more circumspect, more self-reliant. Hannibal, on the other hand, is in a foreign and hostile land, far from his home and country, confronted everywhere by opposition and danger. Nowhere by land or sea can he find peace. No cities admit him within their gates, no fortified towns. Nowhere does he see anything which he can call his own. He has to live on each day's pillage. He has hardly a third of the army with which he crossed the Ebro. He has lost more by famine than by the sword, and even the few he has cannot get enough to support life. Do you doubt, then, that if we sit still we shall get the better of a man who is growing weaker day by day, who has neither supplies nor reinforcements nor money? How long has he been sitting before the walls of Geronium, a poor fortress in Apulia, as though they were the walls of Carthage? But I will not sound my own praises even before you. See how the late consuls, Gnaeus Servilius and Attilius, fooled him. This, Lucius Paulus, is the only safe course to adopt, and it is one which your fellow citizens will do more to make difficult and dangerous for you than the enemy will, for your own soldiers will want the same thing as the enemy. Varro, though he is a Roman consul, will desire just what Hannibal, the Carthaginian commander, desires. You must hold your own single-handed against both generals, and you will hold your own if you stand your ground firmly against public gossip and private slander, if you remain unmoved by false misrepresentations and your colleagues' idle boasting. It is said that truth is far too often eclipsed, but never totally extinguished. The man who scorns false glory will possess the true. Let them call you a coward because you are cautious, a laggard because you are deliberate, unsoldierly because you are a skillful general. I would rather have you give a clever enemy cause for fear than earn the praise of foolish compatriots. Hannibal will only feel contempt for a man who runs all risks. He will be afraid of one who never takes a rash step. I do not advise you to do nothing, but I do advise you to be guided in what you do by common sense and reason, and not by chance. Never lose control of your forces and yourself. Be always prepared, always on the alert. Never fail to seize an opportunity favorable to yourself, and never give a favorable opportunity to the enemy. The man who is not in a hurry will always see his way clearly. Haste blunders on blindly. Chapter 40. The Consuls take the field. The consul's reply was far from being a cheerful one, for he admitted that the advice given was true, but not easy to put into practice. If a dictator had found his master of the horse unbearable, what power or authority would a consul have against a violent and headstrong colleague? In my first consulship, he said, I escaped badly singed from the fire of popular fury. I hope and pray that all may end successfully. But if any mischance befalls us, I shall expose myself to the weapons of the enemy sooner than to the verdict of the enraged citizens. With these words, Paulus, it is said, set forward, escorted by the foremost men amongst the patricians. The plebeian consul was attended by his plebeian friends, more conspicuous for their numbers than for the quality of the men who composed the crowd. When they came into camp, the recruits and the old soldiers were formed into one army, and two separate camps were formed, the new camp, which was the smaller one, being nearer to Hannibal, while in the old camp the larger part of the army and the best troops were stationed. Marcus Attilius, one of the consuls of the previous year, pleaded his age and was sent back to Rome. The other, Gnaeus Servilius, was placed in command of the smaller camp, with 1 Roman legion and 2,000 horse and foot of the allies. Although Hannibal saw that the army opposed to him was half as large again as it had been, he was hugely delighted at the advent of the consuls. For not only was there nothing left out of his daily plunder, but there was nothing left anywhere for him to seize, as all the corn, now that the country was unsafe, had been everywhere stored in the cities. Hardly 10 days' rations of corn remained, as was afterwards discovered, and the Spaniards were prepared to desert, owing to the shortness of supplies, if only the Romans had waited till the time was ripe. End of section 12. Section 13 of A History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 22, The Disaster of Cannae, Chapters 41 through 50. Chapter 41, A Brush with the Enemy, Hannibal's Stratagem Foiled. An incident occurred which still further encouraged Varro's impetuous and headstrong temperament. Parties were sent to drive off the foragers. A confused fight ensued, owing to the soldiers rushing forward without any preconcerted plan or orders from their commanders, and the contest went heavily against the Carthaginians. As many as 1,700 of them were killed. The loss of the Romans and the allies did not amount to more than 100. The consuls commanded on alternate days, and that day happened to be Paulus's turn. He checked the victors who were pursuing the enemy in great disorder, for he feared an ambuscade. Varro was furious, and loudly exclaimed that the enemy had been allowed to slip out of their hands, and if the pursuit had not been stopped, the war could have been brought to a close. Hannibal did not very much regret his losses. On the contrary, he believed that they would serve as a bait to the impetuosity of the consul and his newly raised troops, and that he would be more headstrong than ever. What was going on in the enemy's camp was quite as well known to him as what was going on in his own. He was fully aware that there were differences and quarrels between the commanders, and that 2/3 of the army consisted of recruits. The following night he selected what he considered a suitable position for an ambuscade, and marched his men out of camp with nothing but their arms, leaving all the property, both public and private, behind in the camp. He then concealed the force behind the hills which enclosed the valley, the infantry to the left and the cavalry to the right, and took the baggage train through the middle of the valley, in the hope of surprising the Romans whilst plundering the apparently deserted camp and hampered with their plunder. Numerous fires were left burning in the camp in order to create the impression that he wished to keep the consuls in their respective positions until he had traversed a considerable distance in his retreat. Fabius had been deceived by the same stratagem the previous year. Chapter 42. As it grew light, the pickets were seen to have been withdrawn. Then, on approaching nearer, the unusual silence created surprise. When it was definitely learnt that the camp was empty, the men rushed in a body to the commander's quarters with the news that the enemy had fled in such haste that they left the tents standing, and to secure greater secrecy for their flight, had also left numerous fires burning. Then a loud shout arose, demanding that the order should be given to advance, and that the men should be led in pursuit, and that the camp should be plundered forthwith. The one consul behaved as though he were one of the clamorous crowd. The other, Paulus, repeatedly asserted the need of caution and circumspection. At last, unable to deal with the mutinous crowd and its leader in any other way, he sent Marius Statilius with his troop of Lucanian horse to reconnoiter. When he had ridden up to the gates of the camp, he ordered his men to halt outside the lines. He himself, with 2 of his troopers, entered the camp, and after a careful and thorough examination, he brought back word that there was certainly a trick somewhere. The fires were left on the side of the camp which fronted the Romans. The tents were standing open with all the valuables exposed to view. In some parts he had seen silver lying about on the paths, as though it had been put there for plunder. So far from deterring the soldiers from satisfying their greed, as it was intended to do, this report only inflamed it, and a shout arose that if the signal was not given, they would go on without their generals. There was no lack of a general, however, for Varro instantly gave the signal to advance. Paulus, who was hanging back, received a report from the keeper of the sacred chickens that they had not given a favorable omen. and he ordered the report to be at once carried to his colleague as he was just marching out of the camp gates. Varro was very much annoyed, but the recollection of the disaster which overtook Flaminius and the naval defeat which the consul Claudius sustained in the first Punic War made him afraid of acting in an irreligious spirit. It seemed as though the gods themselves on that day delayed, if they did actually do away, the fatal doom which was impending over the Romans. For it so happened that whilst the soldiers were ignoring the consul's order for the standards to be carried back into camp, 2 slaves, one belonging to a trooper from Formiae, the other to one from Sidicinum, who had been captured with the foraging parties when Servilius and Attilius were in command, had that day escaped to their former masters. They were taken before the consul and told him that the whole of Hannibal's army was lying behind the nearest hills. The opportune arrival of these men restored the authority of the consuls, though one of them, in his desire to be popular, had weakened his authority by his unscrupulous connivance at breaches of discipline. Chapter 43. Hannibal withdraws into Apulia. When Hannibal saw that the ill-considered movement which the Romans had commenced was not recklessly carried out to its final stage, and that his ruse had been detected, he returned to camp. Owing to the want of corn, he was unable to remain there many days, and fresh plans were continually cropping up, not only amongst the soldiers, who were a medley of all nations, but even in the mind of the general himself. Murmurs gradually swelled into loud and angry protests as the men demanded their arrears of pay, and complained of the starvation which they were enduring. And in addition, a rumor was started that the mercenaries, chiefly those of Spanish nationality, had formed a plot to desert. Even Hannibal himself, it is said, sometimes thought of leaving his infantry behind and hurrying with his cavalry into Gaul. With these plans being discussed and this temper prevailing amongst the men, he decided to move into the warmer parts of Apulia, where the harvest was earlier, and where, owing to the greater distance from the enemy, desertion would be rendered more difficult for the fickle-minded part of his force. As on the previous occasion, he ordered campfires to be lighted, and a few tents left where they could be easily seen, in order that the Romans, remembering a similar stratagem, might be afraid to move. However, Statilius was again sent to reconnoiter with his Lucanians, and he made a thorough examination of the country beyond the camp and over the mountains. He reported that he had caught a distant view of the enemy in line of march, and the question of pursuit was discussed. As usual, the views of the 2 consuls were opposed, but almost all present supported Varro. Not a single voice was given in favor of Paulus, except that of Servilius, consul in the preceding year. The opinion of the majority of the council prevailed, and so, driven by destiny, they went forward to render Cannae famous in the annals of Roman defeats. It was in the neighborhood of this village that Hannibal had fixed his camp with his back to the Sirocco, which blows from Mount Vultur and fills the arid plains with clouds of dust. This arrangement was a very convenient one for his camp, and it proved to be extremely advantageous afterwards, when he was forming his order of battle, for his own men, with the wind behind them blowing only on their backs, would fight with an enemy who was blinded by volumes of dust. Chapter 44. The consuls followed the Carthaginians, carefully examining the roads as they marched, and when they reached Cannae and had the enemy in view, they formed 2 entrenched camps, separated by the same interval as at Gerronium, and with the same distribution of troops in each camp. The river Aufidus, flowing past the two camps, furnished a supply of water which the soldiers got as they best could, and they generally had to fight for it. The men in the smaller camp, which was on the other side of the river, had less difficulty in obtaining it, as that bank was not held by the enemy. Hannibal now saw his hopes fulfilled, that the consuls would give him an opportunity of fighting on ground naturally adapted for the movements of cavalry, the arm in which he had so far been invincible. And accordingly he placed his army in order of battle, and tried to provoke his foe to action by repeated charges of his Numidians. The Roman camp was again disturbed by a mutinous soldiery and consuls at variance, Paulus bringing up against Varro the fatal rashness of Sempronius and Flaminius, Varro retorting by pointing to Fabius as the favorite model of cowardly and inert commanders, and calling gods and men to witness that it was through no fault of his that Hannibal had acquired, so to speak, a prescriptive right to Italy. He had had his hands tied by his colleague. His soldiers, furious and eager for fight, had had their swords and arms taken away from them. Paulus, on the other hand, declared that if anything happened to the legions, flung recklessly and betrayed into an ill-considered and imprudent action, he was free from all responsibility for it, though he would have to share in all the consequences. "See to it," he said to Varro, "that those who are so free and ready with their tongues are equally so with their hands in the day of battle." Chapter 45. The Battle of Cannae. Whilst time was thus being wasted in disputes instead of deliberation, Hannibal withdrew the bulk of his army, who had been standing most of the day in order of battle, into camp. He sent his Numidians, however, across the river, to attack the parties who were getting water for the smaller camp. They had hardly gained the opposite bank, when, with their shouting and uproar, they sent the crowd flying in wild disorder, and galloping on as far as the outpost in front of the rampart, they nearly reached the gates of the camp. It was looked upon as such an insult for a Roman camp to be actually terrorized by irregular auxiliaries, that one thing and one thing alone held back the Romans from instantly crossing the river and forming their battle line. The supreme command that day rested with Paulus. The following day, Varro, whose turn it now was, without any consultation with his colleague, exhibited the signal for battle, and led his forces drawn up for action across the river. Paulus followed, for though he disapproved of the measure, he was bound to support it. After crossing, they strengthened their line with the force in the smaller camp, and completed their formation. On the right, which was nearest to the river, the Roman cavalry were posted. Then came the infantry. On the extreme left were the cavalry of the allies. Their infantry were between them and the Roman legions. The javelin men, with the rest of the light-armed auxiliaries, formed the front line. The consuls took their stations on the wings, Terentius Varro on the left, Aemilius Paulus on the right. Chapter 46. As soon as it grew light, Hannibal sent forward the Balearics and the other light infantry. He then crossed the river in person, and as each division was brought across, he assigned it its place in the line. The Gaulish and Spanish horse he posted near the bank on the left wing in front of the Roman cavalry. The right wing was assigned to the Numidian troopers. The center consisted of a strong force of infantry, the Gauls and Spaniards in the middle, the Africans at either end of them. You might fancy that the Africans were, for the most part, a body of Romans from the way they were armed. They were so completely equipped with the arms, some of which they had taken at the Trebia, but the most part at Trasumenas. The Gauls and Spaniards had shields almost of the same shape. Their swords were totally different. those of the Gauls being very long and without a point. The Spaniard, accustomed to thrust more than to cut, had a short, handy sword, pointed like a dagger. These nations, more than any other, inspired terror by the vastness of their stature and their frightful appearance. The Gauls were naked above the waist. The Spaniards had taken up their position, wearing white tunics embroidered with purple of dazzling brilliancy. The total number of infantry in the field was 40,000, and there were 10,000 cavalry. Hasdrubal was in command of the left wing, Maharbal of the right. Hannibal himself, with his brother Mago, commanded the center. It was a great convenience to both armies that the sun shone obliquely on them, whether it was that they had purposely so placed themselves, or whether it happened by accident, since the Romans faced the north, the Carthaginians the south. The wind, called by the inhabitants the Vulturnus, was against the Romans, and blew great clouds of dust into their faces, making it impossible for them to see in front of them. Chapter 47. When the battle shout was raised, the auxiliaries ran forward, and the battle began with the light infantry. Then the Gauls and Spaniards on the left engaged the Roman cavalry on the right. The battle was not at all like a cavalry fight, for there was no room for maneuvering. The river on the one side, and the infantry on the other hemming them in, compelled them to fight face to face. Each side tried to force their way straight forward, till at last the horses were standing in a closely pressed mass, and the riders seized their opponents and tried to drag them from their horses. It had become mainly a struggle of infantry, fierce but short, and the Roman cavalry was repulsed and fled. Just as this battle of the cavalry was finished, the infantry became engaged, and as long as the Gauls and Spaniards kept their ranks unbroken, both sides were equally matched in strength and courage. At length, after long and repeated efforts, the Romans closed up their ranks, echeloned their front, and by the sheer weight of their deep column bore down the division of the enemy, which was stationed in front of Hannibal's line, and was too thin and weak to resist the pressure. Without a moment's pause, they followed up their broken and hastily retreating foe, till they took to headlong flight. Cutting their way through the mass of fugitives who offered no resistance, they penetrated as far as the Africans, who were stationed on both wings, somewhat further back than the Gauls and Spaniards, who had formed the advanced center. As the latter fell back, the whole front became level, and as they continued to give ground, it became concave and crescent-shaped, the Africans at either end forming the horns. As the Romans rushed on incautiously between them, they were enfiladed by the two wings, which extended and closed round them in the rear. On this, the Romans, who had fought one battle to no purpose, left the Gauls and Spaniards, whose rear they had been slaughtering, and commenced a fresh struggle with the Africans. The contest was a very one-sided one, for not only were they hemmed in on all sides, but wearied with the previous fighting, they were meeting fresh and vigorous opponents. Chapter 48. By this time the Roman left wing, where the allied cavalry were fronting the Numidians, had become engaged, but the fighting was slack at first, owing to a Carthaginian stratagem. About 500 Numidians, carrying, besides their usual arms and missiles, swords concealed under their coats of mail, rode out from their own line, with their shields slung behind their backs as though they were deserters, and suddenly leaped from their horses and flung their shields and javelins at the feet of their enemy. They were received into their ranks, conducted to the rear, and ordered to remain quiet. While the battle was spreading to the various parts of the field, they remained quiet, But when the eyes and minds of all were wholly taken up with the fighting, they seized the large Roman shields which were lying everywhere amongst the heaps of slain, and commenced a furious attack upon the rear of the Roman line. Slashing away at backs and hips, they made a great slaughter and a still greater panic and confusion. Amidst the rout and panic in one part of the field, and the obstinate but hopeless struggle in the other, Hasdrubal, who was in command of that arm, withdrew some Numidians from the center of the right wing, where the fighting was feebly kept up, and sent them in pursuit of the fugitives, and at the same time sent the Spanish and Gaulish horse to the aid of the Africans, who were by this time more wearied by slaughter than by fighting. Chapter 49. Paulus was on the other side of the field. In spite of his having been seriously wounded at the commencement of the action by a bullet from a sling, he frequently encountered Hannibal with a compact body of troops, and in several places restored the battle. The Roman cavalry formed a bodyguard round him, but at last, as he became too weak to manage his horse, they all dismounted. It is stated that when some one reported to Hannibal that the consul had ordered his men to fight on foot, he remarked, "I would rather he handed them over to me bound hand and foot." Now that the victory of the enemy was no longer doubtful, this struggle of the dismounted cavalry was such as might be expected when men prefer to die where they stood rather than flee, and the victors, furious at them for delaying the victory, butchered without mercy those whom they could not dislodge. They did, however, repulse a few survivors, exhausted with their exertions and their wounds. All were at last scattered, and those who could regained their horses for flight. Gnaeus Lentulus, a military tribune, saw, as he rode by, the consul covered with blood, sitting on a boulder. "Lucius Aemilius," he said, "the one man whom the gods must hold guiltless of this day's disaster, take this horse while you have still some strength left, and I can lift you into the saddle and keep by your side to protect you. Do not make this day of battle still more fatal by a consul's death. There are enough tears and mourning without that." The consul replied, "Long may you live to do brave deeds, Cornelius, but do not waste in useless pity the few moments left in which to escape from the hands of the enemy. Go, announce publicly to the Senate that they must fortify Rome, and make its defense strong before the victorious enemy approaches, and tell Quintus Fabius privately that I have ever remembered his precepts in life and in death. Suffer me to breathe my last among my slaughtered soldiers. Let me not have to defend myself again when I am no longer consul, or appear as the accuser of my colleague, and protect my own innocence by throwing the guilt on another." During this conversation, a crowd of fugitives came suddenly upon them, followed by the enemy, who, not knowing who the consul was, overwhelmed him with a shower of missiles. Lentulus escaped on horseback in the rush. Then there was flight in all directions. 7,000 men escaped to the smaller camp, 10,000 to the larger, and about 2,000 to the village of Cannae. These latter were at once surrounded by Carthallo and his cavalry, as the village was quite unfortified. The other consul, who either by accident or design had not joined any of these bodies of fugitives, escaped with about 50 cavalry to Venusia, 45,500 infantry, 2,700 cavalry. Almost an equal proportion of Romans and allies are said to have been killed. Amongst the number were both the quaestors attached to the consuls, Lucius Attilius and Lucius Furius Bibulcus, 29 military tribunes, several ex-consuls, ex-praetors and ex-aediles. Amongst them are included Gnaeus Servilius Geminus, and Marcus Minucius, who was master of the horse the previous year, and some years before that consul. And in addition to these, 80 men who had either been senators or filled offices qualifying them for election to the Senate, and who had volunteered for service with the legions. The prisoners taken in the battle are stated to have amounted to 3,000 infantry and 1,500 cavalry. Chapter 50. Such was the Battle of Cannae, a battle as famous as the disastrous one at the Allia, not so serious in its results, owing to the inaction of the enemy, but more serious and more horrible in view of the slaughter of the army. For the flight at the Allia saved the army, though it lost the city, whereas at Cannae hardly 50 men shared the consul's flight. Nearly the whole army met their death in company with the other consul. As those who had taken refuge in the two camps were only a defenseless crowd without any leaders, the men in the larger camp sent a message to the others asking them to cross over to them at night, when the enemy, tired after the battle and the feasting in honor of their victory, would be buried in sleep. Then they would go in one body to Canusium. Some rejected the proposal with scorn. Why, they asked, cannot those who sent the message come themselves, since they are quite as able to join us as we to join them? Because, of course, all the country between us is scoured by the enemy, and they prefer to expose other people to that deadly peril rather than themselves. Others did not disapprove of the proposal, but they lacked courage to carry it out. Publius Sempronius Tuditanus protested against this cowardice. Would you, he asked, rather be taken prisoners by a most avaricious and ruthless foe, and a price put upon your heads and your value assessed, after you have been asked whether you are a Roman citizen or a Latin ally, in order that another may win honor from your misery and disgrace? Certainly not, if you are really the fellow countryman of Lucius Aemilius, who chose a noble death rather than a life of degradation, and of all the brave men who are lying in heaps around him. But before daylight overtakes us, and the enemy gathers in larger force to bar our path, let us cut our way through the men who in disorder and confusion are clamoring at our gates. Good swords and brave hearts make a way through enemies, however densely they are massed. If you march shoulder to shoulder, you will scatter this loose and disorganized force as easily as if nothing opposed you. Come then with me, all you who want to preserve yourselves and the state. With these words he drew his sword, and with his men in close formation marched through the very midst of the enemy. When the Numidians hurled their javelins on the right, the unprotected side, they transferred their shields to their right arms, and so got clear a way to the larger camp. As many as 600 escaped on this occasion, and after another large body had joined them, they at once left the camp and came through safely to Canusium. This action on the part of defeated men was due to the impulse of natural courage or of accident, rather than to any concerted plan of their own, or anyone's generalship. End of section 13. Section 14 of the History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 22, The Disaster of Cannae, Chapters 51 to 61. Chapter 51, Events subsequent to the battle. Hannibal's officers all surrounded him and congratulated him on his victory, and urged that after such a magnificent success he should allow himself and his exhausted men to rest for the remainder of the day and the following night, Hannibal, however, the commandant of the cavalry, thought that they ought not to lose a moment. "That you may know," he said to Hannibal, "what has been gained by this battle, I prophesy that in 5 days you will be feasting as victor in the capital. Follow me, I will go in advance with the cavalry. They will know that you are come before they know that you are coming." To Hannibal the victory seemed too great and too joyous for him to realize all at once. He told Hannibal that he commended his zeal, but he needed time to think out his plans. Hannibal replied, "The gods have not given all their gifts to one man. You know how to win victory, Hannibal. You do not know how to use it." That day's delay is believed to have saved the city and the empire. The next day, as soon as it grew light, they set about gathering the spoils on the field and viewing the carnage, which was a ghastly sight even for an enemy. There all those thousands of Romans were lying, infantry and cavalry indiscriminately as chance had brought them together in the battle or the flight. Some, covered with blood, raised themselves from amongst the dead around them, tortured by their wounds, which were nipped by the cold of the morning, and were promptly put an end to by the enemy. Some they found lying, with their thighs and knees gashed, but still alive. These bared their throats and necks, and bade them drain what blood they still had left. Some were discovered with their heads buried in the earth. They had evidently suffocated themselves by making holes in the ground and heaping the soil over their faces. What attracted the attention of all was a Numidian who was dragged alive from under a dead Roman lying across him. His ears and nose were torn, for the Roman, with hands too powerless to grasp his weapon, had, in his mad rage, torn his enemy with his teeth, and while doing so, expired. Chapter 52. After most of the day had been spent in collecting the spoils, Hannibal led his men to the attack on the smaller camp, and commenced operations by throwing up a breastwork to cut off their water supply from the river. As, however, all the defenders were exhausted by toil and want of sleep, as well as by wounds, the surrender was effected sooner than he had anticipated. They agreed to give up their arms and horses, and to pay for each Roman 300 chariot pieces, for each ally 200, and for each officer-servant 100, on condition that after the money was paid, they should be allowed to depart with 1 garment apiece. Then they admitted the enemy into the camp, and were all placed under guard, the Romans and the allies separately. Whilst time was being spent there, all those in the larger camp who had sufficient strength and courage, to the number of 4,000 infantry and 200 cavalry, made their escape to Canusium, some in a body, others straggling through the fields, which was quite as safe a thing to do. Those who were wounded, and those who had been afraid to venture, surrendered the camp on the same terms as had been agreed upon in the other camp. An immense amount of booty was secured, and the whole of it was made over to the troops, with the exception of the horses and prisoners, and whatever silver there might be. Most of this was on the trappings of the horses, for they used very little silver plate at table, at all events when on a campaign. Hannibal then ordered the bodies of his own soldiers to be collected for burial. It is said that there were as many as 8,000 of his best troops. Some authors state that he also had a search made for the body of the Roman consul, which he buried. Those who had escaped to Canusium were simply allowed shelter within its walls and houses, but a high-born and wealthy Apulian lady named Busa assisted them with corn and clothes and even provisions for their journey. For this munificence the Senate, at the close of the war, voted her public honors. Chapter 53. the refugees at Canusium and Venusia. Although there were 4 military tribunes on the spot, Fabius Maximus of the 1st Legion, whose father had been lately dictator, Lucius Publicius Bibulus, and Publius Cornelius Scipio of the 2nd Legion, and Appius Claudius Pulcher of the 3rd Legion, who had just been aedile, the supreme command was by universal consent vested in Publius Scipio, who was quite a youth, and Appius Claudius. They were holding a small council to discuss the state of affairs, when Publius Furius Philus, the son of an ex-consul, informed them that it was useless for them to cherish ruined hopes. The republic was despaired of and given over for lost. Some young nobles, with Lucius Caecilius Metellus at their head, were turning their eyes seaward with the intention of abandoning Italy to its fate, and transferring their services to some king or other. This evil news, terrible as it was, and coming fresh on the top of all their other disasters, paralyzed those who were present with wonder and amazement. They thought that a council ought to be summoned to deal with it, but young Scipio, the general destined to end this war, said that it was no business for a council. In such an emergency as that, they must dare and act, not deliberate. Let those, he cried, who want to save the Republic, take their arms at once and follow me. No camp is more truly a hostile camp than one in which such treason is meditated. He started off with a few followers to the house where Metellus was lodging, and finding the young men about whom the report had been made gathered there in council, he held his naked sword over the heads of the conspirators, and uttered these words: I solemnly swear that I will not abandon the Republic of Rome, nor will I suffer any other Roman citizen to do so. If I knowingly break my oath, then do thou, O Jupiter Optimus Maximus, visit me, my home, my family, and my estate with utter destruction. I require you, Lucius Caecilius, and all who are here present, to take this oath. Whoever will not swear, let him know that this sword is drawn against him. They were in as great a state of fear as though they saw the victorious Hannibal amongst them, and all took the oath and surrendered themselves into Scipio's custody. Chapter 54. Whilst these things were happening at Canusium, as many as 4,500 infantry and cavalry, who had been dispersed in flight over the country, succeeded in reaching the consul at Venusia. The inhabitants received them with every mark of kindness, and distributed them all amongst their households to be taken care of. They gave each of the troopers a toga and a tunic and 25 chariot pieces, and to each legionary 10 pieces, and whatever arms they required. All hospitality was shown them both by the government and by private citizens, for the people of Venusia were determined not to be outdone in kindness by a lady of Canusium. But the large number of men, which now amounted to something like 10,000, made the burden imposed upon Bussa much heavier. For Appius and Scipio, on hearing that the consul was safe, at once sent to him to inquire what amount of foot and horse he had with him, and also whether he wanted the army to be taken to Venusia or to remain at Canusium. Varro transferred his forces to Canusium, and now there was something like a consular army. It seemed as though they would defend themselves successfully behind their walls, if not in the open field. The state of things in Rome. The reports which reached Rome left no room for hope that even these remnants of citizens and allies were still surviving. It was asserted that the army with its 2 consuls had been annihilated, and the whole of the forces wiped out. Never before, while the city itself was still safe, had there been such excitement and panic within its walls. I shall not attempt to describe it, nor will I weaken the reality by going into details. After the loss of the consul and the army at Trasumenus the previous year, it was not wound upon wound, but multiplied disaster that was now announced. For, according to the reports, 2 consular armies and 2 consuls were lost. There was no longer any Roman camp, any general, any single soldier in existence. Apulia, Samnium, almost the whole of Italy lay at Hannibal's feet. Certainly there is no other nation that would not have succumbed beneath such a weight of calamity. One might, of course, compare the naval defeat of the Carthaginians at the Aegates, which broke their power to such an extent that they gave up Sicily and Sardinia, and submitted to the payment of tribute and a war indemnity, or again the battle which they lost in Africa, in which Hannibal himself was crushed. But there is no point of comparison between these and Cannae, unless it be that they were born with less fortitude. Chapter 55. Publius Furius Philus and Marcus Pomponius the praetors called a meeting of the Senate to take measures for the defense of the city, for no doubt was felt that after wiping out the armies, the enemy would set about his one remaining task and advance to attack Rome. In the presence of evils, the extent of which, great as they were, was still unknown, they were unable even to form any definite plans, and the cries of wailing women deafened their ears, for as the facts were not yet ascertained, the living and the dead were being indiscriminately bewailed in almost every house. Under these circumstances, Quintus Fabius Maximus gave it as his opinion that swift horsemen should be sent along the Appian and Latin roads to make inquiries of those they met, for there would be sure to be fugitives scattered about the country, and bring back tidings as to what had befallen the consuls and the armies. And if the gods, out of compassion for the empire, had left any remnant of the Roman nation, to find out where those forces were. And also they might ascertain whither Hannibal had repaired after the battle, what plans he was forming, what he was doing or likely to do. They must get some young and active men to find out these things, and as there were hardly any magistrates in the city, the senators must themselves take steps to calm the agitation and alarm which prevailed. They must keep the matrons out of the public streets and compel them to remain indoors. They must suppress the loud laments for the dead and impose silence on the city. They must see that all who brought tidings were taken to the praetors, and that the citizens should, each in his own house, wait for any news which affected them personally. Moreover, they must station guards at the gates to prevent anyone from leaving the city, and they must make it clear to every man that the only safety he can hope for lies in the city and its walls. When the tumult has once been hushed, then the Senate must be again convened, and measures discussed for the defense of the city. Chapter 56. This proposal was unanimously carried without any discussion. After the crowd was cleared out of the forum by the magistrates, and the senators had gone in various directions to allay the agitation, a dispatch at last arrived from Gaius Terentius Varro. He wrote that Lucius Aemilius was killed, and his army cut to pieces. He himself was at Canusium, collecting the wreckage that remained from this awful disaster. There were as many as 10,000 soldiers, irregular, unorganized. The Carthaginian was still at Cannae, bargaining about the prisoner's ransom and the rest of the plunder, in a spirit very unlike that of a great and victorious general. The next thing was the publication of the names of those killed, and the city was thrown into such universal mourning that the annual celebration of the Festival of Ceres was suspended, because it is forbidden to those in mourning to take part in it, and there was not a single matron who was not a mourner during those days. In order that the same cause might not prevent other sacred observances from being duly honored, the period of mourning was limited by a senatorial decree to 30 days. When the agitation was quieted and the Senate resumed its session, a fresh dispatch was received, this time from Sicily. Titus Otacilius, the propraetor, announced that Hiero's kingdom was being devastated by a Carthaginian fleet, and when he was preparing to render him the assistance he asked for, he received news that another fully equipped fleet was riding at anchor off the Aegates, and when they heard that he was occupied with the defense of the Syracusan shore, they would at once attack Lilybaeum and the rest of the Roman province. If therefore the Senate wished to retain the king as their ally and keep their hold on Sicily, they must fit out a fleet. Chapter 57. When the dispatches from the consul and the praetor had been read, it was decided that Marcus Claudius, who was commanding the fleet stationed at Ostia, should be sent to the army at Canusium, and instructions forwarded to the consul requesting him to hand over his command to the praetor, and come to Rome as soon as he possibly could, consistently with his duty to the Republic. For, over and above these serious disasters, considerable alarm was created by portents which occurred. 2 Vestal virgins, Opimia and Floronia, were found guilty of unchastity. One was buried alive, as is the custom, at the Colline Gate. The other committed suicide. Lucius Cantilius, one of the pontifical secretaries, now called minor pontiffs, who had been guilty with Floronia, was scourged in the Comitium by the Pontifex Maximus so severely that he died under it. This act of wickedness, coming as it did amongst so many calamities, was, as often happens, regarded as a portent, and the decemvirs were ordered to consult the sacred books. Quintus Fabius Pictor was sent to consult the oracle of Delphi as to what forms of prayer and supplication they were to use to propitiate the gods, and what was to be the end of all these terrible disasters. Meanwhile, in obedience to the books of destiny, some strange and unusual sacrifices were made, human sacrifices amongst them. A Gaulish man and a Gaulish woman, and a Greek man and a Greek woman, were buried alive under the Forum Boarium. They were lowered into a stone vault, which had, on a previous occasion, also been polluted by human victims, a practice most repulsive to Roman feelings. When the gods were believed to be duly propitiated, Marcus Claudius Marcellus sent from Ostia 1,500 men who had been enrolled for service with the fleet to garrison Rome. The naval legion, the 3rd, he sent on in advance with the military tribunes to Teanum Citicinum, and then, handing the fleet over to his colleague, Publius Furius Philus, hastened on by forced marches a few days later to Canusium. On the authority of the Senate, Marcus Junius was nominated dictator, and Tiberius Sempronius master of the horse. A levy was ordered, and all from 17 years upwards were enrolled, some even younger. Out of these recruits 4 legions were formed, and 1,000 cavalry. They also sent to the Latin Confederacy and the other allied states to enlist soldiers according to the terms of their treaties. Armor, weapons, and other things of the kind were ordered to be in readiness, and the ancient spoils gathered from the enemy were taken down from the temples and colonnades. The dearth of freemen necessitated a new kind of enlistment. 8,000 sturdy youths from amongst the slaves were armed at the public cost, after they had each been asked whether they were willing to serve or no. These soldiers were preferred, as there would be an opportunity of ransoming them when taken prisoners at a lower price. Chapter 58. Hannibal's offer to allow the prisoners to be ransomed refused by the Senate. After his great success at Cannae, Hannibal made his arrangements more as though his victory were a complete and decisive one than as if the war were still going on. The prisoners were brought before him and separated into two groups. The allies were treated as they had been at the Trebia and at Trasumenus. After some kind words, they were dismissed without ransom. The Romans, too, were treated as they had never been before, for when they appeared before him, he addressed them in quite a friendly way. He had no deadly feud, he told them, with Rome. All he was fighting for was his country's honor as a sovereign power. His fathers had yielded to Roman courage. His one object now was that the Romans should yield to his good fortune and courage. He now gave the prisoners permission to ransom themselves, each horseman at 500 chariot pieces, and each foot soldier at 300, and the slaves at 100 per head. This was somewhat more than the cavalry had agreed to when they surrendered, but they were only too glad to accept any terms. It was settled that they should elect 10 of their number to go to the Senate at Rome, and the only guarantee required was that they should take an oath to return. They were accompanied by Carthallo, a Carthaginian noble, who was to sound the feelings of the senators, and if they were inclined towards peace, he was to propose terms. When the delegates had left the camp, one of them, a man of an utterly un-Roman temper, returned to the camp as if he had forgotten something, and in this way hoped to free himself from his oath. He rejoined his comrades before nightfall. When it was announced that the party were on their way to Rome, a lictor was dispatched to meet Carthallo and order him in the name of the dictator to quit the territory of Rome before night. Chapter 59. The dictator admitted the prisoners' delegates to an audience of the Senate. Their leader, Marcus Junius, spoke as follows: "Senators, we are, every one of us, aware that no state has held its prisoners of war of less account than our own. But, unless we think our case a better one than we have any right to do, we would urge that none have ever fallen into the hands of the enemy who were more deserving of consideration than we are. For we did not give up our arms during the battle from sheer cowardice. Standing on the heaps of the slain, we kept up the struggle till close on night, and only then did we retire into camp. For the remainder of the day and all through the night we defended our entrenchments. The following day we were surrounded by the victorious army, and cut off from the water, and there was no hope whatever now of our forcing our way through the dense masses of the enemy. We did not think it a crime for some of Rome's soldiers to survive the battle of Cannae, seeing that 50,000 men had been butchered there, and therefore, in the very last resort, we consented to have a price fixed for our ransom, and surrendered to the enemy those arms which were no longer of the slightest use to us. Besides, we had heard that our ancestors had ransomed themselves from the Gauls with gold, and that your fathers, sternly as they set themselves against all conditions of peace, did nevertheless send delegates to Tarentum to arrange the ransom of the prisoners. But neither the battle at the Allia against the Gauls, nor that at Heraclea against Pyrrhus, was disgraced by the actual losses sustained so much as by the panic and flight which marked them. The plains of Cannae are covered by heaps of Roman dead, and we should not be here now if the enemy had not lacked arms and strength to slay us. There are some amongst us who were never in the battle at all, but were left to guard the camp, and when it was surrendered, they fell into the hands of the enemy. I do not envy the fortune or the circumstances of any man, whether he be a fellow citizen or a fellow soldier, nor would I wish it to be said that I had glorified myself by depreciating others. But this I will say, not even those who fled from the battle, mostly without arms, and did not stay their flight till they had reached Venusia or Canusium, can claim precedence over us, or boast that they are more of a defense to the state than we are. But you will find both in them, and in us, good and gallant soldiers. Only we shall be still more eager to serve our country, because it will be through your kindness that we shall have been ransomed and restored to our fatherland. You have enlisted men of all ages and of every condition. I hear that 8,000 slaves are armed. Our number is no less, and it will not cost more to ransom us than it did to purchase them. But if I were to compare ourselves as soldiers with them, I should be offering an insult to the name of Roman. I should think, senators, that in deciding upon a matter like this, you should also take into consideration, if you are disposed to be too severe, to what sort of an enemy you are going to abandon us. Is it to a Pyrrhus, who treated his prisoners as though they were his guests? Is it not rather to a barbarian, and what is worse, a Carthaginian, of whom it is difficult to judge whether he is more rapacious or more cruel? Could you see the chains, the squalor, the disgusting appearance of your fellow citizens, the sight would, I am sure, move you no less than if, on the other hand, you beheld your legions lying scattered over the plains of Cannae. You can behold the anxiety and the tears of our kinsmen as they stand in the vestibule of your house and await your reply. If they are in such anxiety and suspense about us, and about those who are not here, what, think you, must be the feelings of the men themselves, whose life and liberty are at stake? Why, good heavens, even if Hannibal, contrary to his nature, chose to be kind to us, we should still think life not worth living, after you had decided that we did not deserve to be ransomed. Years ago, the prisoners who were released by Pyrrhus without ransom returned to Rome, but they returned in company with the foremost men of the state, who had been sent to effect their ransom. Am I to return to my native country as a citizen not thought worth 300 coins? Each of us has his own feelings, senators. I know that my life and person are at stake, but I dread more the peril to my good name, in case we depart condemned and repulsed by you, for men will never believe that you grudge the cost. Chapter 60. No sooner had he finished than a tearful cry arose from the crowd in the Comitium. They stretched their hands toward the Senate house, and implored the senators to give them back their children, their brothers, and their relations. Fear and affection had brought even women amongst the crowd of men who thronged the forum. After the strangers had withdrawn, the debate commenced in the Senate. There was great difference of opinion. Some said that they ought to be ransomed at the expense of the state. Others were of opinion that no public expense ought to be incurred. but they ought not to be prevented from defraying the cost from private sources, and in cases where ready money was not available, it should be advanced from the treasury on personal security and mortgages. When it came to the turn of Titus Manlius Torquatus, a man of old-fashioned and some thought excessive strictness, to give his opinion, he is said to have spoken in these terms: "If the delegates had confined themselves to asking that those who are in the hands of the enemy might be ransomed, I should have stated my opinion in few words, without casting reflections on any of them. For all that would have been necessary would be to remind you that you should maintain the custom and usage handed down from our forefathers by setting an example necessary for military discipline. But, as it is, since they have almost treated their surrender to the enemy as a thing to be proud of, and think it right that they should receive more consideration than the prisoners taken in the field, or those who reached Venusia and Canusium, or even the consul himself, I will not allow you to remain in ignorance of what actually happened. I only wish that the facts which I am about to allege could be brought before the army at Canusium, which is best able to testify to each man's courage or cowardice, or at least that we had before us Publius Sempronius Tuditanus, for if these men had followed him, they would at this moment be in the Roman camp, not prisoners in the hands of the foe." The enemy had nearly all returned to their camp, tired out with fighting, to make merry over their victory, and these men had the night clear for a sortie. 7,000 men could easily have made a sortie, even through dense masses of the enemy, but they did not make any attempt to do so on their own initiative, nor would they follow anyone else. Nearly the whole night through, Publius Sempronius Tuditanus was continually warning them and urging them to follow him, whilst only a few of the enemy were watching their camp, whilst all was quiet and silent, whilst the night could still conceal their movements. Before it was light they could reach safety, and be protected by the cities of our allies. If he had spoken as that military tribune Publius Decius spoke in the days of our fathers, or as Calpurnius Flamma in the first Punic War, when we were young men, spoke to his 300 volunteers, whom he was leading to the capture of a height situated in the very center of the enemy's position, "Let us," he exclaimed, "die, my men, and by our death rescue our blockaded legions from their peril." If, I say, Publius Sempronius had spoken thus, I should not regard you as men, much less as Romans, if none had come forward as the comrade of so brave a man. But the way he pointed out to you led to safety quite as much as to glory. He would have brought you back to your country, your parents, your wives, and your children. You have not courage enough to save yourselves. What would you do if you had to die for your country? All round you on that day were lying 50,000 dead, Romans and allies. If so many examples of courage did not inspire you, nothing ever will. If such an awful disaster did not make you hold your lives cheap, none will ever do so. It is whilst you are free men, with all your rights as citizens, that you must show your love for your country, or rather, while it is your country and you are its citizens. Now you are showing that love too late, your rights forfeited, your citizenship renounced. You have become the slaves of the Carthaginians. Is money going to restore you to the position which you have lost through cowardice and crime? You would not listen to your own countryman Sempronius when he bade you seize your arms and follow him. You did listen shortly afterwards to Hannibal when he bade you give up your arms and betray your camp. But why do I only charge these men with cowardice when I can prove them guilty of actual crime? For not only did they refuse to follow him when he gave them good advice, but they tried to stop him and keep him back, until a body of truly brave men drew their swords and drove back the cowards. Publius Sempronius had actually to force his way through his own countrymen before he could do so through the enemy. Would our country care to have such as these for her citizens, when, had all those who fought at Cannae been like them, she would not have had amongst them a single citizen worth the name? Out of 7,000 men in arms, there were 600 who had the courage to force their way, and returned to their country free men with arms in their hands. The enemy did not stop these 600. How safe the way would have been, do you not think, for a force of almost 2 legions? You would have today, senators, at Canusium, 20,000 brave, loyal soldiers. But as for these men, how can they possibly be good and loyal citizens? And as to their being brave, they do not even themselves assert that, unless indeed someone chooses to imagine that whilst they were trying to stop the others from making the sortie, they were really encouraging them, or that, fully aware that their own timidity and cowardice was the cause of their becoming slaves, they feel no grudge towards the others for having won both safety and glory through their courage. Though they might have got away in the dead of the night, they preferred to skulk in their tents and wait for the daylight, and with it the enemy. But you will say, if they lacked courage to leave the camp, they had courage enough to defend it bravely. Blockaded for several days and nights, they protected the rampart with their arms, and themselves with the rampart. At last, after going to the utmost lengths of endurance and daring, when every support of life failed, and they were so weakened by starvation that they had not strength to bear the weight of their arms, they were in the end conquered by the necessities of nature more than by the force of arms. What are the facts? At daybreak the enemy approached the rampart. Within 2 hours, without trying their fortune in any conflict, they gave up their arms and themselves. This, you see, was their 2 days' soldiership. When duty called them to keep their line and fight, they fled to their camp. When they ought to have fought at the rampart, they surrendered their camp. They are useless alike in the field and in the camp. Am I to ransom you? When you ought to have made your way out of the camp, you hesitated and remained there. When it was obligatory for you to remain there and defend the camp with your arms, you gave up camp, arms, and yourselves to the enemy. No, senators, I do not think that those men ought to be ransomed, any more than I should think it right to surrender to Hannibal, the men who forced their way out of the camp through the midst of the enemy, and by that supreme act of courage restored themselves to their fatherland. Chapter 61. Although most of the senators had relations among the prisoners, there were 2 considerations which weighed with them at the close of Manlius's speech. One was the practice of the state, which from early times had shown very little indulgence to prisoners of war. The other was the amount of money that would be required, for they were anxious that the treasury should not be exhausted, a large sum having been already paid out in purchasing and arming the slaves, and they did not wish to enrich Hannibal, who, according to rumor, was in particular need of money. When the melancholy reply was given that the prisoners were not ransomed, the prevailing grief was intensified by the loss of so many citizens, and the delegates were accompanied to the gates by a weeping and protesting crowd. One of them went to his home because he considered himself released from his vow by his pretended return to the camp. When this became known, it was reported to the Senate, and they unanimously decided that he should be arrested and conveyed to Hannibal under a guard furnished by the state. There is another account extant as to the fate of the prisoners. According to this tradition, 10 came at first, and there was a debate in the Senate as to whether they should be allowed within the city or not. They were admitted on the understanding that the Senate would not grant them an audience. As they stayed longer than was generally expected, 3 other delegates arrived: Lucius Scribonius, Gaius Calpurnius, and Lucius Manlius, and a relative of Scribonius, who was a tribune of the plebes, made a motion in the Senate to ransom the prisoners. The Senate decided that they should not be ransomed, and the 3 who came last returned to Hannibal, but the 10 remained in Rome. They allege that they had absolved themselves from their oath because, after starting on their journey, they had returned to Hannibal under the pretext of reviewing the list of the prisoners' names. The question of surrendering them was hotly debated in the Senate, and those in favor of this course were beaten by only a few votes. Under the next censors, however, they were so crushed beneath every mark of disgrace and infamy that some of them immediately committed suicide. The others not only avoided the forum for all their after life, but almost shunned the light of day and the faces of men. It is easier to feel astonishment at such discrepancies amongst our authorities than to determine what is the truth. How far that disaster surpassed previous ones is shown by one simple fact. Up to that day, the loyalty of our allies had remained unshaken. Now it began to waver, for no other reason, we may be certain, than that they despaired of the maintenance of our empire. The tribes who revolted to the Carthaginians were the Atellani, the Calatini, the Hirpini, a section of the Apulians, all the Samnite cantons, with the exception of the Pentri, all the Brutii, and the Lucanians. In addition to these, the Uzantini, and almost the whole of the coast of Magna Graecia, the people of Tarentum Crotona and Locri, as well as all Cisalpine Gaul. Yet, in spite of all their disasters and the revolt of their allies, no one anywhere in Rome mentioned the word peace, either before the consul's return or after his arrival, when all the memories of their losses were renewed. Such a lofty spirit did the citizens exhibit in those days that, though the consul was coming back from a terrible defeat, for which they knew he was mainly responsible, he was met by a vast concourse drawn from every class of society, and thanks were formally voted to him because he had not despaired of the Republic. Had he been commander-in-chief of the Carthaginians, there was no torture to which he would not have been subjected. End of section 14. Section 15 of the History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 23, Hannibal at Capua, Chapters 1 through 10. Chapter 1, Hannibal at Capua. Immediately after the Battle of Cannae and the capture and plunder of the Roman camp, Hannibal moved out of Apulia into Samnium, in consequence of an invitation he had received from a man named Statius Trebius, who promised to hand over Compsa to him if he would visit the territory of the Hirpini. Trebius was a native of Compsa, a man of note amongst his people, but his influence was less than that of the faction of the Mopsii, a family which owed its predominance to the favor and support of Rome. After the report of the Battle of Cannae had reached the town, and Trebius was telling everybody that Hannibal was coming, the Mopsian party left the city. It was then peacefully handed over to the Carthaginian, and a garrison placed in it. There Hannibal left all his booty and his baggage, and then, forming his army into 2 divisions, gave Mago the command of one and retained the other himself. He gave Mago instructions to receive the submission of the cities in the district, which were revolting from Rome, and to compel those which were hanging back to revolt, whilst he himself marched through the Campanian district towards the lower sea, with the view of attacking Neapolis, so that he might have a city accessible from the sea. When he entered the confines of Neapolis, he placed some of his Numidians wherever he conveniently could in ambuscade, for the roads are mostly deep, with many unseen windings. The others he ordered to ride up to the gates, driving ostentatiously before them the plunder they had collected from the fields. As they appeared to be a small and disorganized force, a troop of cavalry came out against them. They were drawn on by the retreating Numidians into the ambuscade and surrounded. Not a man would have escaped had not the proximity of the sea and some ships, mostly fishing vessels, which they saw not far from the shore, afforded a means of escape to those who were good swimmers. Several young nobles, however, were either taken or killed in the skirmish, amongst them Hegias, the commandant of the cavalry, who fell whilst following the retreating foe too incautiously. The aspect of the walls deterred the Carthaginian from attacking the city. They by no means offered facilities for an assault. Chapter 2. From there he directed his march towards Capua. This city had become demoralized by a long course of prosperity and the indulgence of fortune, but most of all by the universal corruption produced by the wild excesses of a populace who exercised their liberty without any restraint. Pasuvius Calavius had got the Senate of Capua entirely in his own power, and that of the populace. He was a noble, and at the same time a favorite with the people. But he had gained his influence and power by resorting to base practices. He happened to be chief magistrate in the year in which the defeat at Trasumenus occurred, and knowing the hatred which the populace had long felt towards the Senate, he thought it highly probable that they would seize their opportunity, create a violent revolution, and if Hannibal with his victorious army should visit their neighborhood, murder the senators and hand over Capua to him. Bad as the man was, he was not utterly abandoned, since he preferred to play the autocrat in a commonwealth which was constitutionally sound, rather than in one that was ruined. And he knew that no political constitution could be sound where there was no council of state. He embarked on a plan by which he could save the Senate, and at the same time render it completely subservient to himself and to the populace. He summoned a meeting of the Senate and commenced his speech by saying that any idea of a revolt from Rome would have been quite repugnant to him had it not been a necessity, seeing that he had children by the daughter of Appius Claudius, and had given his own daughter in marriage to Marcus Livius in Rome. But, he went on, there is a much more serious and formidable danger impending, for the populace are not simply contemplating beginning their revolt from Rome by banishing the Senate from the city. They mean to murder the senators, and then hand over the city to Hannibal and the Carthaginians. It is in my power to save you from this peril, if you will put yourselves in my hands, and, forgetting all our past quarrels, trust me. Overcome by their fears, they all placed themselves in his hands. I will, he then said, shut you in your house, and whilst appearing myself to participate in their act by approving of designs which I should in vain attempt to oppose, I will discover a way of safety for you. Take any guarantee in this matter which you please. When he had given the guarantee, he went out and ordered the doors to be fastened, and left a guard in the vestibule to prevent anyone from entering or leaving without his orders. Next, he called an assembly of the people and addressed them thus: "You have often wished, citizens of Capua, that you had the power to execute summary justice on the unscrupulous and infamous Senate. You can do so now safely, and none can call you to account. You need not risk your lives in desperate attempts to force the houses of individual senators, guarded as they are by their clients and slaves. Take them as they now are, locked up in the Senate house, all by themselves, unarmed. Do not be in a hurry, do nothing rashly. I will put you in a position to pass sentence of life and death, so that each of them in turn may pay the penalty he deserves. But whatever you do, see that you do not go too far in satisfying your feelings of resentment. Make the security and welfare of the state your first consideration. For, as I understand it, it is these particular senators that you hate. You do not want to go without a senate altogether. For you must either have a king, which is an abomination, or a senate, which is the only consultative body that can exist in a free commonwealth. So you have to do two things at once: remove the old senate and choose a fresh one. I shall order the senators to be summoned one by one, and I shall take your opinion as to their fate, and whatever decision you arrive at shall be carried out. But before punishment is inflicted on anyone found guilty, you must choose a strong and energetic man to take his place as senator." He then sat down, and after the names of the senators had been cast into the urn, he ordered the man whose name was drawn first to be brought out of the Senate house. As soon as they heard the name, they all shouted that he was a worthless scoundrel, and richly deserved to be punished. Then Pacuvius said, "I see clearly what you think of this man. In place of a worthless scoundrel, you must choose a worthy and honest man as senator." For a few minutes there was silence, as they were unable to suggest a better man. Then one of them, laying aside his diffidence, ventured to suggest a name, and a greater clamor than ever arose. Some said they had never heard of him. Others imputed to him shameful vices and humble birth, sordid poverty, and a low class of occupation or trade. A still more violent demonstration awaited the second and third senators who were summoned, and it was obvious that while they intensely disliked the man, they had no one to put in his place. It was no use mentioning the same names again and again, for it only led to everything that was bad being said about them, and the succeeding names were those of people much more low-born and unknown than those which were first suggested. So the crowd dispersed, saying to one another that the evils they were best acquainted with were the easiest to bear. Chapter 4. The Senate had to thank Pacuvius for its life, and it was much more under his control than under that of the populace. By common consent, he now wielded supreme power, and needed no armed support. Henceforth the senators, forgetting their rank and independence, flattered the populace, saluted them courteously, invited them as guests, received them at sumptuous banquets, undertook their cases, always appeared on their side, and when they were trying suits, they always decided the actions in a way to secure the favor of the mob. In fact, the proceedings in the Senate were exactly as though it had been a popular assembly. The city had always been disposed to luxury and extravagance, not only through the weakness of the character of its citizens, but also through the superabundance of the means of enjoyment and the incitements to every kind of pleasure which land or sea could furnish. and now, owing to the obsequiousness of the nobility and the license of the populace, it was becoming so demoralized that the sensuality and extravagance which prevailed exceeded all bounds. They treated the laws, the magistrates, the Senate with equal contempt, and now, after the defeat of Cannae, they began to feel contempt for the one thing which they had hitherto held in some respect, the power of Rome. The only circumstances which prevented them from immediately revolting were the old established right of intermarriage, which had led to many of their illustrious and powerful families becoming connected with Rome, and the fact that several citizens were serving with the Romans. The strongest tie of this nature was the presence of 300 cavalry from the noblest families in Capua, in Sicily, whither they had been specially sent by the Roman authorities to garrison the island. The parents and relatives of these troopers succeeded after much difficulty in getting envoys sent to the Roman consul. Chapter 5. The consul had not yet started for Canusium. They found him and his scanty, insufficiently armed force still at Venusia, an object calculated to arouse the deepest compassion in trusty allies, and nothing but contempt amongst arrogant and treacherous ones like the Campanians. The consul made matters worse, and increased the contempt felt for himself and his fortunes, by revealing too plainly and openly the extent of the disaster. When the envoys assured him that the Senate and people of Capua were much grieved that any mischance had happened to the Romans, and expressed their readiness to supply all that was needed for the war, he replied, "In bidding us requisition from you what we need for the war, you have preserved the tone in which we speak to allies, instead of suiting your language to the actual state of our circumstances. For what was left us at Cannae that we should wish what is lacking, as though we still possessed something to be made up by our allies? Are we to ask you to furnish infantry, as though we still possessed any cavalry? Are we to say that we want money, as though that were the only thing we want? Fortune has not even left us anything which we can supplement. Legions, cavalry, arms, standards, men and horses, money, supplies, all have gone either on the battlefield or when the two camps were lost the following day. So then, men of Capua, you have not to help us in the war, but almost to undertake the war for us. Call to mind how once, when your forefathers were driven in hurried flight within their walls in dread of the Sidicine, as well as the Samnite, we took them under our protection at Saticula, and how the war which then commenced with the Samnites on your behalf was kept up by us, with all its changeful fortunes, for nearly a century. Besides all this, you must remember that after you had surrendered, we gave you a treaty on equal terms. We allowed you to retain your own laws, and, what was, before our defeat at Cannae at all events, the greatest privilege, we granted our citizenship to most of you, and made you members of our commonwealth. Under these circumstances, men of Capua, you ought to realize that you have suffered this defeat as much as we have, and to feel that we have a common country to defend. It is not with the Samnites or the Etruscans that we have to do. If they deprived us of our power, it would still be Italians who would hold it. But the Carthaginian is dragging after him an army that is not even made up of natives of Africa. He has collected a force from the furthest corners of the earth, from the ocean's straits and the pillars of Hercules, men devoid of any sense of right, destitute of the condition and almost of the speech of men. Savage and barbarous by nature and habit, their general has made them still more brutal by building up bridges and barriers with human bodies, and, I shudder to say it, teaching them to feed on human flesh. What man, if he were merely a native of Italy, would not be horrified at the thought of looking upon men who feast upon what is impious even to touch as his lords and masters, looking to Africa and above all to Carthage for his laws, and having to submit to Italy, becoming a dependency of the Numidians and the Moors? It will be a splendid thing, men of Capua, if the dominion of Rome, which has collapsed in defeat, should be saved and restored by your loyalty, your strength. I think that in Campania you can raise 30,000 infantry and 4,000 cavalry. You have already sufficient money and corn. If you show a loyalty corresponding to your means, Hannibal will not feel that he has conquered or that the Romans are vanquished. Chapter 6. After this speech of the consuls, the envoys were dismissed. As they were on their way home, one of their number, Vibius Virius, told them that the time had come when the Campanians could not only recover the territory wrongfully taken from them by the Romans, but even achieve the dominion over Italy. They could make a treaty with Hannibal on any terms they chose, and there was no disputing the fact that when the war was over, and Hannibal, after his conquest, returned with his army to Africa, the sovereignty over Italy would fall to the Campanians. They all agreed with what Virius said, and they gave such an account of their interview with the consul as to make everybody think that the very name of Rome was blotted out. The populace and a majority of the Senate began at once to prepare for a revolt. It was owing to the exertions of the senior members that the crisis was staved off for a few days. At last the majority carried their point, and the same envoys who had been to the Roman consul were now sent to Hannibal. I find it stated in some annalists that before they started, or it was definitely decided to revolt, envoys were sent from Capua to Rome to demand as the condition of their rendering assistance that one consul should be a Campanian, and amidst the indignation which this demand aroused, the envoys were ordered to be summarily ejected from the Senate house, and a lictor told off to conduct them out of the city, with orders not to remain a single day on Roman territory. As, however, this demand is too much like one made by the Latins in earlier times, and Salius, amongst others, would not have omitted to mention it without good reason, I will not venture to vouch for the truth of the statement. Chapter 7. The envoys came to Hannibal and negotiated a peace with him on the following terms. No Carthaginian commander or magistrate was to have any jurisdiction over the citizens of Capua, nor was any Campanian citizen to be obliged to serve in any military or other capacity against his will. Capua was to retain its own magistrates and its own laws, and the Carthaginian was to allow them to choose 300 Romans out of his prisoners of war, whom they were to exchange for the Campanian troopers who were serving in Sicily. These were the terms agreed upon, but the Campanians went far beyond the stipulations in their criminal excesses. The populace seized officers in command of our allies and other Roman citizens, some whilst occupied with their military duties, others whilst engaged in their private business, and ordered them to be shut up in the baths on the pretense of keeping them in safe custody. Unable to breathe owing to the heat and fumes, they died in great agony. Decius Magius was a man who, if his fellow citizens had been rational, would have gained very great authority with them. He did his best to prevent these crimes and to stop the envoys from going to Hannibal. When he heard that troops were being sent by Hannibal to garrison the city, he protested most earnestly against their being admitted and referred, as warning examples, to the tyranny of Pyrrhus and the wretched servitude into which the Tarentines fell. After they were admitted, he urged that they should be expelled, or, what was better, if the Capuans wished to clear themselves by a deed which would be remembered from their guilt in revolting from ancient allies and blood relations, let them put the Carthaginian garrison to death and be once more friends with Rome. When this was reported to Hannibal, for there was no secrecy about Magius's action, he sent to summon him to his camp. Magius sent a spirited refusal. Hannibal, he said, had no legal authority over a citizen of Capua. The Carthaginian, furious at the rebuff, ordered the man to be thrown into chains and brought to him. Fearing, however, on second thoughts, that the use of force might create a tumult, and feelings once aroused might lead to a sudden outbreak, he sent a message to Marius Blasius, the chief magistrate of Capua, that he would be there on the morrow, and started with a small escort for the city. Marius called the people together, and gave public notice that they should assemble in a body with their wives and children, and go to meet Hannibal. The whole population turned out, not because they were ordered, but because the mob were enthusiastic in favor of Hannibal, and were eager to see a commander famous for so many victories. Decius Magius did not go to meet him, nor did he shut himself up at home, as this might have implied a consciousness of guilt. He strolled leisurely about the forum with his son and a few of his clients, whilst the whole city was in a state of wild excitement at seeing and welcoming Hannibal. When he had entered the city, Hannibal asked that the Senate should be convened at once. The leading Campanians, however, implored him not to transact any serious business then, but to give himself up to the joyous celebration of a day, which had been made such a happy one by his arrival. Though he was naturally impulsive in his anger, he would not begin with a refusal, and spent most of the day in viewing the city. Chapter 8. He stayed with two brothers, Cythenius and Pasuvius, men distinguished for their high birth and wealth. Pasuvius Calavius, whom we have already mentioned, the leader of the party which brought the city over to the Carthaginians, brought his young son to the house. The youth was closely attached to Decius Magius, and had stood up most resolutely with him for the alliance with Rome, and against any terms with the Carthaginians, and neither the changing over of the city to the other side, nor the authority of his father had been able to shake his resolution. Pasuvius dragged him away from Magius's side, and now sought to obtain Hannibal's pardon for the youth by intercessions, rather than by any attempts at exculpation. He was overcome by the father's prayers and tears, and went so far as to order him to be invited to a banquet to which none were to be admitted but his hosts and Vibelius Torius, a distinguished soldier. The banquet began early in the day, and was not at all in accordance with Carthaginian customs or military discipline, but as was natural in a city, still more in a house full of wealth and luxury, the table was furnished with every kind of dainty and delicacy. Young Calavius was the only one who could not be persuaded to drink, though his hosts and occasionally Hannibal invited him. He excused himself on the ground of health, and his father alleged as a further reason his not unnatural excitement under the circumstances. It was nearly sunset when the guests rose. Young Calavius accompanied his father out of the banquet chamber, and when they had come to a retired spot in the garden behind the house, he stopped and said, I have a plan to propose to you, Father, by which we shall not only obtain pardon for the Romans for our offense in revolting to Hannibal, but also possess much more influence and prestige in Capua than we have ever done before." When his father asked him in great surprise what his plan was, he threw his toga back from his shoulder and showed him a sword belted on to his side. "Now," he said, "this very moment will I ratify our treaty with Rome in Hannibal's blood. I wanted you to know first, in case you would rather be away when the deed is done." The old man, beside himself with terror at what he saw and heard, as though he were actually witnessing the act his son had spoken of, exclaimed, "I pray and beseech you, my son, by all the sacred bonds which unite parents and children, not to insist upon doing and suffering everything that is horrible before your father's eyes. It is only a few hours ago that we pledged our faith, swearing by all the gods and joining hand to hand. And do you want us, when we have just separated after friendly talk, to arm those hands, consecrated by such a pledge, against him? Have you risen from the hospitable board to which you were invited by Hannibal, with only 2 others out of all Capua, that you may stain that board with your host's blood? I, your father, was able to make Hannibal friendly towards my son. Am I powerless to make my son friendly towards Hannibal? But let nothing sacred hold you back, neither the plighted word, nor religious obligation, nor filial affection. Dare infamous deeds, if they do not bring ruin as well as guilt upon us. But what then? Are you going to attack Hannibal single-handed? What of that throng of free men and slaves, with all their eyes intent on him alone? What of all those right hands? Will they hang down listlessly during that act of madness? Armed hosts cannot bear even to gaze on the face of Hannibal. The Roman people dread it, and will you endure it? Though other help be lacking, will you have the courage to strike me, your father, when I interpose myself to protect Hannibal? And yet it is through my breast that you must pierce his. Suffer yourself to be deterred here rather than vanquished there. Let my prayers prevail with you, as they have already today prevailed for you." By this time the youth was in tears, and seeing this, the father flung his arms round him, clung to him with kisses, and persisted in his entreaties until he made his son lay aside his sword, and give his word that he would do nothing of the kind. Then the son spoke. "I must pay to my father the dutiful obedience which I owe to my country. I am indeed grieved on your account, for you have to bear the guilt of a 3-fold betrayal of your country. First, when you instigated the revolt from Rome. Secondly, when you urged peace with Hannibal. And now, once more, when you are the one let and hindrance in the way of restoring Capua to the Romans. Do you, my country, receive this sword, with which I armed myself in your defense when I entered the stronghold of the enemy." With these words he flung the sword over the garden wall into the public road, and to allay all suspicions returned to the banqueting room. Chapter 10. The following day there was a full meeting of the Senate to hear Hannibal. At first his tone was very gracious and winning. He thanked the Capuans for preferring his friendship to alliance with Rome, and amongst other magnificent promises, he assured them that Capua would soon be the head of all Italy, and that Rome, in common with all the other nationalities, would have to look to her for their laws. Then his tone changed. There was one man, he thundered, who was outside the friendship of Carthage, and the treaty they had made with him, a man that was not, and ought not, to be called a Campanian, Decius Magius. He demanded his surrender, and asked that this matter should be discussed, and a decision arrived at before he left the house. They all voted for surrendering the man, though a great many thought that he did not deserve such a cruel fate, and felt that a long step had been taken in the abridgment of their rights and liberties. On leaving the Senate House, Hannibal took his seat on the magistrates' tribunal and ordered Decius Magius to be arrested, brought before him, and put on his defense, alone and unbefriended. The high spirit of the man was still unquelled. He said that by the terms of the treaty this could not be insisted on, but he was at once placed in irons and ordered to be conducted to the camp, followed by a lictor. As long as his head was uncovered, he was incessantly haranguing and shouting to the crowds round him, "You have got the liberty, you Campanians, that you asked for. In the middle of the forum, in the broad daylight, with you looking on, I, a man second to none in Capua, am being hurried off in chains to death. Could any greater outrage have been committed if the city had been taken? Go and meet Hannibal, decorate your city, make the day of his arrival a public holiday, that you may enjoy the spectacle of this triumph over a fellow citizen." As the mob appeared to be moved by these outbursts, his head was muffled up, and orders were given to hurry him more quickly outside the city gate. In this way he was brought into the camp, and then at once put on board a ship and sent to Carthage. Hannibal's fear was that if any disturbance broke out in Capua in consequence of such scandalous treatment, the Senate might repent of having surrendered their foremost citizen, and if they sent to ask for his restoration, he would either offend his new allies by refusing the first request they made, or, if he granted it, would have in Capua a fomenter of disorder and sedition. The vessel was driven by a storm to Cyrene, which was then under a monarchy. Here Magius fled for sanctuary to the statue of King Ptolemy, and his guards conveyed him to the king of Alexandria. After he had told how he had been thrown into chains by Hannibal, in defiance of all treaty rights, he was liberated from his fetters, and permission accorded to him to go to Rome or Capua, whichever he preferred. Magius said that he would not be safe at Capua, and as there was at that time war between Rome and Capua, he would be living in Rome more like a deserter than a guest. There was no place where he would sooner live than under the rule of the man whom he had known as the champion and assertor of his freedom. End of section 15. Section 16 of the History of Rome, Volume 3 by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 23, Hannibal at Capua, chapters 11 through 16. Chapter 11. During these occurrences, Quintus Fabius Pictor returned home from his mission to Delphi. He read the response of the oracle from a manuscript, in which were contained the names of the gods and goddesses to whom supplications were to be made, and the forms to be observed in making them. This was the closing paragraph. "If ye act thus, Romans, your estate will be better and less troubled. Your republic will go forward as ye would have it, and the victory in the war will belong to the people of Rome. When your commonwealth is prosperous and safe, send to Pythian Apollo a gift from the gains you have earned, and honor him with your substance out of the plunder, the booty, and the spoils. Put away from you all wanton and godless living." He translated this from the Greek as he read it, and when he had finished reading, he said that as soon as he left the oracle, He offered sacrifice with wine and incense to all the deities who were named, and further that he was instructed by the priest to go on board wearing the same laurel garland in which he had visited the oracle, and not to lay it aside till he got to Rome. He stated that he had carried out all his instructions most carefully and conscientiously, and had laid the garland on the altar of Apollo. The Senate passed a decree that the sacrifices and intercessions which were enjoined should be carefully performed at the earliest opportunity. Reception of the news at Carthage. During these occurrences in Rome and Italy, Mago, Hamilcar's son, had arrived at Carthage with the news of the victory of Cannae. He had not been sent by his brother immediately after the battle, but had been detained for some days in receiving into alliance Bruttian communities, as they successively revolted. When he appeared before the Senate, he unfolded the story of his brother's successes in Italy, how he had fought pitched battles with 6 commanders-in-chief, 4 of whom were consuls, and 2 a dictator and his master of horse, and how he had killed about 200,000 of the enemy and taken more than 50,000 prisoners. Out of 4 consuls, 2 had fallen. Of the 2 survivors, 1 was wounded, and the other, after losing the whole of his army, had escaped with 50 men. The master of the horse, whose powers were those of a consul, had been routed and put to flight, and the dictator, because he had never fought an action, was looked upon as a matchless general. The Bruttians and Apulians, with some of the Samnite and Lucanian communities, had gone over to the Carthaginians. Capua, which was not only the chief city of Campania, but now that the power of Rome had been shattered at Cannae, was the head of Italy, had surrendered to Hannibal. For all these great victories, he felt that they ought to be truly grateful, and public thanksgivings ought to be offered to the immortal gods. Chapter 12. As evidence that the joyful tidings he brought were true, he ordered a quantity of gold rings to be piled up in the vestibule of the Senate house, and they formed such a great heap that, according to some authorities, they measured more than 3 modii. The more probable account, however, is that they did not amount to more than 1 modius. He added, by way of explanation, to show how great the Roman losses had been, that none but knights, and amongst them only the highest in rank, wore that ornament. The main purport of his speech was that the nearer Hannibal's chances were of bringing the war to a speedy close, the more need there was to render him every possible assistance. He was campaigning far from home, in the midst of a hostile country. Vast quantities of corn were being consumed, and much money expended, and all those battles, whilst they destroyed the armies of the enemy, at the same time wasted very appreciably the forces of the victor. Reinforcements, therefore, must be sent. Money must be sent to pay the troops, and supplies of corn to the soldiers who had done such splendid service for Carthage. Amidst the general delight with which Mago's speech was received, Himilco, a member of the Barcine party, thought it a favorable moment for attacking Hanno. "Well, Hanno," he began, "do you still disapprove of our commencing a war against Rome? Give orders for Hannibal to be surrendered. Put your veto upon all thanksgivings to the gods, after we have received such blessings. Let us hear the voice of a Roman senator in the Senate house of Carthage." Then Hanno spoke to the following effect: "Senators, I would have kept silence on the present occasion, for I did not wish on a day of universal rejoicing to say anything which might damp your happiness. But as a senator has asked me whether I still disapprove of the war we have commenced against Rome, silence on my part would show either insolence or cowardice. The one implies forgetfulness of the respect due to others, the other of one's own self-respect. My reply to Himilco is this: I have never ceased to disapprove of the war, nor shall I ever cease to censure your invincible general, until I see the war ended upon conditions that are tolerable. Nothing will banish my regret for the old peace that we have broken, except the establishment of a new one. Those details which Mago has proudly enumerated make Himilco and the rest of Hannibal's caucus very happy. They might make me happy too, for a successful war, if we choose to make a wise use of our good fortune, will bring us a more favorable peace. If we let this opportunity slip, when we are in a position to offer rather than submit to terms of peace, I fear that our rejoicing will become extravagant, and finally turn out to be groundless. But even now, what is it that you are rejoicing at? I have slain the armies of the enemy, sent me troops. What more could you ask for if you had been defeated? I have captured 2 of the enemy's camps, filled of course with plunder and supplies, sent me corn and money. What more could you want if you had been despoiled, stripped of your own camp? And that I may not be the only one to be surprised at your delight, for as I have answered Himilco, I have a perfect right to ask questions in my turn. I should be glad if either Himilco or Mago would tell me, since you say the battle of Cannae has all but destroyed the power of Rome, and the whole of Italy is admittedly in revolt, whether in the first place any single community of the Latin nation has come over to us, and secondly, whether a single man out of the 35 Roman tribes has deserted to Hannibal. Mago answered both questions in the negative. Then there are still, Hanno continued, far too many of the enemy left, but I should like to know how much courage and confidence that vast multitude possess. Chapter 13. Mago said he did not know. Nothing, replied Hanno, is easier to find out. Have the Romans sent any envoys to Hannibal to sue for peace? Has any rumor reached your ears of anyone even mentioning the word peace in Rome? Again Mago replied in the negative. Well then, said Hanno, we have as much work before us in this war as we had on the day when Hannibal first set foot in Italy. Many of us are still alive who can remember with what changeful fortunes the first Punic War was fought. Never did our cause appear to be prospering more by sea and land than immediately before the consulship of Gaius Lutatius and Aulus Postumius. But in their year of office we were utterly defeated off the Agates. But if, which heaven forfend, fortune should now turn to any extent, do you hope to obtain, when you are defeated, a peace which no one offers to give you now that you are victorious? If anyone should ask my opinion about offering or accepting terms of peace, I would say what I thought. But if the question before us is simply whether Mago's demands should be granted, I do not think that we are concerned with sending supplies to a victorious army. Much less do I consider that they ought to be sent if we are being deluded with false and empty hopes. Very few were influenced by Hanno's speech. His well-known dislike of the Barcas deprived his words of weight, and they were too much preoccupied with the delightful news they had just heard to listen to anything which would make them feel less cause for joy. They fancied that if they were willing to make a slight effort, the war would soon be over. A resolution was accordingly passed with great enthusiasm to reinforce Hannibal with 4,000 Numidians, 40 elephants, and 500 talents of silver. Bostar also was sent with Mago into Spain to raise 20,000 infantry and 4,000 cavalry to make good the losses of the armies in Italy and Spain. Chapter 14. Hannibal fails to secure Nola. As usual, however, in seasons of prosperity, these measures were executed with great remissness and dilatoriness. The Romans, on the other hand, were kept from being dilatory by their native energy, and still more by the necessities of their position. The consul did not fail in any single duty which he had to perform, nor did the dictator show less energy. The force now available comprised the 2 legions which had been enrolled by the consuls at the beginning of the year, a levy of slaves, and the cohorts which had been raised in the country of Picenum and Cisalpine Gaul. The dictator decided to still further increase his strength by adopting a measure to which only a country in an almost hopeless state could stoop when honor must yield to necessity. After duly discharging his religious duties and obtaining the necessary permission to mount his horse, he published an edict that all who had been guilty of capital offenses, or who were in prison for debt, and were willing to serve under him, would by his orders be released from punishment, and have their debts cancelled. 6,000 men were raised in this way, and he armed them with the spoils taken from the Gauls, and which had been carried in the triumphal procession of Gaius Flaminius. He then started from the city with 25,000 men. After taking over Capua and making another fruitless appeal to the hopes and fears of Neapolis, Hannibal marched into the territory of Nola. He did not at once treat it in a hostile manner, as he was not without hope that the citizens would make a voluntary surrender. But if they delayed, he intended to leave nothing undone which could cause them suffering or terror. The Senate, especially its leading members, were faithful supporters of the Roman alliance. The populace, as usual, were all in favor of revolting to Hannibal. They conjured up the prospect of ravaged fields and a siege, with all its hardships and indignities. Nor were there wanting men who were actively instigating a revolt. The Senate were afraid that if they openly opposed the agitation, they would not be able to withstand the popular excitement, and they found a means of putting off the evil day by pretending to go with the mob. They represented that they were in favor of revolting to Hannibal, but nothing was settled as to the conditions on which they were to enter into a new treaty and alliance. Having thus gained time, they sent delegates in great haste to Marcellus Claudius, the praetor, who was with his army at Casilinum, to inform him of the critical position of Nola, how their territory was in Hannibal's hand, and the city would be in the possession of the Carthaginians unless it received succor, and how the Senate, by telling the populace that they might revolt when they pleased, had made them less in a hurry to do so. Marcellus thanked the delegates and told them to adhere to the same policy and postpone matters till he arrived. He then left Casilinum for Caiatia, and from there he marched across the Volturnus, through the districts of Sadicula and Trebia, over the hills above Suessula, and so arrived at Nola. Chapter 15. On the approach of the Roman praetor, the Carthaginian evacuated the territory of Nola, and marched down to the coast close to Neapolis, as he was anxious to secure a seaport town to which there might be a safe passage for ships coming from Africa. When, however, he learnt that Neapolis was held by a Roman officer, Marcus Junius Silanus, who had been invited by the Neapolitans, he left Naples, as he had left Nola, and went to Nuceria. He spent some time in investing the place, often attacking it, and often making tempting proposals to the chief men of the place and to the leaders of the populace, but all to no purpose. At last famine did its work, and he received the submission of the town, the inhabitants being allowed to depart without arms and with one garment apiece. Then, to keep up his character of being friendly to all the Italian nationalities except the Romans, he held out honors and rewards to those who consented to remain in his service. Not a single man was tempted by the prospect. They all dispersed wherever they had friends, or wherever each man's fancy led him, amongst the cities of Campania, mainly Nola and Neapolis. About 30 of their senators, and, as it happened, their principal ones, endeavored to enter Capua, but were refused admission because they had closed their gates against Hannibal. They accordingly went on to Cumae. The plunder of Nuceria was given to the soldiers. The city itself was burnt. Marcellus retained his hold on Nola quite as much by the support of its leading men as by the confidence he felt in his troops. Fears were entertained as to the populace, and especially Lucius Bantius. This enterprising young man was at that time almost the most distinguished among the allied cavalry. But the knowledge that he had attempted revolt, and his fear of the Roman praetor, were driving him on to betray his country, or, if he found no means of doing that, to become a deserter. He had been discovered lying half dead on a heap of bodies on the field of Cannae, and after being taken the utmost care of, Hannibal sent him home loaded with presents. His feelings of gratitude for such kindness made him wish to place the government of Nola in the hands of the Carthaginian, and his anxiety and eagerness for a revolution attracted the observation of the praetor. As it was necessary either to restrain the youth by punishment or to win him by kindness, the praetor chose the latter course, preferring to secure such a brave and enterprising youth as a friend, rather than to lose him to the enemy. He invited him to come and see him, and spoke to him most kindly. "You can easily understand," he told him, "that many of your countrymen are jealous of you, from the fact that not a single citizen of Nola has pointed out to me your many distinguished military services. But the bravery of a man who has served in a Roman camp cannot be hidden. Many of your fellow soldiers tell me what a young hero you are, and how many perils and dangers you have undergone in defense of the safety and honor of Rome. I am told that you did not give up the struggle on the field of Cannae until you were buried, almost lifeless, beneath a falling mass of men and horses and arms. May you long live to do still more gallant deeds. With me you will gain every honor and reward, and you will find that the more you are in my company, the more will it lead to your profit and promotion." The young man was delighted with these promises. The praetor made him a present of a splendid charger, and authorized the quaestor to pay him 500 silver coins. He also instructed his lictors to allow him to pass whenever he wished to see him. Chapter 16. The high-spirited youth was so completely captivated by the attention Marcellus paid him, that for the future none among the allies of Rome gave her more efficient or more loyal help. Hannibal once more moved his camp from Nuceria to Nola, and when he appeared before its gates, the populace again began to look forward to revolting. As the enemy approached, Marcellus retired within the walls, not because he feared for his camp, but because he would not give any opportunity to the large number of citizens who were bent on betraying their city. Both armies now began to prepare for battle. The Romans before the walls of Nola, and the Carthaginians in front of their camp. Slight skirmishes took place between the city and the camp, with varying success, as the generals would not prohibit their men from going forward in small parties to offer defiance to the enemy, nor would they give the signal for a general action. Day after day the two armies took up their respective stations in this way, and during this time the leading citizens of Nola informed Marcellus that nocturnal interviews were taking place between the populace and the Carthaginians, and that it had been arranged that when the Roman army had passed out of the gates they should plunder their baggage and kits, then close the gates and man the walls, so that, having become masters of their city and government, they might forthwith admit the Carthaginians instead of the Romans. On receiving this information, Marcellus warmly thanked the Nolan senators, and made up his mind to try the fortune of a battle before any disturbances arose in the city. He formed his army into 3 divisions, and stationed them at the 3 gates which faced the enemy. He ordered the baggage to follow close behind, and the camp servants, sutlers, and disabled soldiers were to carry stakes. At the center gate he posted the strongest part of the legions and the Roman cavalry. At the 2 on either side he stationed the recruits, the light infantry, and the cavalry of the allies. The Nolans were forbidden to approach the walls or gates, and a special reserve was placed in charge of the baggage to prevent any attack upon it whilst the legions were engaged in the battle. In this formation they remained, standing inside the gates. Hannibal had his troops drawn up for battle, as he had had for several days, and remained in this position till late in the day. At first it struck him with surprise that the Roman army did not move outside the gates, and that not a single soldier appeared on the walls. Then, supposing that the secret interviews had been betrayed, and that his friends were afraid to move, he sent back a portion of his troops to their camp, with orders to bring all the appliances for attacking the town as soon as possible to the front of the line. He felt fairly confident that if he attacked them whilst thus hesitating, the populace would raise some disturbance in the town. Whilst his men were hurrying up to the front ranks, each to his allotted task, and the whole line was approaching the walls, Marcellus ordered the gates to be suddenly flung open, the attack sounded, and the battle shout raised. The infantry, followed by the cavalry, were to attack with all the fury possible. They had already carried enough confusion and alarm into the enemy's center when Publius Valerius Flaccus and Gaius Aurelius, divisional commanders, burst out from the other 2 gates and charged. The sutlers and camp servants and the rest of the troops who were guarding the baggage joined in the shouting, and this made the Carthaginians, who had been despising the fewness of their numbers, think that it was a large army. I would hardly venture to assert, as some authorities do, that 2,800 of the enemy were killed, and that the Romans did not lose more than 500. But whether the victory was as great as that or not, I do not think that an action more important in its consequences was fought during the whole war, for it was more difficult for those who conquered to escape being defeated by Hannibal than it was afterwards to conquer him. End of section 16.